Bitcoin Conference van 2022 was in Amsterdam, in het Westerpark. Waar je dus de Westergashouder hebt, Westerunie en Westerliefde.
De klant had 100 dagen de tijd om dit evenement uit de grond te stampen. Maar we waren allemaal ook echt dedicated tot een goed resultaat te komen. De grootste uitdaging voor dit evenement was de technische puntjes op de i te zetten. Omdat er gewoon meerdere locaties waren die ook best wel ver uit elkaar lagen. Dus dat had ik niet zonder Floris gekund.
Vanwege de schaal van het terrein hebben we moeten kiezen voor glasvezel. Dus alle videosignalen, audiosignalen, die zijn allemaal over glasvezellijnen gebundeld. Dus dat is wel gaaf. Dan maken we gebruik van techniek om al die soorten signalen eigenlijk te bundelen in één glasvezellijn. Intercom, het is wel een heel geïntegreerd intercomsysteem waar alle mensen in de zaal en de show op zaten, maar ook de verschillende stages. Dat is allemaal aan elkaar gekoppeld.
Leuk evenement, genoeg camera's, dus kunnen we moois maken.
10 minuten jullie zijn, dan gaan we knallen.
Het was een enorme onderneming en om dat dan te zien staan aan het einde van de hele rit is wel heel erg bijzonder.
I'd like to, can we try to hear the other, because right now I can't
Welcome to Bitcoin Amsterdam.
Welcome to the biggest Bitcoin conference to ever happen in Europe. How dope is that? Making history.
Welcome to Bitcoin Amsterdam.
Welcome to the biggest Bitcoin conference to ever happen in Europe. How dope is that? Making history.
Bitcoin Conference van 2022 was in Amsterdam, in het Westerpark. Waar je dus de Westergashouder hebt, Westerunie en Westerliefde.
De klant had 100 dagen de tijd om dit evenement uit de grond te stampen. Maar we waren allemaal ook echt dedicated tot een goed resultaat te komen. De grootste uitdaging voor dit evenement was de technische puntjes op de i te zetten. Omdat er gewoon meerdere locaties waren die ook best wel ver uit elkaar lagen. Dus dat had ik niet zonder Floris gekund.
Vanwege de schaal van het terrein hebben we moeten kiezen voor glasvezel. Dus alle videosignalen, audiosignalen, die zijn allemaal over glasvezellijnen gebundeld. Dus dat is wel gaaf. Dan maken we gebruik van techniek om al die soorten signalen eigenlijk te bundelen in één glasvezellijn. Intercom, het is wel een heel geïntegreerd intercomsysteem waar alle mensen in de zaal en de show op zaten, maar ook de verschillende stages. Dat is allemaal aan elkaar gekoppeld.
Leuk evenement, genoeg camera's, dus kunnen we moois maken.
10 minuten jullie zijn, dan gaan we knallen.
Het was een enorme onderneming en om dat dan te zien staan aan het einde van de hele rit is wel heel erg bijzonder.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Welcome to Bitcoin Amsterdam.
Welcome to the biggest Bitcoin conference to ever happen in Europe. How dope is that? Making history.
Bitcoin Conference van 2022 was in Amsterdam, in het Westerpark, waar je dus de Westergashouder hebt, Westerunie en Westerliefde.
De klant had 100 dagen de tijd om dit evenement uit de grond te stampen. Maar we waren allemaal ook echt dedicated tot een goed resultaat te komen. De grootste uitdaging voor dit evenement was de technische puntje op de i te zetten. Omdat er gewoon meerdere locaties waren die ook best wel ver uit elkaar lagen. Dus dat had ik niet zonder Floris gekund.
Vanwege de schaal van het terrein hebben we moeten kiezen voor glasvezel. Dus alle videosignalen, audiosignalen, die zijn allemaal over glasvezellijnen gebundeld. Dus dat is wel gaaf. Dan maken we gebruik van techniek om al die soorten signalen eigenlijk te bundelen in één glasvezellijn. Intercom, het is wel een heel geïntegreerd intercomsysteem waar alle mensen in de zaal en de show op zaten, maar ook de verschillende stages. Dat is allemaal aan elkaar gekoppeld.
Leuk evenement, genoeg camera's, dus kunnen we wat moois maken.
10 minuten Julius, hè, dan gaan we knallen.
Het was een enorme onderneming en om dat dan te zien staan aan het einde van de hele rit is wel heel erg bijzonder.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Editor at Bitcoin Magazine, and we're here at the Bitcoin Magazine live desk at Bitcoin Amsterdam, broadcasting live from Europe's largest Bitcoin conference. We have 2,000 attendees pouring into the arena behind us to see headliners, including Stella Assange, wife of freedom fighter and journalist Julian Assange, Balaji Srinivasan, going to be giving a presentation today on the network state, and last but certainly not least, Ed Snowden, whistleblower and famed Bitcoin advocate. Join us all day today. We'll be broadcasting on Twitter, YouTube, and Rumble. And right now I'm joined by special guest analysts. All the way to my left, we've got Mr. Mark Goodwin, editor-in-chief at Bitcoin Magazine, author of The Bitcoin Dollar. And to his right, Dylan LeClaire, director of market intelligence at UTXO Management. Guys, let's set the scene. In the mainstream today, the narrative, Sam Bankman-Fried, corruption in crypto. Sam Bankman-Fried facing 8 charges, a total of 115 years in prison if convicted. Yesterday, we heard from Alameda CEO Carolyn Ellison. We peered into the penthouses. We saw the abyss of their seedy sex life and the celebrity establishment. As Bitcoin analysts, how are you looking at this event? What does it say about our movement and what's going on? Mark, would love to start with you.
Yeah, I think it says a lot about the extended space, and we absolutely have a polycule of corruption going on here, and I think that's really what the documents that Caroline has come out and said. I mean, it's really it's unprecedented, perhaps in the public opinion of the cryptocurrency space, but I'm sure it's something that is rife across the industry. I think it will have wide implications on where we go next, and I'm really excited to see how this trial plays out.
Let's dive into that specifically. What does it mean for Bitcoin and the Bitcoin industry? How are people in Bitcoin looking at the event? Maybe draw that picture for people at home.
Well, for sure. I think Bitcoin is such a new thing that people generally look for any reason to kind of put it down or call it a scam or any of these things. And then we actually see these people coming out and committing these multi-billion-dollar scams on top of Bitcoin. I think it reflects very poorly on the Bitcoin space, which I think is a very serious movement. And so I think Bitcoiners, should look at this and make sure that we really delineate, this fraud from the actual reality of this revolution.
Dylan, I want to go to you. In the mainstream, Bitcoin, not crypto, has been the mantra in the Bitcoin space. Does SBF change that? Is he delineating that? Do you think there's anything here that's positive for Bitcoin in terms of the coverage?
Yeah, I mean, I think SBF accelerated the idea that it's, Bitcoin and everything else. He utilized the crypto industry to obfuscate the fraud. It's not so much a Bitcoin story that as it is a fraud story. It's a financial fraud, right? It's made off on new rails. Bank fraud, wire fraud, like using shell companies to obfuscate what was actually going on, defrauding investors. Like, this is what Sam did, and it's actually easier to catch it live than it would have been if it was a regular financial fraud. We could see the flows happening. We could see that, towards the end, the last couple of days, we could see that they didn't have any money, right? Whereas you wouldn't even have seen any of that if it was, a traditional rail.
Yeah,
so
no warning. Let's go to the market manipulation. The headline from yesterday, testimony on the witness stand from Carolyn Ellison saying that they tactically manipulated and suppressed the Bitcoin price, pushing it below 20K. Miners on Twitter very upset about this. Dylan, take us into the insight. How does a company like FTX Alameda, how do they manipulate the price of Bitcoin?
Well, yeah, I mean, the headlines were that towards the end, they sold all their customers' Bitcoins off to meet redemptions, like more particularly the fiat redemptions. They were trying to get liquid. But, I mean, this was not just unique to their final days. This was not unique just to their last gasp. They were manipulating the price of basically everything in their cross-margin system, where you can have $1 of Doge collateral or $1 of Bitcoin collateral or $1 of actual, real money, real USD collateral, rather. So this was a scam, right? And it wasn't unique to their last final days. And so I think this is why it's good to rid the ecosystem, rid the market of these actors. And the fact that Bitcoin's settlement, instantaneous settlement, and absolute scarcity enforces that someone as corrupt as a Sam Bankman-Fried and the FTX Alameda operation go bust is one of the the strongest features, right? We can actually through Bitcoin's instant settlement rid these actors out of the ecosystem, rather where in a gold market it perpetuates over years, over decades, and leads to price dislocation.
So customers buying spot Bitcoin and FTX turning around selling that Bitcoin. Mark, want to go over to you. Do you think that we now think that maybe Bitcoin doesn't go under 20K without FTX Alameda and that manipulation?
It's certainly entirely possible. And I think to the point that Dylan was kind of just making about the tech of Bitcoin, I mean, it really is transparency technology. And, this is an instance where we really get to not just look at, the fudged books or the multitude of, balance sheets that Caroline wrote, but we can actually look at the Bitcoin blockchain and audit where these payments went. We can see where they were liquidated. We can see what exchanges they were sold on. We can see the exchange of crypto. This attempt at depegging Bitcoin. I think we're going to see a lot that is going to be revealed in this case. That perhaps we just look at our nodes and we can see all that as well.
I would like to hop in here and say that regardless of FTX or any other of these exchanges, I think we should treat Bitcoin exchanges like public restrooms. I forget who first said this, but you do your business, you get in and you get out. That's how Bitcoin exchanges should be treated as public service utilities. You don't sit there and hang out and post up and live there, right?
Right, in and out. So want to go back to something that you guys touched on, the technology of Bitcoin. We're going to be hearing a lot today about the advancements, the momentum, and really what I think is the resurgent culture in Bitcoin now of getting back to development, of pushing this technology forward. Mark, want to go to you. Taproot, last upgrade to Bitcoin is 2 years old, but there is momentum for something new. Take us into what's happening in the technical space right now. What are you seeing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're seeing a Cambrian explosion of interest in the development space. A lot of it is, of course, downstream of this Taproot upgrade. It was mocked by some at the time as not being a very interesting upgrade, and yet now we're seeing things like BitVM come out that take use of these Schnorr signatures. But I really think we got to give a lot of credit to Bitcoin developer Casey Rodarmor for what he did with the Ordinal protocol, in the sense of he kind of rewrote the rules of developing on Bitcoin. He didn't care about doing the bit process. He didn't care about kind of getting this consensus. He just went out and built on a permissionless layer. I think that's fascinating. I think that's very much so within the ethos of Bitcoin. And frankly, this idea of ossification now, I think personally is not exactly correct. I think from a monetary standpoint, of course, that is not going to change. But in order to get, billions of people to be able to self-custody UTXOs and be able to, afford base layer transactions or get onboarded onto Lightning, we're going to need development. We're going to need some things to really make that happen. And now we're seeing a new energy of devs really coming into the space. They're being supported by programs, by grants. We got incredible education, conferences, and just there's so much stuff happening in the space. I think it's an incredible time to be a Bitcoiner. Reject the demoralization. Look at the Rodarmors of the world, and don't let anyone tell you can't change Bitcoin.
Of course, we'll have the creator of BitVM on stage later at the conference. Dylan, want to go over you as someone who thinks about the market as a whole. When you see a BitVM, when you see a drive chains, when you see what's going on with the Taproot and the building there, how do you look at that, and what does it say about what's going on in the Bitcoin market?
Yeah, super interesting, right? Robin just released this two days ago, and it's still very much in spec mode, right? It hasn't been, there hasn't been apps deployed. It's more of just a proof of concept at this point in its very early stages. But it's exciting in the fact that for the longest time, Bitcoin, right, was referred to as not Turing complete. We couldn't do this next level computation, kind of what you'd think of as like a traditional Ethereum smart contract sort of function on the Bitcoin base layer. You needed to have a trusted element wherever that trust was in the loop. It wasn't self-referential. You couldn't do these things other than just essentially the basics of, time lock, send, receive, hold. Obviously there's some solutions like Lightning, but the TLDR of this, without getting too technical, is essentially we can put Ethereum-style functions into a Lightning-style 2-of-2 multisig, where you can abstract these things to a second layer, to a virtual machine, to another layer, and then verify all of this activity on a Bitcoin chain where you don't need to trust a counterparty. And so, like Mark said, I expect a Cambrian explosion of development. I don't think we can really fathom what's going to be built, but some of the smartest minds in the Bitcoin space and broadly the crypto space, who not have been ostracized, but rather by Bitcoin's like kind of rigidity and how much it can't be changed easily. A lot of this dev mindshare went to other protocols, other altcoins, and I think a lot of that tech that's been developed and was mostly used, just to speculate, right? Because of the monetary incentives offered by printing your own tokens, is now going to be hopping back to Bitcoin as everyone realizes, well, these things should be built on a really solid base layer foundation, right? That was always the idea, and the most exciting thing here is that it looks like it's starting to happen in not just theory but in reality.
Well, I want to talk about that confidence in Bitcoin, confidence in the developer community. Obviously, I think we feel confident. We're excited about these innovations. We're excited about following the progress. Mark, is that resonating with the crypto folks, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think so. I think people that, maybe, as Dylan said, were kind of interested in some of these, more expressive smart contracts or, maybe the token funding mechanisms behind them, that maybe left Bitcoin and went to go look at these other things and, were able to have their development supported by, this funding mechanism. I think now they're finding, new and exciting reasons to come back to Bitcoin. I think the actual market implications of a lot of this stuff, especially BitVM, are pretty far away. I don't think we'll really see, Bitcoin taking the kind of smart contract protocol market share, overnight. As you said, it's only been a few days, and here we are already talking about it. Things move fast in Bitcoin, of course, but also things don't move fast in Bitcoin, and that's by design. So I think we will see a lot of interest. We're seeing people coming in. We're seeing all of these really exciting projects built on top of Bitcoin while remaining, a very solid base layer. So yeah, I mean, I think we have a lot to be excited about. I think people are coming back from the extended space, coming back home to Bitcoin, and frankly, you love to see it.
Well, Dylan, you hinted a little bit about that culture clash. We're going to see some of that on stage with the first panel. Is Bitcoin good enough, or when will Bitcoin be good enough for you is the question. There's some inherent tension in that. Can you speak to really what you said here, where maybe some of these developers now are feeling emboldened, whereas before they wouldn't have been able to put their work forward?
Yeah, I mean, and Rizzo, we talk about this quite a bit with the clash between kind of the more active crypto community culture, speculating, build fast, break things, and the kind of the hodl mindset that especially was perpetuated the last few years during the last bull market, right? Right now, there's about 95% of Bitcoin that haven't moved in the last month. So all of these ideas to kind of bring back this functionality, bring back this builder culture to Bitcoin is very, very exciting. And like Mark said, we're going to see what's built out. But we're very, very early stages in a lot of this, and I expect that this hive mind of activity is going to lead to, similar to Lightning, where there was a lag of years before it was, wow, this works in a solution.
Don't see any pitchforks in the audience as of yet. I want to turn the page a little bit. Obviously, we're an American company, Bitcoin Magazine, coming to Europe, hosting this conference, bringing a lot of speakers and talent from America. Mark, I want to go over to you and really what's been happening within the political environment and the election season. Obviously, we're going to see a little bit of this on stage, but recent interview with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., running for president in the U.S., has said a lot of things and brought Bitcoin into the political spotlight. Curious for your take on that and how that differs from what we've seen in Europe in that environment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Bitcoin is very entrenched in America. I think there's a significant share of the Bitcoin hodlers that come out of America. You can just really see the influence there, and I think it's going to be a part of the political discussion from here on out. I really don't see that going away. It's the voting bloc of Bitcoin is very powerful. They're well funded. They're very strong in their ideological beliefs, and they like to say a lot. They like to talk a lot. So
I want to read some of those headlines from RFK. He came out anti-CBDCs, central bank digital currencies, so saying he would not support the government launching such an initiative. He really even went further, saying all fiat currencies are instruments of war, and last vowing to end the White House war on Bitcoin. So these are sentiments that maybe we haven't seen in Europe. Dylan, curious for your take. How are you hearing these statements from RFK? Do you think this is really going to be something the world should pay attention to?
Yeah, and I mean it's very big statements, and I'm no political analyst here, but I think the most interesting thing about RFK declaring as an independent is now he's this wild card in the presidential race, where there's an argument of does he pull more voters from Trump or Biden, and instead of this binary, he's almost a kingmaker of sorts. And wherever he leans or whatever kind of party he dismisses or not, he has a strong supporter base, right? And that was traditionally thought to be, a Democrat supporter base, and now it's an independent. So he is a wild card. I think the path to office is very, very hard, just given the bipartisan landscape. But just shifting the Overton window to say stuff like hard money, fiat perpetuates war, CBDCs, right? These are all things that would have been unimaginable in the political landscape during the last election cycle.
And of course, we've seen third-party candidates poll sometimes in the 2 digits. Ross Perot, obviously the best example of that. Want to go back to CBDCs, though. Obviously, we've been hanging around Amsterdam the last few days. Great country, had a lot of fun. But one of the things we're seeing is that cash is disappearing, right? We're not seeing merchants accept cash. Everything here is electronic. Can you talk about that with the context of CBDCs, Mark, and your thoughts and the Bitcoin community's thoughts on this development?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I think the United States is in a really interesting place in regards to CBDCs and the fact that they are this reserve, the reserve currency of the world. I actually don't see the United States directly issuing a CBDC to citizens in any sort of retail-facing way. I don't think that's something that they want, and I don't think it really makes sense within the structure of how it works. Yes, the dollar is the reserve currency, but it's really the treasuries behind it that are the reserve asset. I don't know if Bitcoin is ready to take over the dollar necessarily just yet as a means of currency, but I do think it's ready to replace treasuries as a means of backing financial services.
And we're going to send it back to the main stage. We're starting now.
The second annual Bitcoin Amsterdam conference. Can we get some juice for this morning to wake everyone up? Are y'all excited to be here? Cool. So since the last time we were in Amsterdam, a lot has happened. FTX blew up, Genesis blew up, BlockFi blew up, Celsius blew up. Luna blew up. It's been a tumultuous 12 months. But while a lot has changed, a lot hasn't changed. The world is in as much chaos as ever. The need for Bitcoin is as great as it's ever been. And the reason that we're here is more important than ever. So I just want to share really quick a little bit about this event, what makes this event special, and what my ask of y'all is. This event, some might call it a Bitcoin maximalist event. We don't like that term. This is a Bitcoin-only event. So what that means is that while we're here, we have a purpose and a mission to try to advance Bitcoin as much as possible. We ask that while you're here, everyone be focused completely, entirely on what can we do to make Bitcoin the most sound money for the world. All right? So your bags, your shit coins, your tokens, whatever, talk about that somewhere else. Here, focus is Bitcoin. We have like a very, I guess, OG ethos about what Bitcoin only means. For us, that means if it uses Bitcoin, it is Bitcoin. So we are building a platform for all Bitcoiners of all perspectives who want to use Bitcoin in every way they possibly can to do whatever it is that they find valuable. We have a lot of really cool frontier ideas that you'll see here at the conference over the next 2 days. Ordinals and drive chains, but RGB and BitVM and all sorts of amazing things that are coming to Bitcoin to enable you to use it in more ways how you want to use it. So I hope that you come with an open mind. And even if there's something you disagree with, like this is a venue, a place for us to grow together. So the mission of this event is hyper-Bitcoinization. That means 100% adoption, 100% penetration of Bitcoin for all financial transactions. It's going to take a long time for us to achieve that, but we need every person here contributing to make it happen. So my ask of you is that while you're here, you try to find some way that you can contribute back to the Bitcoin ecosystem, whether it's through creativity or ingenuity or social capital or financial capital, whatever it is that you can bring to the table to help push Bitcoin forward just one more inch. So find a place you can add value and take a chance. So with that, let's let the show begin. We have a great show for y'all. We're going to have a lot of fun this week. All right, thank y'all.
On January 3rd, 2009, amidst the financial world in turmoil, the first Bitcoin block was mined. This was no ordinary block. It bore a message. Not just a timestamp, but a battle cry for financial freedom. The times, 3rd January 2009. Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks. Here we stand, 14 years later, in Amsterdam. We are still feeling the echoes of this moment. History does not repeat itself, but it rhymes. Again, we find ourselves on the brink of immense change. Europe has always endured and emerged stronger than before. Building things that stand the test of time. Like the grand cathedrals and stone buildings of our ancestors, the blockchain will endure for centuries and generations. We sit here today in the heart of a winter, when the distractions and the hype fade away. Only the builders and true believers remain. They risk it all to stand in the front lines and fight. The fight for financial freedom, for success. Every 4 years, a new chapter in Bitcoin history begins. A chance to innovate, where the real work and change gets made. This is the time to build. And our foundation is strong, built on a singular Bitcoin block, a project that will last forever. Amsterdam has long been the beating heart of innovation. We lead the change and are not afraid of projects with great ambition. We find ourselves here today at the genesis of a new era.
So how does it work? What even is an email? What's an inscription?
Welcome
Come back next
to
episode
Bitcoin
as
Amsterdam.
Bitcoin and Magic Eden present Ordinal Discourse, dedicated to the amazing world of
Thank you, Miami, for the last 3 years in this amazing city. The whole world shut down, but Miami welcomed us with open arms. We want to show Bitcoin to the whole world. We are taking the conference on the road to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. Nashville. Bitcoin 2024 is coming to Nashville in Tennessee, a city that is known as a music and freedom city. Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville from July 25th to 27th.
And then spread your risk around multiple places.
Please welcome my panel to the stage this morning. A round of applause, please.
His actual wallet in the ground keeps it.
My name is I go by Joe Nakamoto on social media.
Oh, well, that's definitely not something that you put on a video recording. So,
different idea.
So I would
ask my panel to introduce himself in a moment. Unfortunately, Dan Held cannot be here this morning. He has a problem with his foot, so we wish him all a solid recovery. I'm a journalist, Bitcoin content creator, and I'm very obsessed with the space, as are these two fine gentlemen. And to give you a sense of what I do, I currently have a travel ban from the United States and from Cuba. The second thing is that I was recently paid back $100 by Brian Armstrong, the CEO of Coinbase, over Lightning, no less. So that's been a big achievement during the bear market. And the third thing is I got a Guardian website page to say the words, Craig Wright is a dickhead. Oh, thank you. So it's been a weird bear market. Jimmy Song, prolific writer, Bitcoin core developer. Jimmy, how are you doing today?
I am great. Glad to be here. First time at this particular conference because I missed it last year. Glad to be here. I actually expected way fewer people. So, you know,
kudos to
give yourselves a round of applause for waking up early. Thank you.
And of course, René Picard, who I've had the pleasure of sharing some panels with in the past. René, you were saying to me earlier that you came to Bitcoin through Lightning. How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm excited to be here and talking about everything that Bitcoin needs so that I finally be satisfied too.
Finally, great. We'll make sure the German is finally satisfied. Fantastic. Can I get a show of hands first? Who here likes Bitcoin? Just raise your hand. OK, that's pretty good. Who here thinks Bitcoin is good enough? Maybe a third of the room's hands went up. René's stayed down. This is a good start. And Jimmy's went up. So that's what we're working with today here, panel. The room loves Bitcoin, but it's maybe not enough. So can I just ask the panel's question? When will Bitcoin be good enough for you? Please, René.
So for me personally, Bitcoin will be good enough when I have the feeling that everybody in the world can easily use it as peer-to-peer money for payments. And I think there's still some way to go.
Sure. But we can do that already. You know, just download Wallet of Satoshi, use a custodial Lightning wallet, away you go.
Yeah, you can use PayPal too.
Good. And I mean, I'm going to start with Jimmy here, given that you're the most OG, well, probably one of the most OG in the room. You know, you stumbled into Bitcoin in 2011, but you started coding it in 2013. How would you evaluate the state of Bitcoin today in 2023? But perhaps, can I add a second question to that? Like, are you surprised at how far we've come if I told you this in 2011?
Oh, absolutely. I'd be shocked if I learned in 2011 that we'd, first of all, be having conferences this big and that we'd be at, 26,000 something right now. And, you know, there'd be, entire governments that are looking into it. And, the degree to which Bitcoin has sort of achieved mainstream sort of consciousness would be absolutely astounding. I think I'd be more surprised at the degree of penetration of altcoins because I see them as completely useless. But to a large degree, I think Bitcoin has done a pretty good job of its primary function, which to me is store of value. Now, method of payment is very useful, and I think it will become a much bigger thing over time as you have merchants that are on a Bitcoin standard that are demanding payment in Bitcoin and refusing to take fiat. I think that day will come, but it's not here yet. And for the current time, I think it's doing fantastic as a store of value in the sense that you know exactly what fraction of Bitcoin you have, and you have it going forward, and it's superior to real estate, it's superior to stocks, it's superior to gold, and those are really the only stores of value that are reasonable for most people to get into. So in that respect, I think Bitcoin is good enough for me. I think going forward, I agree with René that you do need better sort of like peer-to-peer transactions as you get more of that merchant demand and peer-to-peer demand. And certainly, I think Lightning is headed there. I don't know if it's there yet, and I'm sure you'll have some things to say about why it's not quite there and what needs to happen. But for me, it works, and we'll see if it's good enough in terms of privacy and stuff like that. But it's good enough at the moment.
Yeah, no, we'll come to the privacy element. But yeah, no, you prompted René, and I saw you about to let loose about Lightning. So go for it.
Well, I would address the store of value narrative first, right? I think for you that's true because you're a highly technical, sophisticated person. Most people I talk to keep their Bitcoin on exchanges which opens the door for fractional reserve Bitcoin, right? So I am not sure how many Bitcoins are actually in circulation or what people believe are in circulation, right? So this obviously mitigates the store of value problem. So I think we need to do a better job in educating people to store their own coins, to keep their own coins, and really take self-custody of it. Because, I mean, this is what Bitcoin is about, right? It's not about, hey, give somebody else the Bitcoins and have me have a claim to them. Right, and I think it's really important that we keep that in mind. Yes,
a really important point, and especially in light of what we learned yesterday about FTX. You know, trying to suppress the price of Bitcoin, you know, below the 20K mark with that custodied Bitcoin.
Yeah. And we're seeing that is kind of going up because the number of coins on exchanges continues to go down. The more a lot of the coins are actually being self-custodied. And honestly, I don't know if it's necessarily about education. I think a lot of people are capable of self-custody. I mean, if you've used a cold wallet, it's not that hard. The problem that people have and the mentality shift that people need to make is towards having the courage to self-custody. Most people are very used to having things taken care of for them. So, for example, they like having safeguards and safety nets of some kind and being able to claw it back or going to court or something like that. But with Bitcoin, if you lose it, you lose it. And that's a very scary proposition for a lot of people. They're not used to that level of responsibility, frankly. But this is something that I think has to change culturally more than it does sort of from a technical perspective of, oh, you need to go and learn how to, write down 12 words somewhere and, store it and do things like that. I think the technical education isn't, like there are tons of YouTube videos. A lot of educators in the space have done a great job with that. I don't think that's necessarily the biggest problem. It's really more about getting used to self-custody.
Yeah. So I had friends losing money on FTX, and they were very critical of Bitcoin. And in my university, they talked to me, and they were like, hey, you make a convincing case. And I was like, yeah, but don't trust me, verify. So they went out, watched these YouTube videos, and ended up in FTX.
yeah. I mean, even if you do just type in cursorily, Bitcoin into YouTube, you will be hit by a load of open-mouthed people pointing at a graph going up to the right. It doesn't land on BTC Sessions or Julian Figueroa or any of the wonderful Bitcoin educators that we do have in this space. But you just said the word culturally there, Jimmy. When you say culturally, do you mean Bitcoin culture or do you mean general, mainstream culture?
I would say mainstream culture, because mainstream culture is very much into not being necessarily self-sovereign, but like sort of relying on safety nets provided by some sort of custody or trust solution. And that's really the problem. It used to be that stocks used to be bearer instruments, bonds used to be bearer instruments. They're no longer. They're registered instruments now. There's some central ledger that somebody keeps like a list of who owns what, and that's how everything's worked for a while. And people just aren't used to keeping anything secure anymore. So, you have sort of backups to all of that stuff. So that's not something people are used to doing. Most people are not comfortable keeping the equivalent of a 400-ounce gold bar in their house. But that's something that we need to get to if you want to avoid a trusted third party.
Yeah, big time. I mean, what do you do with these friends now, René, that were on FTX? Is that it? Are you waiting until the next cycle when Bitcoin hits whatever thousands in order to try to orange pill them again?
Well, it's not so much about orange pilling them. I mean, they were asking me about my work, and I was trying to explain to them that there's a reasonable case for Bitcoin. And I even told them to self-custody their coins. So yeah, I mean, I feel bad for them. But the question is, how much responsibility do we have by not even, I mean, there's so many people saying, not your keys, not your coins, keep your Bitcoins. But still, obviously, there's so much misinformation out that people end up at wrong places, and it's really bad.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah, that really comes from the altcoin market, I think. And they're a lot of them are associated with exchanges like FTX and Binance and, many others. But this is where I think altcoins have severely hurt Bitcoin, because you have these narratives that are getting very confused. I was debating with some people like a year ago in Argentina about, like not your keys, not your coins is something that we all say. You won't hear that very often from altcoiners because that's not their thing. They don't run their own nodes. They don't. Like if they use like a wallet at all, it's a wallet with like 30 different altcoins that you can store, and who knows how safe that is, and so on. So, the altcoin industrial complex, the VCs, the altcoin founders, the tech journals that are like promoting all of this stuff, they make it very hard for us. So we have we have an entire industry that's sort of discouraging the self-custody aspect.
But this is where I think it brings us back to payments in Bitcoin, right? Because if your way of acquiring Bitcoin is going to a service provider, it's very different than just using it for payments and exchanging it for goods and services, right? So for example, I remember Edward Snowden speaking at the Bitcoin conference and explaining that he may have paid the infrastructure for the NSA leaks using Bitcoin, right? And I think this is something that Bitcoin was actually being kind of like, so to speak, invented for. So people could actually use it to pay for goods and services if they needed that kind of money, right? And
this is when Dan Held would push back really heavily and say, no, it's all about the HODL narrative and payments are virtue signaling and this sort of thing.
Well, I would say if we use it for payments, then of course it gets into circulation. Then we can actually keep our Bitcoin, custody our Bitcoin, and actually use it as a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. I mean, that's literally the title of the white paper.
Well, that's interesting, because that's not an argument I've heard for the sort of method of payment use case, that it would encourage more self-custody. Although, if you're using Wallet of Satoshi, obviously you're not. But there is something to that I can definitely respect, in that if you get used to using, or if you get used to using it for payments, then you're more likely to self-custody it, especially if you're on the receiving end of something, right? Like if you're selling something.
And especially if you use a wallet that actually is like a wallet like my paper bill wallets where I see my coins, right?
Right. Something like Phoenix or Breeze or something like that. Then you can do that. That does require merchants that are primarily Bitcoin, and this is the part of the economic equation that I think you can't really force. You can ask merchants to go take Bitcoin, but in the 10 or so years that I've seen that play out, almost always they take it. They start receiving Bitcoin as part of their payment flow. And you get like sort of like an initial burst of like a month of good sales or something like that using Bitcoin, and then afterwards, like nobody uses it that way anymore. And the few Bitcoin orders that they get, they sell immediately, and it ends up being sort of like sell pressure. I think it needs to be in use cases where you don't have other payment rails available, or you have merchants that really want to acquire Bitcoin, so they give like a specific Bitcoin discount. And those services do exist, but you really need people that are convinced of Bitcoin selling their goods and services for Bitcoin, rather than fiat people that are just sort of using it as another rail or to get more business from Bitcoiners who end up just selling the Bitcoin anyway. I don't think that really works.
You sure? From what I've seen of the merchant adoption route is that, yes, you will get a few people that are like, yeah, why not, I'll accept it. And that's their way of sort of slowly learning about it and slowly learning about these things René is speaking about, the self-sovereignty. To the merchant point, though, the Bitcoin circular economies, what eventually led to El Salvador adopting Bitcoin in 2021 was because of, a little circular economy in El Zonte. So what I'm seeing more of around the world is these circular economies popping up. So not only have you've got the merchant accepting Bitcoin, but you've got people being paid in Bitcoin, people earning Bitcoin, creating these tiny economies. This isn't going to happen down the street in Amsterdam because the financial privilege here is immense. We all have several bank accounts. We can transact with Apple Pay or Google Pay instantly. But if you're only living in a cash economy and suddenly you go from cash and all the issues that come with cash, such as not being able to pay for things at the till if your bill is too large, or being robbed because cash is so much easier to steal than Bitcoin is, of course, to just at home, say if you're the wife in the home, the father is beating you and stealing your money, which was the case in a lot of the places I visited in Peru. If you go from that situation to suddenly a Lightning wallet on your phone, then you see these circular economies grow in a lot more sort of organic and a lot more meaningful ways. However, the thing that I found really interesting is that a lot of these circular economies use custodial Lightning wallets. So of course it's a first step because, as we know, going from money in bank accounts to money in Bitcoin exchanges to money in cold wallets, it's a process, right? But the thing is that it has been a really meaningful path to adoption, from what I've seen anecdotally. This is when Dan Held would push back and say, where is the data, Joe? You need to come back with hard evidence, for example.
But I mean, I can take that role. I mean, if you read the current report by River, I think they are the Lightning service provider for Chivo Wallet.
Yes, they are.
And they estimate how many Bitcoin payments they facilitated, or they actually state the numbers. And if you compare this to the population of El Salvador and the time frame, then we're going back to what you just said. Nobody's using Bitcoin for payments yet.
Right. But of course, Chivo's custodial, right? It's that question of how many are using Chivo and then learning to use a Phoenix or learning to other things. But then the other question is that we are talking about Lightning. Does Lightning really need to be custodial, or do we see it as a commercial banking layer on top of this wonderful, sovereign layer?
Well, so let me back up a little bit. The custodial question is a very interesting one because, obviously something like Wallet of Satoshi or leaving it on FTX or Binance or something like that, bad. Like unequivocally, you should self-custody if possible. But
wait, why is Wallet of Satoshi, a Lightning wallet, as bad as FTX?
Well, I mean, just like trusting somebody that you've never seen, just sort of like doing that, I think is not natural. Like, it's sort of setting yourself up for failure because you can get rugged at any moment. But something like Bitcoin Beach Wallet, I'm not so sure because in a sense, if you have something like Bitcoin Beach Wallet where you know the person, and you're face to face with them, and they live down the street or something. That level of trust, I think, is okay. And if you're in a small community in Peru and it's a custodial wallet based on the local sort of Bitcoin Lightning guru that's in your neighborhood, I think that's actually fine. And that's how humans have lived for a very long time, is trusting people based on your relationship with them and knowing their reputation within your village and so on. It's when you get to sort of like this faceless corporation that you've never, it's just sort of trusted by convention or trusted because they have some regulatory approval or something like that, where you get into a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
In a sense, like I know I do this for my relatives, right? Like my parents don't want to, like they're very scared of self-custody and stuff like that. My in-laws, my children, I'm their bank, right? Like, and that's okay because in a sense, I have a trust relationship with them, and that's normal. I'm sure many of you have that as well, where you're like custodying coins for your relatives. I don't think that's necessarily bad.
Should we ask the audience, see how many people in here hold Bitcoin for somebody else, someone they love?
Yeah, it's a decent number. Yeah.
I mean, that's also a pain point, though, right? That is something that must be solved. That clearly shows that Bitcoin is not good enough for everyone because we are looking after everyone else's Bitcoin.
Well, so I think we need specific software to specifically take care of that use case because there are enough people that have this ability. And if you want to like give them an app where you're actually holding the Bitcoin, but you can like send it to them, get them used to custodying on their Lightning wallets or something like that. So some sort of like Bitcoin Beach wallet, but for your family. I think that would be fine, right? Like call home to the Lightning server that's in your house or something. I don't think that's a bad thing. And if that teaches them maybe a little bit more of the custody side and what that entails, I don't see why that wouldn't be bad. That would be bad, yeah.
I agree. It's a step in the right direction.
Yeah, it's a tool ultimately, right? And when you see people going from being completely unbanked to using a Bitcoin Beach is now Blink wallet, by the way. Andrew will kill me if I don't call it Blink. So it's definitely Blink wallet. If you see someone going from that to the Blink wallet, you suddenly realize, oh my God, they are now banked. And what does that mean for them in terms of their safety, privacy as well, in terms of thinking about their future a bit differently? The second and third order consequences of going from cash to custodial Lightning are really hard to fathom. Going from cash to non-custodial Lightning, I mean, that's a wonderful step, right?
And we kind of need that because people aren't used to it.
But it's also difficult. I mean, if you consider how big Bitcoin blocks are, right, there's only a certain amount of space to open payment channels on the Lightning Network, so it's actually very hard to onboard everybody. Nowadays, we see people using block space for non-financial transactions, so it's actually really strange because you wonder, what is Bitcoin actually, right? I mean, it's an append-only database that is permissionless, so everybody is allowed to stuff whatever information they want to stuff in, right? So it makes you wonder, is it actually money, right? I mean, it has a native token inside that allows you to store something inside because that's what you used to pay the miners for. So yeah, it's really strange.
It is strange, but I mean, all those like non-monetary use cases, I think eventually lose out to the monetary use case. And we've seen this with something like ordinals where, most of them have like crashed some 90%. The activity on chain is minimal at this point. And I think that's sort of the fate of a lot of this stuff is that, the use case that people want it for is storing value in it. And like you can try to promote this other stuff, and as long as you're putting marketing dollars into it, I suppose you have some of that fee pressure, but eventually they lose out to the thing that people actually really want it for, which is store value, which again doesn't have that much competition. It's stocks, real estate, and gold.
Yeah, no, big time. And we're just coming up to the last few minutes, Renee, and I know you touched on Sam Wooter's amazing Lightning report. It was unbelievably bullish, and you're the guy that has written the best critiques of Lightning that I've seen in the past couple of years. What's sort of most concerning to you in the Lightning Network space? We've been quite positive so far, so I want to really dig deeper.
Well, so there's later going to be a panel where we dig a little bit deeper into Lightning criticism. But I think liquidity management and the problem of onboarding everybody into the Lightning Network is really hard. There's some recent developments with governance proposals where I have the feeling, well, there might be a solution to that. Routing, obviously, is what I'm working on is extremely hard. So yeah, Lightning is just difficult. Backing up your Lightning node. I mean, if your server burns, your funds may be gone, right? I mean, yes, you self-custody them, but you need to keep your state of your payment channels constantly, right? So it's extremely difficult and subtle.
Okay. If you could wave a magic wand and fix one thing in Lightning, what would it be?
Liquidity management and
just
being flexible. Yeah, liquidity management.
Do you feel like Arc would solve that or no?
Sorry?
Do you feel like Arc would solve that or no?
That is one of the things where I have the feeling, so in its current form, I think Arc is proposed kind of like weird. But if you do this, like what I call the Arc beat transaction, once per block, you can actually have a non-interactive channel factory. And this allows you to, or let's say, an interactivity minimized channel factory. So there is a certain chance that, like, this made me actually a little bit more confident that we might be able to solve these problems. But hey, it requires a Bitcoin soft fork, right? And Bitcoin obviously never changes.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't ever. It does change. It takes a lot of. It takes consensus, which I think is a very good thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Coming up to the last couple of minutes here, we've established that Bitcoin is good enough for everyone in this room, for the panel as well. But clearly, Bitcoin is not good enough for the wider world. I know that we're at 26K. We've got good levels of adoption, but there's still a long way to go. What is the one thing or a couple of things that will ensure that Bitcoin is good enough for other people? It could be the culture, it could be the reputation, it could be Lightning, it could be custody. What do you think?
I'm going to say time. And that's always been the thing with Bitcoin is that when I was 2 years old, I mean, like, no one believed in it, really. And, it was this new thing, and we didn't know that it didn't have this history that it does now. We're coming up on the 15th anniversary of the white paper later this month. That's crazy. 15 years of history on this thing. And as you have more time, like 5 years from now, we're going to hit the 20th anniversary. We'll have gone through a couple of halvings by then. Once you have that kind of history, people will naturally look into it more and see that there is something here rather than some passing fad. So I think that's what we need.
Awesome. Renee?
For me, it's the user experience. I think we still need to improve on the user experience of Bitcoin software. allowing people to self-sovereign use the software as peer-to-peer money.
Fantastic. Okay, we've got an extra 30 seconds of panel, so I guess I'll share my opinion of what I think we should change. For me, it's definitely about sort of Bitcoin marketing and reputation. We're still a bit too weird for the wider public. We're still a bit too, and we suffer from the likes of SBF dragging our name through the mud, and that's, people think the CEO of Bitcoin is currently on trial in the US right now. That's generally what most people think. That's what my parents still ask me. And, I talk about Bitcoin the whole time to them. So clearly shows just how big of a marketing problem we have. That was a really great way to start the day. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Please give a round of applause for the panel today. When will Bitcoin be good enough for you? René Picard and Jimmy Song. Thank you so much, everyone. Cheers, guys. I think we're going that way.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Bitcoiners. Welcome to Amsterdam. So, obviously, we're here to talk about Bitcoin and learn about Bitcoin, but it's important to understand what happens, what is the alternative to Bitcoin? What is the plan if Bitcoin is not the future of money? We have a panel to talk about central bank digital currencies. I'm honored to be sitting with 3 distinguished and very diverse experts in this field. So my name is CK. I am the Director of Financial Freedom at the Human Rights Foundation. And let's introduce the panel. Let's start with you, Efrat.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Efrat Fenixson. I'm based out of Israel. For the past 20 years, I've been a CMO and marketeer in global companies. And I've transitioned to become an independent journalist when COVID started, and I started seeing a lot of the lies of big pharma, media, government. And because of the media, I decided to try and narrow that gap and try to bring balance to where censorship exists. And that pathway led me to the different lies about fiat system and central banking. And the path from there was quite easy to get to Bitcoin. And so I was red-pilled first, then orange-pilled, and now I'm here.
Excellent, excellent. Willem, and yourself?
Yeah, Willem Middelkoop, good morning all. I live near this place, but it was a huge traffic jam, so glad to be on time. I've been an author, I've been an investor for a long time, I've been a journalist. Been writing about the international financial system since the early 2000s. Wrote a few books. One of it is The Big Reset, and that was translated into eight languages, Chinese, Mandarin, and Arabic. I'm also connected to the OMVIV, which is a monetary think tank in London. And there it gets interesting because that's the think tank where central bankers and the private sector meet. So I'm not here to defend central bankers, but I do meet them quite a bit. I do understand them a bit, I think. So again, I'm not here to defend them, but I can explain a bit how they think about central bank digital currencies and how they see Bitcoin.
No, I think that your expertise is going to be very insightful here. Freddie, yourself.
Hey, thank you. Great to be here. Willem, I'm really glad you're not here to defend central banks. I don't think it's the best audience for that.
Yeah.
I'm a lawyer by training, so I've worked for many years in the city, been learning about Bitcoin since 2013, and recently co-founded the Bitcoin Policy UK, which is designed as an advocacy group to try and educate politicians, regulators, and the general public in the UK about the advantages and benefits of Bitcoin. And I wrote our rather lengthy submission to the Bank of England, pushing back against their CBDCs in their recent consultation.
So, Freddie, obviously, as you try to educate central bankers, one of the most important topics is financial freedom and why that's important. Do you want to tell us about some of that dialogue that you have?
Yeah, sure. So I think a really good place to start is actually with what's one of the most famous quotes about CBDCs. If everyone's familiar with a guy called Augustin Carstens, he's the general manager of the Bank of International Settlements, which is like the central bank of central banks. And one of the things he said in 2020, I think it was, should really scare everyone quite a lot. He said, the key thing with a central bank digital currency is we will have absolute control over the use of that expression of central bank liability, and what is more, we will have the technology to enforce that. Mm-hmm. And moving from there to understand exactly what a CBDC is, at its simplest, it's basically a permissioned token where the ledger is used and maintained by the central bank and also controlled by the central bank. And the consequence of that is really no more complex than to understand that in order to spend your own money, you will need the consent of the central bank. Whether that consent is tacit or explicit, you will not be allowed to spend your money on things the central bank do not want you to spend your money on. And as Christian said, I think that taps into a really quite fundamental point about freedom and human rights. The freedom to transact is not an obvious freedom. We all think about freedom of speech or freedom of association. But without the freedom to transact, my view is very much that the other freedoms don't really exist. It underpins all of the others and it enables them to exist. Just taking a couple of random examples. There is no point in speaking freely if I speak freely and then tomorrow I can't buy food for my children. Or if I go to a political rally, I exercise my freedom to demonstrate or my freedom of association, and then I suddenly find that I can't pay rent because the central bank have frozen my bank account. And so the key issue for me is that the freedom to transact is like an invisible freedom that enables all the other freedoms to exist, because in many cases they require you to be able to spend money to enjoy them. And if we lose that, we lose all of the others as well. So, Efrat, I think.
Right. I want to add to that we're seeing real-life examples of that limitation to freedom in places like Canada with the truckers' convoy last year, where money was supposed to be sent to the protesters there in order to continue, and it was confiscated by the government, and the only money that eventually got to those protesters was Bitcoin. And then we see an example in Thailand just recently, starting a pilot with 10,000 baht, which is $280 for each citizen that will participate in the pilot, saying that you will get in your digital wallet CBDC, and you can use it within 6 months in a radius of 4 kilometers. So, and they start with the very poor levels of society because they want them into the system. They're saying it. They want them registered in all the systems, and so they'll try to lure in all the different, very low levels of the population in order to participate in this game that will be heavily controlled, whether it's geographically or what they use the money for, the purpose of the money. They can control that as well with the technology. And then the other thing I wanted to say is that with freedom of speech, in my podcasting, for example, some of my views will not be the most favorite views on the establishment, and they may try to censor me. And so for me, I need more avenues or channels where I can distribute my content. So I go to places like Substack, but recently I put my podcast on Breeze Wallet, right, to try and start getting monetization through Bitcoin. And so we need to provide some level of freedom of speech that doesn't exist today, unfortunately, in all the mainstream avenues.
I mean, I think, the fact that money being tied to speech or your speech being tied to your money and that element is really frightening about central bank digital currencies. I want to go to you, Willem, and maybe you can kind of tell us, in your conversations and kind of behind closed doors, how are central bankers viewing both the Bitcoin side of this evolution and then what they're trying to establish with central bank digital currencies?
Well, we don't need CBDCs to cancel people and to, I've been canceled myself here in the Netherlands by several media because my comments on social media weren't enjoyed. And so we shouldn't point to a picture where everything goes wrong when the CBDCs arrive and now everything is fine. And I agree with all comments made, and I have the same worries. But I'm quite a practical guy, and I don't see how we can stop this in any way, because we have this huge fight now between the West and the rest of the world. You know, we have 140 countries not joining the Western sanctions for all sorts of reasons. But whether it's China, or whether it's Russia, or whether it's the EU or the US, all governments want to be in full control. So there's a common ground worldwide on a topic like this. So we can have parties, we can have discussions here, and all agree that we should stop it. But I'm afraid this can't be stopped. So then you have to ask yourself, how can I prepare, how can I cope myself with this new reality? And that's, yeah, to be here, to educate yourself, to have some kind of money outside the system. And for me, that has always been gold and silver and Bitcoin, which I call digital gold in 2014. And I'm still convinced that Bitcoin is digital gold. But stop playing around with all the shitcoins and, you know, concentrate your net worth. Have different portions of your net worth if you're a bit richer than average, and be out of the system. And you should be very flexible, because it might be needed at a certain point to move maybe your family or your assets or whatever to Dubai or El Salvador or whatever. You're not sure yet, because there are huge changes coming. We're in the middle of these huge changes. And I think this is fourth turning stuff. Every 80 years you have this new cycle. And during these changes, which I call a reset, you have wars and all kind of conflicts. So for me, it's all connected.
If I may, so picking up a point you just made there, Wilhelm, I agree that we're on rails, these things are coming, and also that at the moment it's very easy for you to be cancelled financially as well. One of the key dangers, I think, just exploring that area a bit more, is that CBDCs decrease the cost of authoritarian enforcement for government. At the moment, I may have 6 or 7 bank accounts. If the government wants to cut me off from the financial system, they have to write to 6 different banks. They have to get a bunch of different court orders. With a CBDC, if all of your money is concentrated in one place, it can be turned off with a switch. However, if you do diversify, as Wilhelm said, into gold, silver, Bitcoin, and obviously we would prefer it to be Bitcoin, but you know, we understand gold bugs exist and we should be nice to them.
Thank you.
You know, if you have diversified, then you turn the tables again, and you increase the cost of enforcement for the government. Yeah. If they shut your bank accounts, if they shut off your CBDC, but you can still transact in Bitcoin, then it's much, much harder for them. So I think that's an important weapon, and maybe we can explore this in the remaining time we have. Some ideas about fighting back. So in the UK at the moment, the Treasury have already admitted that they're going to need new primary legislation to put the CBDC in place. That's a good weapon for us. Laws are hard to pass and they're hard to change, and there are a lot of people that we're identifying in Parliament and in the House of Lords who are going to be on our side and will be fighting against this. So we're going to be reaching out to those people. We need to get them on board. So in terms of the bank charter in the UK, Augustin Carstens, again, the guy I mentioned earlier, Reuters reported recently, he is annoyed because most countries in the world have laws that do not currently allow them to create a CBDC. We need to pick at that scab and explore that and make sure that those countries have immense difficulty in passing those laws, you know. And then in terms of, you know, a couple of approaches in the UK, potentially in Europe as well, there are 2 European Convention of Human Rights articles that we could potentially use as, you know, legal ways of fighting back against them. Article 8, right to privacy and family life. Article 10 is the freedom to exchange information. We'll all know in this room that, you know, a Bitcoin transaction is nothing more than sending a message to the network. And it's an interesting legal point. I think there's value to be in exploring whether there's an Article 10 opposition to trying to put these laws in place. So I'm a bit more optimistic than you, Willem. I think we still can fight. I think they'll try and create them, but I think there's a lot we can do to fight them.
Yeah, but if you want to fight in a smart way, you know, don't become that one lunatic fighting the system, because you will be crushed.
Yeah.
So be smart, be flexible, and I think there will always be escapes, because this is a huge world.
And I think we need to add the example of the US, where we see a lot of resistance now on the political level. The federal government, there's a bill that just passed with Congressman Emmer, trying to make Bitcoin, CBDC illegal in the US. And then we have South Dakota, Indiana, Texas, Florida, all have bills on the table to ban CBDC. So they are, in the US, we should take example, trying on state levels and federal levels to try and block this move. Most countries don't have that political awareness, but we should say it so that people know that on that front as well, we can try and resist.
Yeah, I mean, I'm inspired by the resistance in the US. I'm inspired by the resistance globally. It seems as though usually when there's a decree like we're going to do this thing like a CBDC, it's inevitable. Willem thinks that these central bankers are highly networked, and I trust his position. But where I think Bitcoin has the advantage is that Bitcoin is even more highly networked. Bitcoin can coordinate better and faster than existing financial institutions. That's why it's an evolution. I'm kind of curious, what about Bitcoin makes you optimistic?
Bitcoin is very powerful. And the reason the CBDCs are being developed is because of the success of Bitcoin. Because Bitcoin showed the central bankers, the money printers, that you can have perfect digital money. But many people in the Bitcoin community make the mistake to think because Bitcoin is the best possible form of money, central bankers one day will understand and start using it. But they can't, because they can't control it, and they will never be willing to lose control over our money system voluntarily. So they will always fight it, and they will accept Bitcoin when it's marginal, when it's an alternative, only used by a few. But when Bitcoin becomes too successful, they will crush it. Here in the Netherlands, I can't buy Bitcoin with my bank account, which is connected to my business. You're not allowed to make transactions. So they will close the on and off ramps the more Bitcoin becomes successful. And then the only thing you can do is move to countries where they are not that suppressive and where there's more freedom. And that's why I always say, keep getting yourself informed by conferences like this, and be flexible, and make sure you have some money left, you have some spare money, you're able to flee to more freedom when needed.
So fleeing to freedom, jurisdictional arbitrage, obviously Bitcoin makes it easier to do that with your property. Is that the only answer? I mean, Efra, how do we fight back?
Well, I just, before I answer that, I just want to say that we need to be aware that there is the ability to program the CBDC in order to tell you what to use it for, and they are starting to do this already. We're seeing examples of how government is tying money with climate, for example, climate agenda. So Brazil and Australia are already tracking your carbon footprint in your apps, and New York governor said recently that they're starting to track your consumption habits, and we may have to have a very difficult conversation about your meat choices, right? If you can eat meat or not.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not talking specifically about Bitcoin, but I am, because everything that you won't be able to do with CBDC, you'll still be able to keep your freedom with Bitcoin. And then in the last financial summit in Paris, in June this year, Emmanuel Macron said, we need a financial shock because of climate crisis. And so they're tying political agendas into money, and this is where we're heading. And so when we want to fight back, obviously the first thing is how do we pull out of that system and start adopting. But what I'm saying is now is the money time for Bitcoin adoption, for a sharp rise in Bitcoin adoption. And this is where I'm calling, as a marketeer, I'm calling the Bitcoin community to put the metal on the pedal in order to educate people more, because there is a great awakening right now, whether we like it or not. People are waking up for different reasons, whether they understand the government is not taking care of them, from a security perspective, from a financial perspective, from a health perspective. There are many reasons for people to wake up right now and be red-pilled, and this is your time to transition them, just like I did, to become orange-pilled, because they are looking for ways to protect their wealth, even their hard-earned savings. They need somewhere to store the value, and they are not, most people are not educated about fiat, and they're not educated about what inflation does to their money, and people sitting in this room know how to explain that. And this is missing in the general population. So that's something that I'm doing in Israel, trying to raise more awareness, and in the world, to what is the current monetary system and what can we create instead of that.
Just exploring that a little bit, Everett, I think what you're highlighting there is that there's a distinction, a bit of a tension continuously between what the users of a currency want, and the users of a currency tend to like freedom, autonomy, discretion as to what they spend their money on, and what the issuers of currency want. And bluntly, the issuers of a currency want control of monetary policy and control of you. And those two forces are always in continual tension.
Yeah.
And Bitcoin is on one side and the CBDC is on the other. And I think developing that idea a little, and one way potentially of fighting back, is looking at existing examples of CBDCs in the world, and quite refreshingly, wherever they've been tried, they have so far been complete failures. So the Sands dollar in the Caribbean, for example, no one uses it, no one cares. It went offline for something like 3 or 4 months. Please fact check me on that. I don't remember the exact time, but it was just offline.
Mm-hmm.
That's intolerable. The e-Naira, I have been inspired by what's happened in Nigeria.
Yes.
I mean, the government there tried to impose this digital currency on the Nigerian population, and they just stuck 2 fingers up at them.
But that's
why
why...
just developing the idea. So I think, and then even in China, they haven't been able to have much adoption. I think the rather self-interested point that we make to politicians is, do you really want to spend a lot of time, money, and effort on something that no one will use, everyone will hate, and is going to cost you a lot of money? At the moment, they don't even have the expertise to build these kind of systems within the central banks.
But sorry, I don't agree.
Yeah, I don't agree with you either. I've seen demos.
Well, like you said, Macron said, we need a financial crisis, because when there's a huge financial crisis, they'll just send a message to all of you. You can now go to your app store, download the ECB wallet. There's €100 there. We'll all do it.
Yeah.
Because we need to buy food. No, but we'll need to buy food. But it's not about us. We are a minority. Look at this crowd. It's even smaller than last year. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
We are a minority. This is not a mass movement.
Yeah.
And they're watching us.
Yeah.
They're listening to us. But they'll change the system so it's acceptable for the 98%.
Yeah, they're saying it's cheap, fast, and secure. And you got to give it to us. CBDC is and will be cheap, fast, and secure.
And they will subsidize you with free money.
Exactly. They'll give you free money. They'll do all the propaganda and the campaigns to lure you in. They're very good at marketing.
Until you try and spend something that they don't approve.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, I think that, it's what you said earlier, the moment you realize that you need it, you need an alternative, is probably too late. So one of the things we want to try and do, I think, is encourage people to explore those alternatives before it's too late. So that when they shut your money off, when you've got your free wallet...
But never think you can escape the system. You get out of the system. Well, you can move to a very small island and become self-supporting, but that's for the fringes. But normally you need to work within the system, but there's always an escape possible within the system. I'm quite... I think you have to be smart, not fight the system. It's good to try to stop laws being made and implemented which you don't like, but that's part of the democratic system. And otherwise, just be smart. There are always escapes, there are always backdoors.
So what you're saying is within government, within CBDCs, you can always take advantage and find ways to put yourself in a favorable position. I'd probably agree with that. The area where I'm not so optimistic about CBDCs, and I'm extremely optimistic about Bitcoin being a very formidable counterforce that they can't change, is looking back at history at other disruptive technologies that have had very similar features to Bitcoin, similar to the printing press, similar to gunpowder, these things that, you know, the king can say no, but it doesn't matter because his head comes after that. So, you know, I truly think, like, the central bankers, the politicians, they're not giving us their best these days. The incentives have put the oldest, the dumbest, the laziest people there. And maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't think that they can compete with this community. The last note on our preparation for this is humanity finds a way. And for many Bitcoin believers, Bitcoin's almost like this miracle that popped up, just like that intro video said, 14 years ago, almost 15 years ago with the white paper. So I'm curious, let's end this on a positive note. Let's go back to you, Freddie. What about Bitcoin makes you optimistic? Why should people feel like, there's hope here given, everything we've experienced the last few years and what we're building here with Bitcoin?
Well, I think one of the things that gives me hope about it is one of the very few non-polarizing issues in the world. There's so many people have different views, and Bitcoin is one of the few subjects where if I can meet a Bitcoiner who has completely different political views from me, and yet we agree about certain key problems about the world and what the solutions are. And Bitcoin for me has always been an extremely hopeful thing, and fundamentally it depowers the powerful and it gives power back to you. And that's why I love it, and that's why I feel hopeful in this fight.
Efrat?
Yeah, you know where I find hope? CBDC is the booster and the accelerator for Bitcoin. That's how I see it.
Willem, you want to give us some sobriety at the end, or are you still? Is there a bright side?
Well, for me, Bitcoin makes you more flexible. So your wealth, your net worth, can be stored partially. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. But Bitcoin makes you more flexible. So it makes it easy. It's very hard to flee a country by plane carrying 10 kilos of gold. It's very easy to flee a country taking your Bitcoin with you because, it's out there in the cloud. And you just have to take the right codes with you, or the code words. So,
and Willem, unfortunately, more and more people have to flee countries these days for various reasons.
Oh, yeah. And, I was shocked. I was in Dubai during the COVID crisis. I didn't take the facts. I couldn't enter a restaurant or bar here. This is the most liberal city, they always tell me. My mother was born here. I was more free in Dubai.
Yeah.
And that really opened my eyes. And yeah.
All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much for an excellent panel, everyone. That is all we have for this one. Stick around. There's going to be an excellent talk coming up next.
Thank you.
Cheers. Great job.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Welcome back. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. We're here at Bitcoin Amsterdam, joined once again by Dylan LeClaire and Mark Goodwin. You just heard a panel on CBDCs. The headline, they're watching us, they're listening, they'll change the system, give us free money. Obviously a big topic in the latest edition of Bitcoin Magazine, the withdrawal issue. Mark, I want to go to you. CBDCs, PayPal, stablecoins, Bitcoin. What did you hear in the panel?
Yeah, I heard a lot of interesting things. I think there's a lot of implications for the trillions of dollars of highly regulated stablecoins that are about to come to the market. We're going to see central bank digital currency issued by world governments, and I think it's going to have a big impact on the Bitcoin macro market.
Dylan, over to you.
Yep, I agree there. I think they're going to try to limit the off ramps. They're going to try to control the rails. That's the only way out with the debt levels this high. They're going to do financial repression, and they're going to try to limit the rails. They're going to try to guard the off ramps.
We heard closing the doors. We heard Willem talking about that he can't even buy Bitcoin through the banking system. Is this something we're going to see more of before it gets better, Mark?
Absolutely. I think the regulatory regime is just getting started. I think they're gassing up their engines. I think we're going to see a lot of direct legislation and a lot of direct, as Dylan said, choke points on these banking systems that interact with Bitcoin.
So Dylan, how are you preparing for something like that, just as a person, in managing, not just the finance of, UTXO management, but yourself?
Bitcoin in cold storage. If you can get your hands on it, non-KYC Bitcoin, privacy is not a crime. They make you think otherwise, but this is something that everyone should evaluate by themselves and think about, because the blockchain is very much transparent, and you know that's part of the KYC regime is all of this in the bigger picture.
Well, maybe worse before it gets better. Want to also touch a little bit on what they talked about with the halving coming up. Mark, want to throw it over to you. Your thoughts? Does this maybe change, accelerate any of the momentum here from the global participants?
Sure, absolutely. I think it definitely accelerates. You know, I think it's a huge narrative, and also there's a you know a financial change. This relative issuance. You know, we're seeing it really dip below last year. Last halving was a very important one, dipping below the relative 2% issuance of the dollar and gold coming out of the ground. Now we're going to see that even cut in half again in 2024. Lining up right with the presidential election, which of course has huge implications on the global economy.
Well, we're going to throw it back to the main stage for Macro Trends with Frank Holmes. Stay here on YouTube, and Rumble will be live all day here from Bitcoin Amsterdam.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming out, and thank you for all being champions of freedom. Because Bitcoin is about freedom, and it's about private property. And if you do not have private property, you do not have private property rights, you will not have human rights. And they're deeply connected. And it's just so simple to recognize and organize your thoughts this way. My presentation is going to stay macro. I'm going to try to provoke you with some thoughts of looking at this world as a quant money managers. I'm going to walk you through a bit of the history of the creation of the first crypto mining company to go public, and the concept, and how to think about binomial models. So this is my famous disclaimer page. And before anyone invests in Bitcoin or a crypto mining company, it's so important to understand the DNA of volatility. They say that the tallest people in the world are the Dutch. They say that there's a different DNA. They have what we call this DNA also works in capital markets. So each asset class has its own DNA of volatility. And volatility can make you fearful, or it can make you extremely hopeful if you have a system to navigate through it. So as you can see, gold and the S&P have about the same daily volatility. That means 70% of the time, it is a non-event for gold or S&P to go up or down 1%, and over 10 days, plus or minus 3%. The really exciting part is when it moves up 2 standard deviations over 10 days, and the difficult spot is when it falls 10% or 3% over 10 days. But as you can see here, Bitcoin is much more volatile. Tesla is more volatile. MicroStrategy, Michael Saylor's famous company, is also much more volatile. Equity markets and gold stocks are always much more volatile than bullion. And mining is also much more volatile, crypto mining companies, than Bitcoin. And when you recognize that, you can use this DNA of volatility to your favor. So looking at the world in zeros and ones, because the internet is based on zeros and ones. And the zeros and ones actually give you a triangle. They give you an outcome. And this tree of binomials is what we live with. So when we take a look at this triangle of conflict, this conflict can be at home, it can be at work, and it can definitely be in politics. And clearly what you see with this triangle of conflict is the media loves to be the hero. And the villain are all miners, crypto miners, Bitcoin people. They're deemed to be this villain. And society is the victim. Now you can have this at home where your child wants to do something, and the mother says no, and the child runs to the father, and all of a sudden the father's to become the hero. And once that father tries to become the hero, they are now in big conflict. And it's to recognize how the media casts the villain, the victim, and government agencies. So how we are in a position when we think that we are actually the heroes and we are the victims. And society as a whole are uneducated and uninformed, and they are the victims. They will become the villains. So how does this triangle affect you from your personal life to can you quickly understand when you see conflict in the media, are they really a hero? Are they really a victim? And are they really a villain? And in these sort of volatile times that we live with, it's time to be stoic and go back to one of the greatest emperors ever, Marcus Aurelius. And one of the big breakthroughs of Marcus Aurelius in a binomial world and looking at the world is to be consumed with what you control, not with what you don't control. Now, in my experience of a gold fund manager and written books on gold and have 100,000 readers in 80 countries that read my content every week, it's interesting that when I first left Canada and moved to Texas almost half of my life ago, it was these gold funds I had an audience of gold investors. And what I found was that those gold investors actually own little gold. But they were the most vocal, and they were really just anti-government. And they missed really what the argument was, and they didn't actually make a commitment. And sometimes today, in my experience, I've seen some Bitcoiners that are very, very emotional of things they don't control and very bellicose towards others. And I believe they don't own that much Bitcoin. So one has to be able to separate what you control versus what you can't control. We can't control the weather, but we can control, do we get an umbrella, a raincoat, boots? This is what we control. And how do we control the emotions of the markets and the emotions of regulatory world coming down with these pronouncements is to step back and try to understand these dynamics of what government agencies and what politicians actually think and what they're doing. And I'm going to try to walk you through sort of a brief history of the way I look at it. I need a little help here to move this slide forward. No. Yeah. Let's go back one. There we go. I believe this whole creation of the concept of private property started with the Magna Carta in 1215 because the state owned everything, the king. And the landowners who basically owned some land, the king had the right to take away. So really the king owned everything until there was going to be a war internally. And there were little fractions around 1215 of a civil war in England in this battle of separating, and everyone thinks of just church and state. Really, it's about private property. And in that journey of creating private property were human rights. That the king didn't have the right to come in and throw you in jail. The king didn't have the right to go through what's called trial by ordeal. So this is very insignificant, but it wasn't a straight line. It's had so many ups and downs over 800 years. And so when we take a look at this binomial world, you can see common law versus civil law. Common law, civil law, common law is private property. Bitcoin, I would say, falls under private property, not state property. And when we take a look at capitalism, prospered under common law because capitalism needs to have private property and needs to have human rights. That's how it functions. Communism, no private property rights. Everything's owned by the state, so the power base goes to the top. And then we have decentralized money versus centralized money. And for centuries, decentralized money has been known as gold and silver coins. And over time, there's always been a debasement or dilution of the silver coin in particular, and the gold coin. And the same concern is today with Bitcoin and paper money. And in that journey, we see of common law being created. In the 1300s, in England, there were patent laws coming out. And one of the most famous patents that came out was from a Flemish glass blower that had a patent in England. And then the dome that's over top of the famous Florence Cathedral, the architect behind that, Brunelleschi, he received a patent. So the idea and the concept of property rights and what the Medicis did is interesting because they functioned under a world of civil law. They started creating separation of state law and civil law, and they created what were letters of credit, which we use today, a banking system, holding companies, that idea of separating and creating something private. An important concept, and the idea that interest rates, all of a sudden you could pay people, and it wasn't a usury charge, if you allowed the citizens to earn money if they bought soldiers to protect from the city-state wars, and that led to the evolution of the bond market. But during this whole period, we've seen the growth in communism. And this is the Frankfurt School in the 60s, and they realized that you couldn't basically force communism in America, and many nations in Europe and Canada, because we respected a great business person. And that great singer, that great athlete, that person that has some significant gift were allowed to make a lot of money, and that money could turn around and buy other things, and they had private property and they had human rights. So what they went out with was a model to infiltrate schools and just look for inequalities. That their idea would be the hero, and it was somehow sued where the bad guy versus the good guy to protect, and it was always a methodology to strip away assets. And it's been very successful. It's been very successful for what we deal with today with political correctness and what we do what they love to call now in America wokeism. This whole thought process is all actually started a long time ago. Common law started over 800 years ago. And it's not been a straight line. And so we just go through these pendulum swings, and the important part is how do you sit back? How do you stand back and say, what do I control and what do I not control, and how do I navigate through this? So we see the World Economic Organization, the World Economic Forum is becoming the bad organization, NGO for not good organization, because of this sort of righteous way, and actually it's just civil law to come in to dictate for everyone in the world. But they have tremendous reach, that how the head of the World Economic Forum can go and spend 3 hours with a major, the executive of a major American agency. When businesses in America, the CEO can't spend 3 hours with that agency. And how they're trying to dictate a lot of policies. And the World Economic Forum now wants to turn around for countries to give them the right to shut down your country if someone at the top of the World Economic Organization deems this is a global crisis. That one person has tremendous power. Go back in time, that is state power, that is civil law. So we all know this guy well. But there's always this imbalance, and I learned this in the world of gold. There will always be imbalances between government policies. As you can see here, it's a binomial model. Government policies are either monetary or fiscal. Monetary is either interest rates or money supply, and fiscal is tax and regulations and spend. So you see this growth of a binomial model takes complexity and simplifies it for us to digest it. And what you see here is that there'll always be imbalances. And I have found that the greater the imbalance in that country's policies, the more significant gold has been as an asset class. Until along came Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is part of the demographics, innovation, and the new digital world. That it is a balancing factor when you have big imbalances between any government's monetary and fiscal policy. And then we have the great adoption. And my best metaphor of a great adoption and Metcalfe's law are Andy Warhol paintings. Then when the paintings first came out, they were $1,000. They went to $250,000. And they came out, and all you needed to have was adoption. At first, many people said Andy Warhol's crazy, his art's bizarre, he deals with a counterculture. And over time, the adoption took place with a limited supply each year of Mao, just a different color. Those pieces of art took off. And I believe it's so important for us to embrace the adoption. So decentralized versus centralized assets, art and paper money is decentralized, gold is decentralized, and Bitcoin is decentralized. Hive, I could not start in 2017 an ETF in Bitcoin. And still to this day in America, it's not happened. And I realized that, so I was fortunate enough to be able to be a co-founder in the creation of the first crypto mining company. And that's Hive Blockchain, and the whole management team is here. And you can meet the management team and you can talk about what we've done, but we've been innovators. We recycle heat from one building to the other 5 times greater, using hydroelectricity to mine Bitcoin and then recycle it to heat a building that makes whirlpools. And next is to build greenhouses. So this concept of innovation is so important in this crypto ecosystem. And Hive is very proud about having the most efficient, highest average Bitcoin per hash rate, and also the lowest G&A per petahash. But the future is the Lightning Network. The Lightning Network is a key component of the future. And the Lightning Network attracts intellectual capital, and it needs money. So Hive is investing in protocols such as ordinals that use the best distributed network in the world. Something like 40,000 nodes, 13,000 active, and there's only 250 countries. Talk about a decentralized world. And now all of a sudden, the most important part for something to grasp the world is culture of art. And art and using the Bitcoin, the safest permissionless network in the world, is so important to attract other adopters. And we had Satoshis, and we found out that we have Satoshis, and there's 100 million Satoshis per Bitcoin. And we had 250 that had a value of 1 penny, and we said those special numbers were worth $250,000. So if you limit the supply of Bitcoin, it goes up, and all of a sudden now you're discovering that if you limit the number and you have special number Satoshis, they go up like Andy Warhol art. It's about adoption. It's about bringing in an inclusive world of other people to use this. But it's not that all governments are bad. It's that there'll be big imbalances. And to remember that private property is the key to human rights. And the last part of this whole future growth is AI. AI of how we build our facilities, AI of how we mine which coins, and AI of what we're building out our data centers. So we're the first to buy our own data centers, and now we're building out rapidly our AI protocols. But it doesn't matter right now. All the crypto mining companies are stuck in a basket maybe run by Citadel. And they pivot and move by the minute with the price of Bitcoin. If Bitcoin is up, we're all up. Bitcoin is down, we're all down. And the differentiator is those companies that have the biggest HODL or those companies that have the biggest exahash. And that's where you get a difference in market cap valuations. But day in, day out, minute by minute, it's all off of Bitcoin pricing. And to me, in the world coming from gold, gold dictates all the other commodities price movement. So if gold is in a bear market, it impacts others. If Bitcoin is in a bear market, it impacts the whole ecosystem. So stay bullish on the Bitcoin. Understand, don't become emotionally caught up in attacking governments, attack policies. And I think you'll be a lot healthier. Bring your umbrella when it's raining, have your raincoat, have your rubber boots, and don't complain about the rain, because with the rain comes beautiful plants. And keep investing in our infrastructure, and may you all be blessed with an abundance of health and happiness.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Chris, and I'm a core engineer at Blockstream, working at the Lightning team. And I'm really excited today to talk to you about a project I've been working on for the last couple of months, years. Well, these are not my slides. But let's get started anyway without the slides. So as I said, I'm working on the Lightning team at Blockstream, and Lightning isn't the easiest topic to talk about. So just to get the temperature of the room, how many people are using Lightning right now? Okay. How many of you are using a non-custodial wallet? Fewer. How many of you don't even know if it's custodial or non-custodial? That's also an option. Okay. Of those who are using custodial wallets, non-custodial wallets, how easy was it to set up? Did you have any trouble? Raise your hand if it was easy peasy and you did not have any issues whatsoever. Okay, okay. Still quite a few Lightning experts in the room. So when a user joins the Lightning Network, the first question they get asked is non-custodial or custodial? Well, many people actually choose to go custodial first because, well, they're new to Lightning and they still have a long way to go for Lightning for them to learn all of the intricacies of Lightning. If only I could have my slides. Yeah, and so non-custodial setups are what we want users to use, right? They have maximum privacy, they have maximum security, and we have a trust minimized solution. Problem is, they come with a lot of technical details you as a user have to learn before you can use it efficiently. That's why many users choose to go for a custodial solution, right? It's an easy setup. The user experience is excellent, and, well, you couldn't do any better. The same goes for developers as well. We often choose to integrate with custodial wallets simply because they provide us with an API. However, these custodial solutions come with the downside of actually having to trust a third party. So they're not trust minimized. They are very much trusted setups, and you also lose the privacy. So at Blockstream, we talked to a lot of developers, and one of the recurring themes that came up over and over and over again was, is there a way to make integrating with Lightning easier, onboarding users easier into Lightning and Bitcoin, but without compromising on the security of and privacy of that are possible with Lightning? And the answer is yes. We found a solution where we can offer users a system that is both trust minimized, non-custodial, hosted, and easy to integrate. And this system is called Greenlight. This is the project I have been working on for the last couple of months, together with an excellent team, some of whom are present today. And this system is a hosted, non-custodial Lightning node as a service. So you as, oh, perfect. Let me skip ahead to this was the slide I was looking for. So Blockstream Greenlight is a Lightning node as a service offering by Blockstream that allows you as user or developer to spin up a Lightning node on demand in a matter of seconds. As developers, you can integrate with the Lightning node as if it were just another API you were calling, making it very, very easy for you to integrate with Lightning. So what we have here is the best of both worlds, right? The users are in full and exclusive control over all of their funds, and at the same time, it's a hosted solution, freeing developers from having to bundle a Lightning node with their own application, learn about their, how to automate the Lightning node, and as so often happens, not sort of throw the application over the wall, give it to the users, and then we don't help them anymore, leaving the users stranded. So some of you may ask, so how can we have a hosted solution that is non-custodial? After all, if the node is running on Blockstream servers, how can it be that the user is still in full and exclusive control? And this is the core innovation we brought to the table with Greenlight, is a rethinking of how Lightning nodes are set up, how Lightning nodes are operated, and how Lightning nodes are managed. The end-to-end verification that we implemented ensures that whatever happens with your funds, you will have to sign off on it. You will independently verify that it actually matches your intent, and only if it does, you will sign off on it. And this works relatively easy. So we split the node in 3 parts. We have a client. Think of it like your phone, essentially running an app. You have the node in the middle. This part is running on the Blockstream servers. And on the right-hand side, we have the signers. The signers are essentially just a wallet that is running on your device. It is the only part in the entire system that will ever touch your keys. And when you want to, for example, pay an invoice, what happens is that the client on the left-hand side has an identity. It is in your hands as a user, and you as a user will initiate an operation with those funds. It will then call the node which is running on our infrastructure. The node will take that command. It will verify it is from somebody who is authorized to perform this operation, and it will compute the state changes it needs. If those state changes touch any of your funds, well, then we need to have a signature from the signer, because remember, we don't have the keys. So what we do is we send the request bundled with the entire context to the signer, and the signer can independently verify, yes, this is Christian who wanted to perform this payment, and yes, we have the funds, and yes, the node actually computed correctly that we subtract some funds here and we add them here. And this is the core innovation of Greenlight, making it possible by splitting a node apart to run in a non-custodial setup and having us help developers by providing an API, help developers by helping them debug their applications, and take the user by the hand and guiding them through the setup, through the onboarding process. Because so far, our approach at onboarding users has been relatively backwards, right? We've told new users, hey, you have to learn about Bitcoin, you have to learn about Lightning. It's a very complex system, and only then are you allowed to reap the benefits of using Lightning. Not with us. With us, you sign up in a matter of seconds, your nodes are running in a matter of seconds, and you can immediately see how easy it is to use Lightning. And once you've learned, now is the time to upgrade your experience and learn about Lightning and offboard into your own infrastructure, which is an option we offer. So the announcement today is Greenlight is basically open for business. Right now, you can go to greenlight.blockstream.com, sign up for the developer console, and inside of the developer console, you can download the certificates you need to access and create nodes on the system. We are calling on developers and companies wanting to integrate with Lightning, whether they're small individual hackers just wanting to build a hobbyist project, to small to medium businesses wanting to build the next big app integrated with Lightning and wanting to start onboarding users, getting out there, developing your dream application without the overhead of having to learn Lightning. We are still working on the pricing model, but what is important for us right now is that we have a very, very generous free tier that we want to extend to all people who sign up right now. When signing up, you get a certificate that allows you to register up to 1,000 nodes. This is more than sufficient for even the most prolific hacker, and should be sufficient for small to medium businesses in the short term. If your needs exceed these 1,000 nodes, please come to talk to us. We're very interested in learning what you are looking for, what your requirements are, and we will make sure that your needs are served. So in a world where convenience often comes at the expense of security, Greenlight is a new point in this trade-off. Greenlight provides us with both security, because the user is in a full and exclusive control of their funds, and convenience, because we, Blockstream, run the infrastructure, run all of the difficult parts. We run the databases, we run the nodes, we run the watchtowers. You don't have to worry about anything. Speaking of community, we are working with a validating Lightning Signer project. This is a project that has independently built a signer, and this is the basis for our signer. In conjunction with the VLS team, we are also working on building out support for hardware wallets for Lightning. So this is a big feature many people have asked for is, hey, I'd like to upgrade my security by not having keys lying around on phones and laptops. I would like to have hardware wallets. And the validating Lightning Signer team and the Greenlight team are collaborating really closely to make that a reality. So this is your invitation. Join us today in building the next chapter of the Lightning Network. Greenlight is your first step to getting your users, getting your app on the Lightning Network, and empowering new users for financial independence. This is a QR code that will lead you to greenlight.blockstream.com. It might not work on every camera, I'm being told. So, but you might wonder, why is it called Greenlight? Well, because initially we just wanted to enable the Green Wallet, also by Blockstream, to integrate with Lightning in an easy and usable fashion. But we found that it is indeed so easy to integrate that it would be a shame not to share this innovation with all of you guys. And so Greenlight was born as an individual project. With the help of Greenlight, the Green team was able, in a matter of a couple of months, just by adding our client library into their application, to add Lightning support very easily. And Blockstream Green Lightning will come out of beta soon, but more on that later on. But it's not just our apps. Like I said, we are looking to empower all developers to make use of the Lightning Network, to reap the benefits of Lightning. And so one of our other partners that we are working very closely together is Breeze. Breeze is one of the most popular non-custodial wallets. So far, they bundled the nodes with their wallet itself. The downside of that is that to do so, you actually have to be a Lightning expert. You have to know how to automate all of the functionality. And so they decided to switch to Greenlight because we can take on much of that management, much of that infrastructure cost for them. And all they had to do was use our client library to talk to our servers. On top of that, on top of the Breeze wallet migrating to Greenlight, they are also building out the Breeze SDK. The Breeze SDK wraps our client library and adds features such as LSP support, such as LNURL and swaps. All very important things that are very accessible thanks to their API, which, if you use, you're actually using Greenlight underneath the covers. So, join the green closed beta for the Lightning support. These are the QR codes you need to get. You need to get the app. Tell us what you think, and please give us a try. I promise you, we're very friendly. Thank you very much. This has been my presentation. I'm afraid we don't really have time for questions, but I will be around in the hallway track, so hit me up and I'll answer any question you might have. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming over for this talk and to Amsterdam. I don't know if you know this. It's a fun fact, but Amsterdam has been actually trying this new currency. It's called CBD, and you can buy it very inexpensively and in huge quantities in the local coffee shops. And apparently, it's much harder currency than CBDC. So. But we are not here for that. We are here for something a bit different. I'm just wondering what kind of support we have here, because I assume you know who we are. Could you please raise your hand if you are a Trezor user? OK, pretty cool. So the way I see it, there are two types of Trezor users anyway, the ones that already have the device and the ones that will get one soon. Anyway, so this is a Bitcoin conference, so you very well know Bitcoin has been around for the 15 years, and we will celebrate that. And we, as a company, have actually been for the full 2/3 of its journey, protecting its users and making the user experience better. 10 years ago, we invented the first hardware wallet. But those 10 years ago, we have done also something else. So a bit of a rhetorical question, but what do you think this gibberish represents? So if you were guessing a Wi-Fi password from this venue, might have been, but not exactly where I'm headed with the story. This is actually an example of a Bitcoin private key. And that's the stuff that gets safely stored in hardware wallets. And now, this is something by nature that is very difficult to read and difficult to write. And those 10 years ago, we translated this into something that is, on the other hand, very easy to read and very easy to write down. And we invented a way that you can back up the private keys. And as such, the concept of a seed phrase was invented, and now is used by truly millions of users. And not just the hardware wallet users, but also the software wallet users. So those 10 years ago, we invented the first hardware wallet, but we've been doing a lot of other cool things. For example, we introduced CoinJoin to all our users through the Trezor Suite. We added Tor protection in Trezor Suite. We also invented something we called Shamir Backup, which is an advanced form of protecting over a seed phrase. And now, while we do claim a lot of the first, most, and best of the self-custody market, there is, I believe, something far more important that we have done for Bitcoin and all of its users, all of you. And it's the fact that everything that we can possibly do in open source way, we do it. And that has been extremely impactful for two main reasons. So number one, all our code, everything that we produced, has been being checked by hundreds of security experts around the world that help us to make our products better and more secure. And secondly, because we share all these innovations with the world, hundreds of companies, literally all our competitors, have been using these innovations in their products, and therefore, again, millions of users has been interacting with them and basically on a daily basis. So we as a company have this mantra that we really stand proudly by, and that's the fact that self-custody stands on three main pillars. Security. Obviously, we are a security company, so it's really deeply in our DNA. But also privacy. We like to say, as an example, that the safest user data is the one that we, as a company, don't have at all, unless we are legally required to do so. And the third pillar, usability. User experience, intuitiveness, all those things are extremely important in the whole self-custody. Otherwise, users couldn't really enjoy it and interact with hardware wallets every day. Now, why even bother with self-custody, right? Why we need self-custody? There's actually a very specific number why, and it's this. More than $4 billion worth of Bitcoin and altcoins got actually stolen through all kinds of hacks from exchanges and all kinds of custodians over the last 15 years of Bitcoin's existence. Now, it is a statistic, of course, but imagine, it's your car, your house, or perhaps your kid's tuition. Because now, or then, let's say, it gets, very, very personal. So out of all the people in the world, there is roughly 420 million crypto users. I know, this is a Bitcoin conference. I specifically say crypto users because these newcomers coming to the industry can't even tell the difference between crypto and Bitcoin. And out of all those people, less than 2%, or actually 1 in 40, are taking the security of their private keys seriously by storing them in hardware wallets. And by the way, the number of those 420 million crypto users is expected to double or even triple over the next 3 to 4 years, or as we hope, in the next bull market, over the next bull market. So what are we going to do about this? What are we going to do about this? We believe we have to make security more accessible. And that's why today we would like to present a new range of products that are exactly targeted at these newcomers coming to the space. Today, we are unveiling the range of products, the range of hardware wallets that we call Trezor Safe. And today, we are unveiling the first product that we called Trezor Safe 3. Here it is.
As we kicked off the design phase of our new Trezor Safe 3, our mission was crystal clear: to create a wallet that is intuitively easy to use, affordable for many, and meets the needs of the increasingly diverse crowds entering the crypto space. Protect your crypto offline using a hardware wallet for secure self-custody. Secure element and passphrase for bulletproof security. 10 years of keeping our users' crypto safe with 100% transparent, independently audited and trusted code. Manage all your digital assets, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, and over 7,000 more. Trade, save, and transact using the Trezor Suite app. Bright OLED display for clear, easy, and secure hands-on verification. Available in 4 premium colors: Solar Gold, Stellar Silver, Galactic Rose, and Cosmic Black. Safeguarding your crypto is now easier than ever.
I wanted to ask what do you think, but I think I got the question. I got the answer. So thank you very much. Let's go over some of the key features of Trezor Safe 3. The device includes and features secure element for additional layer of protection against physical attacks. So in case your hardware wallet gets stolen or somehow is accessed by the attackers physically, the secure element makes it truly more difficult for them to extract any secrets from this. It's important to note, however, that secure elements are not silver bullet, as we have been saying for many years, and passphrase are the superior protection. And we still recommend to our users to use passphrases because those are not stored on any of these chips and therefore cannot be extracted. It's also, let me also note here, this is not the secure element that we have been, perhaps working on with other partner company. Those will be developed in the future and will be featured in all our future models. Now, we are known for hardware, right? We are, of course, hardware wallet manufacturers, but we invest massive amounts of energy, passion, and resources into developing software as well. And Trezor Safe 3, of course, goes with Trezor Suite, which is our companion app, in very beautiful minimalistic design. And as the name suggests, it truly is a collection of different apps and services, such as buy, sell, exchange, DCA. You basically can do all those things that you would otherwise do, perhaps on not so safe exchange. And you can do it with the protection of the hardware wallet in Trezor Suite, and you can enjoy it on desktop, web, and mobile application. Shockingly, we also added a USB-C type connector to model Trezor Safe 3. It comes in 4 beautiful colors and 4 beautiful names. So there's one more thing, or there's a couple more things that we actually added. So Trezor Safe 3 is our first entry-level hardware wallet that comes with Shamir backup. Again, Shamir backup is an advanced form of protection of your seed phrase, where you can split the seed phrase into multiple shares, keep them completely offline, and completely KYC-free, if you know what I mean. And because the private keys and their backups are the cornerstone of the security, we actually invented a completely new range of products that we call Trezor Keep. And that's exactly what this is supposed to do, to keep the backup of your private keys safe. The first product in the range we called Trezor Keep Metal, and here it is.
We wanted to come up with a solution that ensures safe backup and recovery of your crypto while making it mistake-proof. It had to be resistant to fire, water, acids, impact, but also to human error. We came up with a solution that is straightforward, simple, easy, offering unparalleled peace of mind. Safeguard your wealth for retirement, your family, or a rainy day. Ensure your crypto is secure with unmatched protection against fire, water, acids, and impact, and with tamper-evident stickers. Simplify your backup with easy 4-letter entry, a pre-marking pen to eliminate mistakes, a high-quality spring-loaded punching tool, and with an extra convenient paper seat for even easier crypto recovery. Ultimate resistance with aerospace-grade stainless steel and a sleek black surface treatment for improved corrosion resistance, and with a rubber O-ring for additional water protection. Safeguarding your crypto is now easier than ever.
We built Trezor Keep Metal as the most user-friendly seed phrase storage solution on the market. It truly is super easy to use because there are no conversion tables or anything like that. You just simply punch in the letters and the words directly into the steel, and it really is very easy to use. We also made it extremely durable. Of course, that's very, very important. The heaviest option actually weighs up to a half a kilo. and it truly is very heavy. I was kind of lucky my pens didn't fall down during this presentation. And it's also very, very beautiful. It has very minimalistic design, and we like to say it is the most user-friendly seed phrase storage solution in the market that you also want to look at. And if you put it like that, it even rhymes. It comes in 3 options as a single seed version for 12 or 24 words, or as Shamir backup for 20 words and multiple shares. Now, we have one more thing for you today. I know, again, this is a Bitcoin conference. I've said the crypto word many times, but here's Stick, one of our founders, with a message for all of you.
Here's to all Bitcoin hodlers, diamond hands, shrimps, crabs, whales, and OGs. In 2013, Slash and I created the world's first Bitcoin hardware wallet. 10 years later, our drive to democratize Bitcoin security is stronger than ever. As we celebrate this 10-year journey, we are thrilled to introduce the Bitcoin-only Trezor. It comes with Bitcoin-only firmware and is available in a humble variety of Bitcoin, not crypto, orange color.
Bitcoin has the potential to empower individuals in underprivileged communities. However, these very communities frequently lack access to reliable information about it. To help change this, we are allocating €21 from each sale of the limited edition Bitcoin-only Trezor to support our Bitcoin education initiative in Africa.
Thank you for all your support so far, and here's to many happy halvings to come.
The Trezor Safe 3 Bitcoin-only edition is a limited edition, to celebrate those 10 years of us as a company being around and protecting you as users. Only 2013 pieces will be produced, and every €21 from every order will be donated to our Bitcoin education initiatives in Africa. By the way, we have a talk about this tomorrow at 2:15 on the orange stage, so if you are passionate about the topic, please come and join us. So, I know what you're thinking, how much and when, right? So, the Trezor Safe 3 retails at €79 or dollars, and is available right now for the order on our site, and the shipping starts mid-November of this year. Trezor Key Metal comes in various options, but starts at $99 or euros. And again, you can order it right now, and the shipping starts mid-November. So welcome to Trezor Safe and Trezor Keep family. We have been making Bitcoin and crypto more secure for the past 10 years, but trust me when I say this, we are just getting started. We are here to make crypto security easy for everyone. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, and we're here again at the Bitcoin Magazine live desk at Bitcoin Amsterdam, broadcasting on YouTube, Twitter, Rumble, joined by a new round of special guests. To my left, Isabella Santos, host of Bitcoin Backstage podcast. To her right, Jack Lee, managing partner at HCM Capital. We just heard Trezor announce the Safe 3 wallet, a special orange halving edition. They're donating the proceeds to Africa. An exciting announcement here. Want to talk about self-custody. We were talking backstage about the challenges of onboarding Bitcoin users. Isabella, would love for you to speak to your experience with self-custody as an educator. How do you deal with this difficult topic?
Well, all I got to say is that third-party services have done us dirty, so not your keys, not your coins. And even though that is a very complicated topic, to be your own bank, I think we're in an era where we can be our own bank and in charge of our own money that we have made. And me, a user of cold wallets, I do like this new announcement because he says it's less complicated. So I'm down to try because I've had my complications with the cold hardware wallets. How about you?
Yeah, Sam. At the beginning, always, just like 100 or 100 more years ago, people didn't know how to use electricity and think it's dangerous, right? Risky. Then I think it's always the path to, right? More manufacturer and supplier that give us more easier to use.
So Jack, what are your tips when you onboard a family member, you're onboarding a friend, you tell them to go to self-custody, how do you manage that interaction?
Actually my path is that even including myself at the beginning, even you go to exchange, which of course is not a good way, but get an easier path to try to get some of your Bitcoin or some even shitcoin, and at least it's good to try. And later right, owning Bitcoin is good, and also you cannot put in the exchange too long. Then, so more education always, right?
Well, speaking about onboarding new users, obviously in a bit of a bear market here, up from 19K, where last year at Bitcoin Amsterdam, that was the price, 26K today. Would love for you both to speak about why are you still excited about Bitcoin? Why are you expecting to see another bull market or expecting a return in market confidence? Jack, what are you looking for?
Yeah, right, the current geopolitical tension and macroeconomic, we are living in a kind of a broken money era, right? So we know the U.S. dollar will collapse in not long later.
We'll get you on a firm prediction on that later.
Yeah, so I mean, the best way is to hold Bitcoin, just like people, even some country like the BRICS. I mean, maybe they are holding more gold than U.S. dollar, right? So same. I mean, for the younger generation, for us living in the digital era, I think digital gold will be the better solution even than gold.
With institutional investors, you talked about that geopolitical instability. Is that something they're thinking about now, and do they see Bitcoin in that context?
Of course, for most of the institution or even for VC, I don't think they look at that too long. However, being a Bitcoiner, so for example, over the last 3 years, I studied much more this kind of financial market and the monetary system and the geopolitical, those things, even including those what Ray Dalio talk about, the long-term debt cycle, those kind of things. So we know this is going to happen, right? So we think, even Bitcoin is the better investment instrument than equity, because the equity is still denominated in dollars, for example.
Well, Isabella, you're famous for your man-on-the-street interviews, obviously with FTX in the headlines, SBF. How are those interviews today? When you talk to the average person on the street, what do they tell you about Bitcoin?
All I got to say is we're still early. The people on the street view Bitcoin and they generalize it with crypto. They think it's something bad. And having an education channel like Bitcoin Backstage and offering them away that Bitcoin is like the GoDaddy of all Bitcoins. It's the first cryptocurrency out there and it's the best one. I think all the other ones have tried to copy Bitcoin in a way and made it worse.
Well, much more to come. We'll be hearing from more on the main stage. Still to come, Stella Assange, Balaji Srinivasan, and Ed Snowden. Stay tuned to Bitcoin Amsterdam.
Hello. Hello, Amsterdam. Very happy to be here. So let's see, it's queued up. Good. It's 1872 and the world is about to change. An American telegraph company is going to change the way commerce is done in the US. It has figured out a way, by using their existing technology as well as the access to liquidity they have, to deliver payments across the whole country instantly. And thus, Western Union just created the wire transfer technology. 150 years later, and some bells and whistles, and it's basically what the global payments technology is running on today. And I believe it's ready for a change. So that is what we're going to be talking about today. Any new technology, any revolutionary technology has the following features. It is slow to get adopted at first, but then once it reaches critical mass, it gets adopted surprisingly quickly. It gets adopted like wildfire. There's a very good reason for this. First of all, it's challenging the status quo of how things are done. But more importantly than that, it requires that we get new knowledge in. We need to acquire new knowledge to do something revolutionary. And this is hard in itself. But then once we have this knowledge, it requires something even harder, which is we need to internalize it, and it's going to demand a change of mindset. And a change of mindset is really difficult. And it's really difficult because it challenges the way we view the world. It means we change, and we thought the world was one way, but now it's another. And we have to figure out how to marry these two concepts in our head. And if my business gets affected by this change, by this new world, then it's even worse. I can't see it. So rarely does revolutionary change come from within the industry that's going to get disrupted. It just doesn't happen. It's psychologically too hard. And here we go. Sorry about that. Psychologically, it's just too hard to grapple with this. And so what do we need? We need outsiders. And outsiders are the ones that actually don't have any preconception of how things should work or how they do work. And they're able to change things. And they're able to change things because they're just looking at a problem. And they're solving for a problem. And if this problem, A, gets solved, B, it's proven that it's solved, and then C, even harder still, it is a problem worth solving for, then we get wildfire adoption. And we get wildfire adoption because it improves our lives so much. And not only does it improve our lives, it does something else. It brings the world closer. It makes it smaller, if you will. And so some of these examples we can see throughout history. And this is the first example I chose, the Industrial Revolution with the steel mill. And that is some of the quotes that you could hear during those days, right? Machines will degrade the quality of our goods and erode the value of human craftsmanship. You know, there's a resistance against the technology. And yeah, you know, probably the quality of goods wasn't as good as the best tailor of the time, if we're talking about clothes. But it democratized clothes for everybody. And instead of eroding the value of human craftsmanship became a premium product. Not only that, the same technology that was used for the mills was used to create the steamboats. And this made our world smaller. It connected us. Second example, telephone. And here we see Western Union again. Only this side on the other side. This telephone has too many shortcomings to be seriously considered as a means of communication. The device is inherently of no value to us. Why? Because they were running the telegram. It challenged their business. It's difficult to accept change when it challenges your livelihood. Luckily for Western Union, they had set up this wire transfer mechanism, and we see them alive today. And finally, we get this gem with regards to the internet. By 2004, 5 or so, it will become clear that the Internet's impact on the economy has been no greater than the fax machines. Paul Krugman. Now, is he just dumb? Probably not. I'm going to guess not. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt. But what's happening? His world was changing, and he didn't know it. The metrics and the mindset with which he approached problems did not work in his world because it already changed. And this new technology that is the Internet is still going on today. And now it's asking us to change again. The Internet has been a great equalizer. It has been a great boon for humanity. We now have products and services at prices that were previously unheard of. But it's creating challenges. And the challenges is that as our products and services go digital, their value is decreasing. And so how do I pay for smaller and smaller amounts of value that I'm receiving? And more importantly, if I'm the one delivering these products, these services, how do I charge for smaller and smaller and smaller amounts of value? Well, right now, it's easy. You can't. Right now, our payment systems are not good enough. And so what has happened is we come up with these imperfect monetization models, like the ad revenue model. So you are the product. We have the prepayment model, which is the you will never see this money again model. That's what I call it. And then we have the subscription model, which is choose the 5 things you actually like model. Because we get subscription fatigue, and at some point we can't continue to do this. And so the Internet is demanding better payment systems. And in Lightning and with Bitcoin, that is what we're delivering on. At our company, IBEX, what we see every day and what we deal with every day is this Lightning network, which we view it as a settlement network, fundamentally, and a hyper-efficiency settlement network, which is going to allow for unprecedented things for us to do. And it's so efficient, and it's so much better than was there before, that there's actually no competition. There's zero. The only problem we have it's requiring a changing in mindset. It is a changing paradigm. Because what's used to work and how payments work, global payments, is that the most efficient way to send money globally is to group it into as large a transaction as I can to then send it out. Now, Lightning is the other way around. The smaller the payment, the smaller the amount of value I need to transfer, the more efficient I am. And this is very interesting because as I see it, it's very similar to the paradigm shift in the 70s and 80s with computing, when we went from batch transaction or instruction processing to real-time processing. And a lot of what we're seeing here today and the streaming that's going on today does not happen without real-time processing. And the change when we go to real-time financial processing is going to be even more profound. The new businesses that this is going to enable, we can't even fathom, and it's necessary. So for example, IoT, an industry constantly challenged by how to monetize. And they can't monetize because the value that you would need is too little. The value that you need to transfer. But now we have a way, and Lightning is that way. And furthermore, down the line, we have AI. Now, AI is really interesting because we're getting a lot of large language models out there. And right now, they're all independent. But at some point, LLMs are going to want to start communicating with each other. But to communicate with each other, they're going to have to need to deliver value with each other. But this value is measured in compute cycles. And how do you pay for a compute cycle, for a single compute cycle on demand? Right now, you can't. With Lightning and Bitcoin, you can. And that is the revolution that we're going to be seeing in payments and in settlement. Because our technology so far has not been good enough. But enough about dreaming a little bit about the future. What's going on today? Well, if you were in Miami, you may have heard me announce our partnership with Grupo Salinas. And at first, we basically gave them the functionality for Lightning, and they got integrated into their Total Play product, which is their internet and cable service. But now, as of this month, they have launched in their BaaS app. And this brings Lightning and the power to purchase Bitcoin to 11 million Mexicans. But what's more interesting is that the power of Lightning is that now this gives them access to a global marketplace. And this is how it looks. And we're very proud to have made this announcement and that now so many new people are onboarded into Bitcoin and the Lightning Network. And finally, what does this all have to do with remittance? Well, I argue the real revolution is that we're not going to be talking about remittances because everything is going to be payments. There's going to be no distinction on the type of value transfer between a remittance and just a payment, or a payment between machines and humans, human to human, machine to machine. There's one thing here that we're solving for, and that is the instant value, the instant transfer of value globally at any scale. And so, thank you very much for your time. I hope you enjoyed the talk, and see you soon.
Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I can see all of you very well, so I'm going to be looking out into the audience and see who I recognize. I'm D++, and I am a Bitcoin educator. I'm also a professor of Bitcoin. And today I'm here to talk about my favorite thing ever. Can anybody guess what that is? Bitcoin. We're going to talk about Bitcoin. I have been tasked with a tall order, and that is answering the question, what is Bitcoin? Now, this is actually kind of a challenging question to answer. And the reason for this is because Bitcoin is multidisciplinary. It's a puzzle comprised of distinct pieces from distinct fields of study. But in our hyper-specialized world, it's rare to come across a person who has expertise in even more than one particular field. Now, if I were to ask all of you in the audience, what is Bitcoin? I might get as many answers as there are you. And that is because Bitcoin means different things to different people. Bitcoin is a mirror in this regard, in that it reflects back to you things about yourself, things that you're interested in, things that you hold dear, and even your own morals. So speaking of all of you, let's get acquainted. How many of you would say you're newer to Bitcoin? Okay, and how many of you are Bitcoin OGs? You've been in the trenches, you're veterans, you were there for the fork wars. This is not your first cycle. Okay, and how many of you are somewhere in between? All right. Now, how many of you are technologists, meaning you program or you work in tech? And how many of you are not in a technical field? Okay, so like half and half. How many of you mine Bitcoin? That can be mining at home or mining at scale. All right, well, it's wonderful that you're all here. I'm so excited to dive into this topic of what is Bitcoin. Now, we mentioned that Bitcoin is multidisciplinary. While Bitcoin, of course, is part computer science and cryptography, it's also part game theory. It's also part network effects. While it's part monetary policy, economics, and finance, it's also part philosophy. It's also part energy. And it's also part memes. And it's part all of us, the humans who use it. Now, the problem is, if you were to zoom too far into one of these parts, you run the risk of missing Bitcoin entirely. For example, if you were to go looking for Bitcoin in its code base on the GitHub repository, you might miss what Bitcoin actually is. So what is Bitcoin? If we zoom out, which I recommend doing, from a bird's eye view, in 3 words, Bitcoin is money. Bitcoin is money. Bitcoin is money. Okay, so, but to answer the question, what is Bitcoin, we must first answer the question, what is money? The majority of us spend our waking hours working to procure this thing that so few of us have actually stopped to wonder, what actually is it? Our school was of little help because very few of us learned what money was in school. And we didn't learn what money was on the job either. So, what is money? Money is a mechanism that facilitates trade between 2 parties who don't know each other and who don't trust one another. So let's think of an example. Imagine Bob doesn't know me and doesn't trust me, but he has a cow that I want, and that cow required work, required effort for him to raise to maturity. It was costly for him to raise this cow, and he put a lot of time and effort and love into him. So if I don't have anything that Bob wants, which is to say we don't have a double coincidence of wants. What can I give him in exchange for that cow? What can I give him that will store value across time and space? Well, that thing that Bob wants is money. Bob wants money. So would Bob, for example, accept a huge pile of dirt in exchange for his cow? How many think yes? How many think no? Probably not. And why? Dirt did not require any work to procure. And Bob's cow did. So Bob wants something in exchange that also required work. Dirt also isn't scarce. So what are some of the other properties that money must have if Bob is to give up his beloved cow? Let's ask the audience. Fungibility, that's a weird word. It means interchangeability, right? So one unit is interchangeable for another unit. What other properties should Bob's money have? Durability. It better not disintegrate after he exchanges his cow for this money. What else? Scarce. It needs to be scarce. Bob worked so hard to raise that cow, so he wants something that's fungible, that's scarce, and that's durable. Are there any other properties that Bob wants for his money? Well, it needs to not be easily counterfeit, and it needs to be verifiable. How about portable and divisible? So throughout thousands of years, humans have converged upon forms of money that have optimized for these properties that we just described. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, the money in my bank account doesn't actually have all of those properties. So for one, the money in our bank accounts did not require human effort to be produced. It required effort to be earned. But there was no effort that went into the production of those monetary units. Now, in theory, this form of money that has value not because it required work, but because the issuer says it has value. Because the issuer gives it value by decree. This form of money could, in theory, work. But the root problem with conventional currency is all the trust that's required to make it work. The central bank must be trusted not to debase the currency, but the history of fiat currencies is full of breaches of that trust. And what did those breaches of that trust lead to? What are some examples of what those breaches of trust might cause? Inflation. What else? Wars. Because the only way to pay for war at scale on a global level is through the dishonest and secretive debasement of the monetary supply itself. So these little debasement problems of money turns out to be devastating for humans on this planet. And if you're lucky enough to have access to US dollars, you benefit from financial privilege. With the majority, 53% of people on Earth, having no access to banking, or excuse me, the majority living under authoritarian regimes, with billions having limited to no access to financial services. But humans are smart. So what has prevented these people from creating their own form of money? A form of money that cannot be debased, a form of money that they can trade amongst one another. We've been smart enough to create transistors and integrated circuits and the internet. So what's to stop us from creating a money of the people that does not require trust? Well, it turns out this problem was an unsolvable problem in computer science. Does anybody know what this problem's called? The double spend problem. The double spend problem, generally in computer science, is referred to as the Byzantine generals problem. And as smart as cryptographers and computer scientists are, they could not find a way to create a decentralized, distributed network without a trusted authority and come into a consensus or agreement. But why is it so hard? Why is it so hard to find consensus? Let's imagine for a moment that all of us together are creating a new form of digital cash that's fully peer-to-peer with no trusted third party. Okay? So we have a ledger, which is to say we have a list of how much money everybody has, along with a history of everyone's transactions. Simple, right? How is that an unsolvable problem in computer science? So I have a copy of the ledger. Bob has a copy of the ledger. Alice has a copy of the ledger. Carol and Diane have copies of the ledger. But what if they have different transactions on their copies and in different orders? We could have an infinite number of diverging copies of this ledger. And how do I know which one is the correct one to pay attention to? The one ledger to rule them all. Where do we look? There's no one telling us to look here at a centralized authority. So how do we agree? How do we form consensus? So let's say that I want Bob's cow, and I give him one of these new monetary units in exchange for it. He updates his ledger to say that he is now the proud owner of that unit of money. I got the cow. Great. But what's to stop me from giving that same unit of money to Alice in exchange for her chickens? She updates her ledger to say that she is now the proud owner of that unit of money. I now have Bob's cow and hundreds of Alice's chickens. They have diverging copies of the ledger, which is to say that I double spent those funds. And what's to stop me from triple or quadruple spending the funds? So computer scientists are smart. And in the 80s and 90s and 2000s, they worked on solving this problem. You may recognize names such as David Shum, Nick Szabo, Wei Dai, Hal Finney, Adam Back. But their attempts at creating this decentralized money had one common problem. And that was they still needed that trusted authority in order to work. Until something magical happened. It was spooky season, which is to say, it was Halloween. October 31st of 2008, a pseudonymous cypherpunk by the name of Satoshi Nakamoto came out of nowhere and provided a solution to the Byzantine general's problem, a problem believed to be unsolvable in computer science. And how did he do that? What was the solution? Satoshi decided to attach work, computational work, to this digital ledger, cryptographically. Work that would be difficult to produce, that would require effort, time, and hardware. Work that would be impossible to forge, or shortcut, or fake. And yet that would be trivially easy to verify by anyone. In ascribing work to the digital world, Satoshi outsourced that hard work that humans used to have to do to create money, not just to earn money, but to create money itself. He outsourced it to computers. Let's let the computers do the work for us. And in marrying the digital world with the physical world, Satoshi anchored this form of money into physics, into nature, and even into time, creating an immutable time chain. Satoshi discovered digital scarcity, which before 2008 had never existed. Now, going back to early primitive forms of money, there was that one thing they all had in common. They all required work. They all required effort to be created. Satoshi's invention is no different. Now, once this network has been sufficiently bootstrapped into existence and secured against attackers, no one, regardless of how much computational energy they have or how much money they have, can change the rules of that protocol. It's a system of rules without rulers. So too, there does not need to be an additional creation of something that itself was the discovery of the resistance to replicatability. The planet does not need to rediscover digital scarcity because it is a once-in-a-species invention, which is to say that Bitcoin is not just the most extraordinary thing that humans have created in our lifetime. It's actually the most extraordinary thing that humans have ever created in the history of our planet. It cannot be recreated on a planet in which has understanding of a proof-of-work network. So if these rules can't be changed, and if this monetary policy is fair, meaning if you lie or cheat or steal, you simply get ignored. But lying and cheating and stealing took effort. It was costly to do so, meaning you wasted all of that effort and were ignored. So what does a world look like that's built upon such a system of truth? What are some of the qualities of that world? What do the people value in that world? Now, I invite you to just for a moment, close your eyes and imagine one detail of a world built on truth. That detail can be something small, like shrinkflation has been obsoleted. Items don't have to get smaller and smaller every year due to the rising cost of inflation. Or it could be something as earth-shattering as war has been dematerialized because it is impossible in this world to profit from it. Now, I want you to hold this detail in your mind and in your heart and in your whole body. Because if enough people think the same way, that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So it might make sense just to get some Bitcoin in case it catches on. Now, our time together is coming to a close. So after all that, if you don't believe me or you don't get it, I don't have the time to try to convince you. Sorry.
Welcome back. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, and we're here at Bitcoin Amsterdam, broadcasting live from Europe's largest Bitcoin conference. Appreciate you sticking with us on YouTube, Twitter, and Rumble. Joined once again by Isabella Santos and Jack Lee. We just heard from D++ giving her speech for What is Bitcoin? Would love to talk to you guys about your elevator pitches when you introduce the subject. Isabella, when you explain what is Bitcoin, how do you answer that question?
My easy answer would be, do you work for your money? All right. And if you put your money in the bank, when you want to remove all your money from the bank asks you, why do you need your money? Bitcoin doesn't. Bitcoin doesn't need you to ask for permission. It is your money, your hard-earned money, and it returns your power to yourself. We're not giving the power to the banks, which are privately owned. So I feel like it is our revolution. So we're fighting against the fiat system right now.
Bitcoin, the people's money. Jack, your elevator pitch, obviously a different audience, institutions. Yes. Tell us your pitch.
Sure. Yeah, I would say Bitcoin is digital money. It's just like treated as a digital gold, right? Because we have been living in the digital age for maybe 3 decades. So in the internet, so we need a better form of money. I mean, not back to the old day of the gold. We need a vault to store the physical thing, and then slow to transfer, also verify. So we have a Satoshi Nakamoto invent this kind of a digital peer-to-peer cash system, can help people store their value, store the Bitcoin through the proof of work, through the energy back. So this is and also it's a decentralized monetary system to be, right? So won't be censored, won't be freeze, won't be someday someone take away your Bitcoin, even like a crypto exchange. So you can do self-custody, as we talked earlier, to store your wealth, store your asset. So this is the first time in human history. It's the hard money, hard asset. It's hard to be confiscated, can be taken away through your private key, right? You can keep the asset anywhere in the world.
And we've heard a lot about that today with the monetary system and Bitcoin as money, but we're going to turn it to this afternoon. We're going to hear a lot of different conversations on stage. One of them we have upcoming is going to be focused on the ordinals protocol. I've heard a little bit about that, this idea that art, digital artifacts, NFTs coming to Bitcoin. Jack, would love to stick with you. What are your thoughts on whether this adds value to what's going on with the Bitcoin movement?
Yeah, for whatever good technology or good product revolution, always there's some noise. Or sometimes the noise is good, sometimes it's a noise. So, I would say, just like an email, right? Been 40 years. Always there's a junk, there's a spam email, right? It took up some server space, but it's always there. You cannot get rid of, right? But sometimes it's good for more people to know about Bitcoin. I think especially in the early day, right? Email has been 40 years, right, or more. But it's early day for people to know about Bitcoin and know about there's some fancy thing. But still, ultimately, just like those holding those shitcoin thing, right? Ultimately, they will come to Bitcoin as a store of value, right?
So it sounds like you're coming out against ordinals. You think they're spam. Isabella, do you think that they're adding to what's going on in Bitcoin in a significant way?
I think it's interesting that seeing Bitcoin evolve in that way, giving it an ability for the artists to put their work on Bitcoin. I like seeing that. I like seeing how other people are getting involved, especially seeing how NFTs had such a downfall. We saw a couple years ago, NFTs were the talk of the town, and now nobody wants to involve in any NFT projects. So seeing them switch over on the Bitcoin blockchain is interesting. I've seen a couple projects from NFTs put themselves on the Bitcoin blockchain. It's interesting to see. I don't have a personal hate relationship towards it or a love relationship. So I just want to see how it can evolve. But I do know that it's making the Bitcoin developers more interested in innovating.
Don't we want a Bitcoin circular economy, right? This was talked about earlier today. We had Joe Hall on stage talking about Bitcoin and communities. We have to be at some point spending Bitcoin, using Bitcoin for transactions. Do you agree, Jack?
Yeah, definitely. More people involved for whatever interaction, engagement. I think it's good for more people. We have over 8 billion people in the world, right? Still,
if you look at the Ethereum, other crypto ecosystems, right? People are denominating in ETH. They're holding money in ETH. This has been an adoption tactic that maybe appears effective for them. You disagree?
Yeah, still digital asset, that's also an interesting topic. Also involved with some technology revolution, some breakthrough. Those people maybe they think Bitcoin is too boring, right? It's too simple. Then they want to do those creative things. But I think, again, just like what they are trying to do, the Web3, right? Is the next generation of a Google. It's a good project. I don't mind. I think it's a good way to go for those kind of creativity. However, if you're back to the money, just like what we talk about the gold, talk about US dollar, right? Talk about this kind of a storehold of value, I think that only be Bitcoin, right?
Well, we're going to have to send it back to the main stage. Appreciate you sticking with us. If you have some questions, ask them on YouTube, ask them on Rumble, and ask them on Twitter. Still to come, Stella Assange, Balaji Srinivasan, and Edward Snowden here at Bitcoin Amsterdam. We'll be back after the break.
Hello, and welcome to the confiscation and custody panel. You guys want to take a second, introduce yourselves?
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. I'm John Kerbrod. I lead the Robinhood crypto business.
Jameson Lopp, co-founder and CTO of Casa.
Joaquin Sastre, I run EMEA and LATAM at BitGo.
Hello, everyone. I'm a NIM in the Bitcoin ecosystem. I go by the name Seed Signer.
And I'm David Zell, the co-founder of the Bitcoin Policy Institute. So we're talking about confiscation and custody, but I think a question that we should start with, just to make sure that everyone is on the same page, what does it actually mean to own Bitcoin? What does that entail?
Well, there's legal ownership, and then there is ownership from the perspective of Bitcoin, the system. So most of the time, I think when we talk about owning Bitcoin, we mean control. Can you tell the system with the correct cryptographically signed messages that you have the ability to control and move your funds as you wish. But of course, there's also the legal aspect, and when you don't have the physical control, you may have a level of legal control or legal proof of ownership where you should be able to tell third parties to move the funds on your behalf.
I would throw in as well, if you own Bitcoin on a platform like Coinbase or another custodial platform, you have a legal claim to Bitcoin, assuming that the organization that you're doing business with is fully reserved and has access to the Bitcoin. That's a separate discussion, but...
Yeah. So when you think of a wallet, you normally think of something that you put bills or coins or cards in. But that's a bit of a misnomer when it comes to Bitcoin. Can you guys explain what a Bitcoin wallet is as well?
Maybe I can take that one. I like to explain it as literally as a mailbox, right? In the mailbox, there is an address, which is public. It's in front of the mailbox. You give it to, unless you don't want to, you can give it to anyone you want. There's not huge risk. Okay, there's a measure of risk, but not huge risk. And anyone can actually deposit in that mailbox if they have that public address. What you want to keep for yourself is the actual key to open the mailbox and to basically be able to move whatever is in the mailbox, right? We can get deeper into how those keys are organized, created, stored, etc. Different custodial models, but that would be in a nutshell how a wallet would work for Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, I see a wallet as a view of the ledger, as it were. There are many different components to the software that makes up a wallet, but every wallet needs to somehow be looking at the blockchain, have an understanding of which addresses belong to you, and then whether or not the wallet knows the private keys and can help you manipulate and control those addresses directly is kind of a separate thing. But there's UTXO management, fee management, understanding what's happening in the mempool. It can get very complicated, especially for self-custody wallets. The thing that the third-party custody wallets have going for them is they're able to abstract away a lot of that complexity under the hood, so they can just provide a really slick user interface to you, so you're just instructing to them to do all of the hard stuff, and they deal with most of the infrastructure.
And I think that's a really natural segue into, I think, the core substance of this panel, which is there's not just one way to own Bitcoin. There's lots of ways to custody or entrust the custody of your Bitcoin to someone else. So maybe you guys could spend a little bit of time talking about the different ways one can own Bitcoin and their sort of relative trade-offs.
I think the thing that people sometimes forget about a wallet and Bitcoin is actually you don't have the Bitcoin physically with you. What you have is just this address that we discussed about. And so there is many forms that you can have a wallet. It could be a piece of paper where you have your key written down. It could be a sentence from different words. Or it can be a hardware wallet where it's a physical device. Or you can trust somebody like Robinhood or Coinbase to store your coins for you. So there is a lot of different variation of custody. And I think depending on the type of user you are and how confident you are, you will have different options.
I would structure it in at a very, very high level in managed and self-managed custody, right? Managed custody would be a custody where those private keys, that key to the mailbox, would be stored and secured by a third party. Inside that world of third parties, you can have regulated custodians that are actually scrutinized on how they do it under certain norms, depending on the country and the jurisdiction, et cetera, et cetera. And there's also a component of that custody model, managed model, where your broker, the app where you go in, buy and sell, can also be your custodian. Maybe we can speak a little bit more about that later. The self-managed world would be a world where, with any kind of infrastructure you have, maybe a special USB like a Trezor, et cetera, you actually own and have total control of the private key material that is digital, but it's of course stored in a device. So I think that would be a good way of like separating the two worlds. Definitely there are more, let's say, different, you can give different uses, and there are like more features and stuff you can do when you select one or the other. But I would say that not all of them are prepared and ideal for all kinds of users, right? And I think that is the differentiation I think we should take into account here.
I think I'd also add it's not necessarily just a dichotomy in that there, it could be a third party who custodies your private keys, or you could entirely custody your private keys. Multi-sig enables some really interesting kind of additional configurations, which I'm sure Jameson can talk to, where it's what they call collaborative custody, where a custodian might manage one or a portion of the private keys, and then the user themselves might manage, the remaining private keys. But I'm happy to let Jameson talk more about that.
Yeah, well, actually, BitGo does as well. I worked as an engineer at BitGo for 3 years before pivoting to found Casa. And the multi-sig distributed key setups were always very interesting to me. BitGo operates their multi-sig wallet on an Oracle model where BitGo is co-signing and applying business logic and other security and validation. Whereas with Casa, we're more focused on individuals and helping individuals spread a number of different keys on different hardware devices far and wide in order to give themselves a level of robustness and reliability, and basically allowing for failures to happen and ensuring that a failure won't be catastrophic. But additionally, Casa also holding one of those keys, so that similar to the BitGo multisig, we don't have the ability to unilaterally steal your funds. We don't have the ability to unilaterally freeze your funds. And you can go even crazier with this. The ecosystem, I believe, is just starting to scratch the surface of doing even more distributed custody, where you have keys not only shared between 2 parties, but maybe between 3, 4, 5 parties, maybe even multiple different, somewhat trusted institutions. And I think this is a very interesting way to bridge the gap between what we have now of like full trusted third party in one trusted institution versus only trusting yourself and having to bear the full responsibility for managing your keys. Now having some hybrid in between where you're able to spread trust amongst many different entities and institutions for hopefully even more robust security models.
So when someone is thinking about how to custody Bitcoin, they're presented with a suite of options. They could buy Bitcoin on Robinhood and keep it on their smartphone. They could keep it on a hot wallet on their phone. They could explore collaborative custody models. They could also buy a Trezor or a Ledger wallet. How do you guys, each think about the sort of decision framework that a Bitcoin owner should employ when deciding what methods or what combination of methods they ought to use to custody their Bitcoin? Like, how does somebody sort of arrive at like, well, I'll do partly this, partly that? Like, or do you recommend, just one form of custody? But I'd like to kind of get into that from each of you.
I'd throw out there, you mentioned the word arrive, and I would say that the custody, the security of your Bitcoin is the journey is the destination. So I wouldn't anticipate that any decision that you make to custody your Bitcoin with a service provider or independently, that may not be the same decision in 5 years. A lot of people tend to, as they get more familiar with Bitcoin and more comfortable with the tools, a lot of people tend to trend more towards a self-sovereign or independent custody the longer that they're Bitcoiners, but some don't. But I would just emphasize that it's definitely a journey, and your self-custody plan may change over time, and that's perfectly fine.
I guess that the actual use case for each one of us changes with that journey, right? Probably when you start looking into Bitcoin, you only want to be exposed generally to the price. you're not very technical, you really don't know or don't want to dig into how to safeguard the private keys, how to maybe download the Bitcoin code, et cetera, and that's probably when you go to a Robinhood of the world, which you trust. Hopefully you look into what are the custody methods that they use. Maybe they have their own custody, so your risk is directly with the broker you're using, or maybe the, Robinhood itself or whatever other broker uses a regulated custodian. By the way, this method would be a method that would have avoided most probably what happened with FTX, right? Because of segregation between custody and trading and fiduciary responsibility of those assets that can't be moved or rehypothecated. But maybe throughout that, throughout your lifetime, right, and your use cases may evolve. You want to start doing other things with Bitcoin, like maybe payments with the Lightning Network, for example, is just one of the use cases. And in that case, you need to like enhance the way you interact with that Bitcoin, the way you safeguard it, where you have it, et cetera, et cetera. So I would say it really depends on the use case and what do you want to do with it, right? There's not a perfect example answer, I would say.
I mean, I think longevity is one issue to think of as well. We have to remember this space is incredibly new, and there are not many companies that have existed in this space for more than 5 years. So, I err on the side of paranoia, but I mean, I think that you should generally assume that companies will blow up or go bankrupt or just go away for any number of reasons. So
BitGo after 11 years, right?
BitGo has a pretty good a track record compared to a lot of companies in the space. But compared to a company, if you are holding keys, then what you're really relying upon is the protocol and the network itself. So there is no Bitcoin company that has existed longer than Bitcoin, the protocol. I think Bitcoin itself has the longevity, but even that is what 14, 15 years old. So it's a difficult thing, I think, to weigh long-term aspirations and robustness versus perhaps more short-term things like trading, doing loans, more direct financial utilities that are generally going to be offered through trusted third parties. In some cases, it is possible to do these things directly, but that aspect of the ecosystem is still being built.
Yeah, I think it will really depend on two things. One is your level of comfort of using technology, and two is diversification. I don't think you should be storing all your Bitcoin in one solution. If you want to go buy a coffee with your crypto, you're not going to go back to your house trying to find in your safe your ledger and try to use it, right? I also don't think you should put everything on an MPC or multi-sig in case there is an issue with the algorithm. Like we still see a problem with MPC to these days. And at the same time, you should not also completely push everything on a piece of paper because you don't want to trust anyone, and that piece of paper may disappear. So I think there is multiple options. That's something at Robinhood we've been focusing on. So we have our own wallet that you can store on your phone. The key is yours. Robinhood cannot do anything with it. And with this wallet, you can do anything. You can decide, to go on dApps. You can pay with it. You can transfer. This is yours. And also, if you have a lot of money and you don't necessarily trust yourself to not lose the key, or you are worried about it, you can use Robinhood. 95% of our crypto is stored in cold. We don't commingle funds. We don't do anything crazy like we saw with FTX. And I think it's part of the research for people. Like before trusting something like Robinhood or Coinbase, they need to do some due diligence. The same way that when you go to a bank, you don't just go to a random store at the corner and you're like, hey, how are you a bank? So I think, for us, we've been really focusing on giving the choice. Not every customer will use crypto the same way, and therefore we need to have multiple solutions for them.
I definitely agree with that, and I think a lot of people tend to kind of be all eggs in one basket or binary thinkers, and they don't realize that in the fiat world, you may have a savings account, and you have a checking account, and you have a wallet where you carry around a certain amount of currency. And it's really productive to think about your Bitcoin cold storage use cases as different use cases. We're here at a conference. We're buying beers and water, and a custodial Lightning wallet may be a great option for you in terms of convenience. And if something were to happen with that app or the company that operates it, you lose the equivalent of 50 or 100 euro in fiat. It may not be the end of the world. But for the money that you're saving for your later years in life or to hand down to your children, we're of course going to think about that differently. And there are different trade-offs with different sorts of Bitcoin storage use cases.
It's just like diversifying your portfolio, literally.
In a way, yes.
Totally. Yeah. And I think also something that we forget a lot when the Bitcoiner of us is what happened after. Like some of us are going to die most likely at some point, and how do you pass this Bitcoin to the next generation? And so that at some point you will have to either trust a third party to store your key. You will have some question on, if you're using something like Robin or Coinbase, can they pass this money to your generation? So there's a lot of questions that sometimes we forget because we're all excited about the tech. But if you're actually putting your saving into it, you need to start thinking about that.
Right. Now, it's sort of an oft-repeated, and sort of axiomatically true thing about Bitcoin is this phrase, not your keys, not your coins. That's something that you see from a lot of thought leaders in the Bitcoin space who really encourage people to take custody of their own Bitcoin. But if we look sort of honestly at the global landscape of Bitcoin usage, I think it's pretty clear that most people are not using the network in that way. They are sort of taking legal claims to Bitcoin and letting the Robinhoods of the world custody their Bitcoin for them. So my next question is this. What do you guys think about the sort of trajectory of custody solutions? What does the future of Bitcoin custody look like? And when we think about how the next million or the next billion users may custody Bitcoin, does that trend concern you at all?
Yes. I mean, this is what I've been doing for 9 years, focusing on self-custody wallet software, because I think it's obvious that the convenience that custodians can provide is a major market advantage. Human nature is that we tend to choose the most convenient option pretty much regardless of everything else. So my goal is to continue trying to make self-custody as convenient as possible because it's the only way to stem the tide of ending up with the overwhelming majority of people trusting a handful of third parties. And it's hard to say whether or not we're winning. It doesn't feel like we're winning. But then as long as the option is there, I think that we at least are giving people the ability to opt out if they put in the time. But this is the tricky part is you have to take a lot of responsibility, and that's another thing that's kind of against human nature and really the arc of civilization. We're able to continue advancing civilization through outsourcing various aspects of our lives to trusted third parties. So it's a really weird thing to be working in the self-custody space because it feels like you're actually fighting against human nature.
I think that's the key, right? Like, if we want to be realistic, in my opinion, right now with the technology we have right now, and of course this will evolve, if we think about 1 billion, 2 billion users, real adoption, like if we think about our grandparents interacting with Bitcoin, or our parents even, I think it's not realistic right now with the technology we have that too many people are going to go for the self-managed
yeah, my parents use Coinbase.
way, right? So I think that's a little bit the balance and the reality we have to see. Like if we really want quick adoption, there is not many chances that in the next 5 to 10 years, self-managed is going to be the key. Actually, it's going to be in our opinion, the opposite, right? That's why BitGo, for example, sets up regulated fiduciary custodians, just in the same way there are custodians in the traditional financial world. It gives protection to the client. It's very, very seamless to use and to interact, et cetera, et cetera. You just get all of the nuances and the complications of storing the private keys. It is true that you give up a little bit of the, decentralization of the chain, et cetera, et cetera. There are disadvantages, of course. You have to give up something. The question is are those 1 billion, 2 billion people, will those people agree to say no to those advantages of the chain in order to have a seamless interaction with Bitcoin? And are they comfortable with having this third-party custodian or not? We think that the real adoption is through the custodians way, right?
I'm assuming you disagree.
I wouldn't say disagree, but I think we're also kind of speaking abstractly as though there's one unified Bitcoin user that lives in a unified political environment where all the variables are the same. And the truth is there are very different people in different political environments around the world that have very different interests in Bitcoin, whether it's number go up, trying to escape inflation, or if it's that they live in some sort of oppressive political regime, and Bitcoin is a lifeline for them to be able to organize or oppose a government. So it's definitely important that we have all of these different tools out there based on people's needs. But I think over time, it's also, the tools are going to improve, and I think the reason to self-custody Bitcoin is also going to increase over time. I think a lot of us in this room have a sense that governments are becoming more invasive into different parts of our lives, and technology at large, unfortunately, is a force that they can leverage to gain more control over our lives, especially financially. Caveat to what happened with the Canadian truckers in Canada, where you wouldn't expect those kind of behaviors from a government in an evolved first world country. But I would just add that the tools are getting there, but it takes time. As Jameson noted, Bitcoin itself is, 14, 15 years old. There have only been tools in the space that are being honed for a few years. So the tools are getting better, and I think over time the why is going to become strong enough that the how becomes easier for people.
If I may offer an optimistic perspective, I believe that one of the primary reasons that we see so many people coming into Bitcoin with third-party custodians is quite simple. They are the on-ramps. The reason that a lot of people are coming into Bitcoin is from the financial investment perspective. And in order to do that, you have to have something straddling the traditional financial system with the new financial system. And these are the exchanges. These are the brokerages, the places where most people actually acquire their coins. What am I getting at? I think the solution to that is something that a lot of people are striving for, which is this quote-unquote circular Bitcoin economy. So I think that the way that you start to push away from that major centralizing force is you stop telling people to buy Bitcoin, you tell people to earn Bitcoin. When you're earning Bitcoin, I think it's much more likely that people will be receiving it to a self-custody wallet.
Cool. Well, we want to talk about confiscation as well. So I'm going to ask one more question kind of about self-custody that I think will be a natural segue into a conversation about confiscation risk. So we've talked about the sort of benefits of using a third-party custodian, whether that's sort of ease of access, makes it easier for my parents to buy Bitcoin and manage it. We've also talked about some of the sharp downsides of those solutions as well. So I'd be remiss not to ask, what are the sort of core advantages of self-custodying Bitcoin? Like if someone came up to you on the street and said, I just bought my first Bitcoin, should I keep it, with a custodian, or should I buy a Trezor or do whatever? Pitch me in 60 seconds on the value of self-custody.
I think that the real innovations of Bitcoin answer that question. We have electronic dollars and euros that we can send around the world, but the innovation of Bitcoin that I am most focused on is the censorship resistance of Bitcoin. the dilution resistance of Bitcoin, the seizure resistance of Bitcoin, and all of those use cases typically involve self-custody, because if you are not holding the private keys yourself, you're asking permission from someone else. So if you should run afoul of, be outside of the Overton window trying to exercise your financial power, you could be restricted from doing that. So self-custody, in my opinion, is what enables all of these truly transformative use cases that Bitcoin embodies.
I think I agree with that, but I think it will depend who that person is. And I think my first question to them will be like, where are you from? Do you know crypto? Do you know technology? At the end of the day, I'm pretty sure that if I ask the audience, there are more people that lost crypto from a self-custody wallet than from a Coinbase or from a Robinhood. And the reason for that is because it's very complicated. And we have to be honest, as technologists, this technology has been built by engineer for a very long time. If you think about it, when someone wants to use an iPhone or when someone wants to send a text or something, they don't want to know how is the thing working behind. They don't want to know the code. They don't care about any of that. They just want the text to be sent and be received as fast as possible. And for a lot of people, that's what they want with the money, right? We are lucky in the EU or in the US to have grown in a world where bank exists and everything. But in some countries, they skipped that part. Like they didn't have the banking system from the 80s being developed. So for them, having a self-custody option is their only way to have a bank actually and to have like a real savings system. So depending on where they are from, I think the answer will change a lot.
All right. Any other thoughts before we move on?
No, I mean, unfortunately, this once again, it's kind of the convenient versus the more theoretical paranoid aspect. I think we all know why you would want self-custody and not have to ask permission, but the big trade-off and the thing that I think most people balk at is the level of responsibility that comes with taking on holding your own keys and talking directly to the Bitcoin network rather than to a third party who is doing a lot of the heavy lifting for you.
Right. Well, let's move into the confiscation part of this discussion. It's often repeated in Bitcoin circles that the asset is, quote, unconfiscatable. So that's my question. Is Bitcoin confiscatable?
Yes.
Wait, but Jameson, I thought Bitcoin was unconfiscatable.
There's a confiscation.
Have I been lied to? What's happening?
Bitcoin has always offered the promise of being your own bank, and in fact, I argue that it is possible to create security architectures that are far exceeding any security that the greatest bank vault in the world, even Fort Knox, could offer to you if you wanted to secure an asset like gold or physical cash. However, an exceedingly small portion of Bitcoin users have put themselves into a security architecture that is anywhere near that robust. The vast majority of Bitcoin holders don't even hold their own keys. Those that do definitely the vast majority of them have single points of failure in their architecture. Most of them, if they have graduated to using a hardware device, they still probably have a single signature wallet with a single signature, a single key backup somewhere. And these are single points of failure that can be confiscated by authorities if they can be found. So my point, and kind of shilling my own company, like unless you're using multi-sig, unless you're distributing keys in multiple places to eliminate those single points of failure, most likely there is confiscation risk. It just becomes a question of how difficult is it to find those keys.
Yeah, this is a part of my background. A little bit of my backstory is I was a police officer for 15 years in the United States and worked in a digital forensic lab, assisted with writing legal process and search warrants and actually executing search warrants. I don't say that to make myself the most popular person here, but I have a unique perspective on the seizure of Bitcoin. Bitcoin is absolutely a seizable asset. And something like a Trezor Ledger commercially available hardware wallet is immediately recognizable as some sort of private key storage device. Now, whether it's involved in a multi-sig quorum, that's another issue. But what has impressed me over time about Bitcoin that Jameson alludes to is the multi-sig use of Bitcoin, because that is a nightmare for any sort of government or even just private adversary, a thief trying to steal your funds. The ability to spread the ownership of the private keys out over a geographic area is just something that most traditional law enforcement entities will struggle to deal with. Because part being, they just don't know where the keys may be. They may be in another legal jurisdiction. Only the person who has custody of the funds may know where the keys are or how many keys there are. So it's Bitcoin is definitely seizable, but if you're willing to put in the work and you're careful, it can be custodied in ways that are what I would call very seizure resistant.
Now, the flip side of all of this is, even if you have the perfectly distributed key set where perhaps your keys are in multiple countries that are not friendly with each other on a legal perspective and would not, send authorities over to each other to extradite the key material. You yourself are always a single point of failure. There is no way to decentralize the custody of my own body. Therefore, your government, of course, can always put you in a small box and just sit on you until you decide to cooperate or not.
Fair point.
I think it ends up really being, the question is, can law enforcement authorities put together enough private key material to open your mailbox, right? Like, it really ends up being that. It doesn't matter how many shards you have, how many pieces of the keys you have, or what's the technology you use. It really ends up being that. And as you say, your body can't be decentralized, so that's where
Well, I want to bring in the audience. I want to bring in the audience quickly for a little participation. We're all friends here, so it's okay. So go ahead and raise your hand if you're a criminal. Okay, so Jameson is a criminal. You over there are a criminal. But it looks like the overwhelming majority of you do not self-identify as one who commits crimes. Shocking. My question is, why should all of these non-criminals worry about confiscation risk? If you're not doing anything wrong, why worry about your Bitcoin being seized?
Well, I'm sorry, but the audience is ignorant. I mean, we are all criminals. You may just not realize it.
Well, I think also the audience, we are all in Europe here, and we remember what happened in 2008, 2009, when Greece central bank decided to freeze some accounts. And I think that's a real problem that can happen when something is centralized. But I think to our points earlier, I think it's the question of diversity. You cannot put all your coins in a wallet where you have to call 20 people to agree on unlocking these coins before you want to buy a coffee. And at the same time, you should not put all your saving in a place that can be confiscated. So I think we also need to remember Bitcoin is public. You can see all the funds moving in and out. And so that's a big risk where you're giving a lot of information every time you're transacting.
I think financial and political instability is one of the main reasons. You don't have to be a criminal to want to be safe from all those things. As you said, recently in the last 15, 20 years, we've seen crisis after crisis. I think I lived more years in crisis than in a good economic environment. So I guess, especially as you were saying earlier, depending on where you are, where you've been born, you might be more concerned about that than many people who are sitting here right now.
I'd like to circle back to that concept of criminality, and it makes me think of a quote by Ayn Rand, in that honest men cannot necessarily, governments are not designed to rule honest men. So the government, over time, will create so many rules such that there are no honest men. And governments are much more effective at ruling over criminals. So we, again, allude back to the Canadian trucker situation because it was so informative for us as Bitcoiners. A lot of people who were sending small donations to the truckers, who they themselves may not have been involved in the protests or in any of the activity that was going on, just sending a few Canadian dollars to help support and buy fuel for the truckers, they probably did not consider themselves criminal or did not consider that to be an illegal act. But the Canadian government responded very quickly and started freezing people's funds who had donated to the truckers. So that I just throw that out there as some perspective. Maybe we're all a little bit more criminal, or we could be, than we think.
Therein lies the problem. I mean, the criminal codes of any developed country are so complex, even lawyers don't know them all. Even lawyers only specialize in small portions of criminal code. I don't think anyone can honestly state that they have not committed any infractions against the criminal codes of their country.
Very true.
So it sounds like even if you're not a self-identified criminal, you should probably care about confiscation risk. So good to know. Thanks, everyone.
Even without just confiscation, like we've seen recent example of banks, for example, preventing you to use your debit card or credit card the way you want. So, for example, Chase has been preventing people to load their Coinbase account, I believe. And that's just something that it's not you actually being a criminal because you just want to be exposed to crypto. But because this entity decided that this was a risk for them, they actually blocked you. And I think that's a big problem.
Yeah. So as we're wrapping up here, I don't know if we have time for another question, but I think we do have time for each of you to give some closing thoughts about what we've discussed today. So maybe we start with you, Seed Signer, and work our way down.
Sure. I probably represent the mountain man self-custody philosophy on the stage here. Tiny bit more about what I do. I lead an open source software project that allows people to build themselves a Bitcoin cold storage device from off-the-shelf parts. So you can do it privately without even purchasing something that would knowingly associate you as someone who's saving Bitcoin or as a Bitcoiner. It's geared for multi-sig first, and it can put some very powerful tools with what I like to think is an intuitive UI in front of people, so that when people are ready to take that step into self-custody, especially multi-sig self-custody, when I hear people say that self-custody and multi-sig are too complicated, my response is, then we're not doing it right yet. So the tools are getting better, and for people who want to get there, the resources are out there. So dig in, and I think it's not as easy as you might think. But that's my spiel.
I would say, this is a good segue, until that technology is not super easy to use by absolutely everyone, the good news is that there's still other ways of custodying your assets, interacting with them in a secure way without having to be exposed to things like FTX and this type of scandals, right? There are regulations already in place in different jurisdictions in the world that really protect the users and the people who use these custodians from bankruptcies, and they have all the checks and balances that you need to have to protect the customer as much as possible. Of course, you don't have to. It doesn't have to be binary. There are gray areas. You can use a hybrid model, or just use one and then change to the other one, to the self-managed, whenever you feel comfortable, and there's real easiness of use. In our case, BitGo is one of the largest regulated custodians in the world. We also have a very, very big self-managed wallet infrastructure that around 30% of the exchanges out there use. We pioneered multisig for Bitcoin wallets time ago. Jameson knows more about that than me. But yeah, I think technology will have to continue developing until it really covers all the use cases, and we can really give an absolute hybrid number of options to users that want to hold Bitcoin and interact with it.
Yeah, so listen, it's actually very easy to take custody of your Bitcoin. There's 100 different apps that you could download, set up in less than 5 minutes, generate some keys, and withdraw funds to. However, the difficulty is in setting up self-custody in such a way that you avoid the million different foot guns and ways that you can really screw yourself and lose access to your money. It's all of these adversarial edge cases that people tend not to think about that end up coming and biting them over the long term of self-custodying for many years. And so the short version of what Casa does is we have a distributed multi-signature self-custody setup, several different architectures that we offer to people, and what we really add as value is think of us as a consulting service. We help people navigate all of the decision-making that is required when you're trying to figure out how do I want to distribute my keys, how do I need to figure out how to be able to handle inheritance or certain types of loss situations, and how do I do it in such a way that I don't have to trust any single third party, even Casa, even any of the hardware manufacturers, so on and so forth.
Yeah, and I think for us at Robinhood, we've been really focusing on giving the choice to the customer. We have a lot of assets under custody, and we don't make a single cent. We don't leverage against it. We don't lend. So for us, we actually don't really have an opinion. If you don't feel like you're ready to self-custody, you can leave it on Robinhood. We store all our assets on cold storage, up to 95% plus, and the rest is just here to support operation and transfer. And if you don't want to do that and you want to have your self-custody option, we give you a wallet, or we allow you to transfer if you're eligible to any other wallet. I think for us, the main focus has been to remove the barrier to entry to crypto. I still think it's too complicated. I think we still have a lot more work to do. And for us, we've been focusing on giving the best price if you want to purchase crypto and let you transfer if you want to.
Awesome. Well, we've heard some diverse perspectives on Bitcoin and custody, so thanks to all of you. My thoughts as the moderator, don't trust people, third parties, with more Bitcoin than you can afford to lose. But just my 2 cents. I appreciated all of the diverse opinions. Thank you guys so much. Yeah.
And we're back. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine, and we're here broadcasting live from Europe's largest Bitcoin conference, Bitcoin Amsterdam. Thanks for following us on YouTube, Twitter, and Rumble. Joined again by special guests Jack Lee and Isabella Santos. We just heard about custody risk in the Bitcoin space, the risk of not holding your Bitcoin. Want to talk about that within the context of something that's dominating the headlines. That is the case against Sam Bankman-Fried, facing 8 charges in court today, a total of 115 years. We've seen the penthouses, the extravagant spending, the corruption. Isabella, I want to hear your take in terms of, do you trust custodians? Can we trust custodians going forward in the wake of this event?
Well, I like how David Sell just mentioned how you can trust them as long as you can afford to lose that Bitcoin. Of course, most people that are buying Bitcoin on exchanges, you leave a couple of your money there. Not a couple of Bitcoin, of course, but you always have to remember to put it back. And I really like Swan because they always remind you to get your money off exchanges, and they make it really easy. And I think it's that, making it easier for the customers to remove their Bitcoin and remind them, like when it's on the exchange, it's like if you purchase, I like this analogy. When you buy something online, let's say you buy it from Macy's and you order it online, but you have it delivered to the store. If the store gets shut down, it was never really yours. So it's really your fault for not going to pick it up. And I think people just have this misconception that when you buy it on exchanges that it's yours, it's in your wallet, but that's not the reality. I think they have to go and do the extra work.
Yeah, the diligence is important, the responsibility. Jack, I want to turn it over to you. How are you vetting custodians in the wake of the downfall of FTX? Do you expect that we're going to see more reputable custodians, exchanges going forward?
Yeah, definitely. I think from the FTX collapse thing, the market the whole world have learned last year. Yeah, I think even investors will be more cautious on this, and then setting up more regulation to try to regulate those, not good exchange doing this kind of thing for storing customers' money. And then I think gradually, yes, it will come to this, I think, more and more regulation clarity. For example, US and even like Hong Kong, right? More and more countries, I think they come out with a law, right? To help, right? Even though if you want to put your Bitcoin on exchange, then maybe they need to have some regulated custodian, for example, centralized, right?
We've weathered the blowups, and we expect to maybe weather them again. We're going to send it back to the main stage now. Stay tuned here at Bitcoin Amsterdam.
Cool. Hello. Hey, everyone. Welcome to Limitations of Lightning panel. I'm Nifty. I'll be moderating today. I'm here with Christian Decker from Blockstream and Renee Pickart, who's a longtime researcher in the Lightning space. Good morning, guys. If you want to go ahead and maybe give a quick overview of like what your relationship to Lightning is, how long you've been in it, kind of, yeah, just a little background on yourself.
Sure, yeah. Hi, I'm Chris. I do Bitcoin stuff. No, I stumbled over Bitcoin very early on, started doing my PhD on the scalability of Bitcoin, which eventually led to a system very similar to Lightning. And since I didn't want to sort of break the community, I joined the winning effort. So I'm a win team joiner, and now I work on core Lightning at Blockstream.
And you guys just had a big announcement this morning, right, with the Greenlight project?
Exactly. Greenlight is our Lightning Node as a service offering where we take care of some of the management and hopefully enable the vast majority of people to onboard onto Bitcoin and Lightning.
Cool. Thanks, Chris. And Renee, what about yourself?
Yes, so I'm usually a recipient of Christian's announcements because back in 2018 somebody sent me his blog article when you announced that C-Lightning has WooCommerce plugin enabled and said, hey, maybe Bitcoin and blockchains might scale and work after all. And I was like, hey, that's interesting. So I read Christian's article about the Lightning Network, and then I read the Lightning Network white paper and the bolts and everything, and I started to get really excited about this technology. And I think since the beginning of 2018, I hardly didn't do anything else. So studying what you guys have been inventing and trying to criticize it at some point in time a little bit.
Well, criticize and improve, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, so a lot of your research has been lately on how to make payments work better on Lightning, right, Renee? Like, how would you characterize like the work you've been doing on the min cost flow algorithm stuff?
Yes. So, I mean, one of the problems in the Lightning Network is that when you want to make a payment, you have to choose some route through the network. The sender does this. And it's kind of comparable to the early days of the internet, where you didn't have TCP. So you try the payment, and it might fail, and then you have to like redo it again. And there's this entire question of how do you do this optimally. And with the min cost flow approach, we have basically, together with probabilistic pathfinding, one of the methods that, given the current protocol, we can optimally plan payments. Yes.
Yeah. So our kind of one of the themes we're trying to talk today on the panel is like what the limitations are. Where do you guys want to start? Should we start with talking about like payments failing on Lightning? Is that a good place? Cool. So I recently saw some research that I think Sam Wooters from River is going to present, where he's showing that payment reliability on Lightning has gotten better. Do you guys think that like is payment reliability like a big problem? Like, is this something we're always going to struggle with? What do you guys think? Like,
I think it definitely should be the focus of most of the developer attention right now, because it is the first thing that new users will see when trying out Lightning, right? If their first experience is essentially that, hey, this stuff doesn't work, like 5% out of 10 attempts, then that's a very bad experience, and people will probably go back to whatever payment method that they used before. If we can, however, make sure that we have 99.9% success rate, at that point it becomes way more acceptable for users to actually use Lightning in the wild. And that's why a focus on developing better routing algorithm, better heuristics about what the network weather looks like are dearly needed, and it is just because it is the most visible part that new users will see. And that's the part where users interact with before they start learning about this stuff as well. And that's when we can start telling them about the difficulties we encounter performing payments, but it shouldn't be their first experience.
Yeah, I realized a while ago, I'd been making this comment to people, kind of in a joke, but half serious, that 50% of Lightning payments should fail. And then I realized that most people didn't really understand what that meant. I think I meant 50% of payment attempts should fail, right? Yes. But whenever you're using like a Lightning app, the Lightning app kind of abstracts that away, right? It makes like a Lightning application when it's making a payment will make lots of payment attempts under the hood, right? And so it's not necessarily that we want 99.9% of actual payment attempts to succeed. It's just we want there to be like the ability to succeed after you've tried a bunch of routes, right? Does that make sense? Or what do you think, Renee? Like, do you think that we can get to a point where even like the first attempt that someone makes that tries to make a payment should work?
So I think that will hardly be possible without severely changing the protocol. So the way how the Lightning Network Protocol is designed is it keeps in mind a certain amount of user privacy. And with that, what it means is we don't know how much liquidity is in remote channels that we would like to use. So it's basically like you say, hey, I want to go from Amsterdam to, let's say, Berlin, and you route yourself via Hamburg. But you don't know whether between Hamburg and Berlin there might be a traffic jam. Right, and once you arrive at Hamburg, it says, no, I can't move you forward, so please go back to Amsterdam and try again. So this is the way how the protocol is designed. So payment failures, or at least the failures of attempts, are built into the protocol. The question is, what can we do about this? Right? One thing that a lot of my research was focused on is, let's quantify the uncertainty and let's try to minimize the uncertainty and optimize this, but we only can reach a certain level there. Right, so I think, or I'd like to think, that a lot of the improvements that you observed over the years actually are related to the fact that a lot of the implementations implemented the work that I've been researching. But then the next question is how can we improve the protocol so that the uncertainty may not even be a problem? Yeah.
Do we have like suggestions on that? Like,
well, one suggestion that has been circling around, I think, even in the early 2019 is to do redundant overpayments. So right now what we do is we send out an onion, which is like a payment attempt, and when it fails, it comes back, and then we try the next one, right? This is your 50% chance, right? So you do 50% chance, well, maybe it fails, it goes back, then you do another 50% chance, right? Eventually, statistically, it should arrive. What you could do is you could basically say, well, if I have enough liquidity, let's do 5 of them concurrently, and let's hope that statistically at least 1 arrives. But then the question is, if we do it in the current protocol, if 2 arrives, somebody could claim 2 payments, and then you would overpay. You don't want to do that, right? But with PTLCs, there is a chance to make cancelable payments. So yeah, there's protocol changes in this direction that are being proposed or being discussed. The question, of course, is how exactly do you need to do them?
That makes sense. So just to kind of give like a quick overview of what you said, like right now in the protocol, if you're trying to pay another person using Lightning, you can only make 1 attempt to pay them at a time. And on average, just naively, you would expect it to fail 50% of the time, right? So that means there's a lot of time that maybe you're waiting until you finally make a successful attempt, right? Whereas there's the possibility, if we change the protocol, where you could kind of do parallel attempts to try to find the correct path, and that would drastically speed up these payments, right? So that's pretty cool. Yeah, but we need PTLCs for that, which is something we can add now that we kind of have started adding Taproot to the protocol, which is cool. Right, yeah. I think there's another thing around like payments reliability that we could probably talk about, which is like the liquidity, right? Like getting liquidity into the system. Is there enough liquidity to go around? Do you guys have any thoughts on that? Or
It's probably not as much an issue of how much liquidity we have, but how do we allocate it? Because it has a tendency of being very centralized around a couple of very big hubs, which from a routing perspective is actually not that bad, right? The more centralized the network is, the easier it is to find a path. But obviously, we don't want a centralized network because then you start relying on these big nodes. So very much like the privacy aspect and the payment success rate aspects, we have 2 diametrically opposed goals that we sort of try to fit into the Lightning specification itself, and we need to somehow find the middle ground that works for our needs best. And the liquidity we have currently in the network is improving rapidly, with lots of initiatives starting up their own liquidity service providers, where you can buy liquidity if you're sort of a leaf in the network. And they stand to make a bit of a return on investment on that liquidity that is being provided as well. The question always is, how do we allocate? How do we decide how big of a channel we want to open to such an endpoint? Is this coffee that they're going to be paid today? Is that going to be a repeat interaction? Shall we over allocate to a certain amount? Shall we under allocate? How much do we wait for the channel to be established? How much do we trust the endpoint? And so that is a wide open design space that we're still very much exploring. And I have a bit of a smile on my face because we are both academics, right? When we talk limitations, we are talking about exciting new stuff that we can build going forward. It's not that we are saying Lightning is doomed. Just wanted to add that as a framing here as well, because otherwise this is going to be a very doomy panel.
No, I think doom is good. Doom and gloom is great. Like, if we don't talk about what the limitations are, I think it's difficult for people to understand kind of like what's going on at like the basic layer that everyone else is trying to build like applications and projects on top of, right? And without a good understanding about kind of where the edges are, I think people get surprised and rather not surprise people. I want to get back to this idea about liquidity allocation, right? Because that has like a real cost. Like, I think one of the kind of cool and interesting problems with attempting to allocate, Bitcoin into Lightning is, as you were saying, figuring out where to put it, like where in the network should we put it, who's got enough traffic that it's worth us to like take, if you own Bitcoin and you want to put it into the Lightning network so that other people can use it to route, you got to figure out like where can I put it such that people are actually trying to make payments, right? If you put your Bitcoin into a channel and it doesn't get used, well, you had to pay money on-chain to end it up there. And then later, you're going to have to pay another on-chain transaction to move it somewhere else. So in some ways, people say that like liquidity on Lightning is inefficient that way. There's also like a real-world cost in terms of taking up block space to move allocations, right? So Renee, you had some thoughts about like the block space consumption of Lightning and how that impacts scaling.
Yes, so I want to iterate on what you said, right? There's two separate problems here. One problem is if you misallocate your liquidity as of right now, it's just a cost for you because you might have to close the channel again and you just have to pay some on-chain fees, right? While this might be not nice for you, it's not too big of a problem. But once we have like a large usage of Lightning, liquidity needs to be reallocated over and over again. And at some point in time, the blocks might become full. And then you really run into a problem because, well, then you have the system, the liquidity has dried up, you're trying with pathfinding and payment routing to find the liquidity, but the routing nodes, they need to reassign the liquidity, and if you just have enough of them and enough economic activity, then you might run into this problem. Of course, you can do some transactions where you batch these things and so on and so forth, but by the end of the day, block space is limited, and this is a certain limit that basically reflects back to what is possible in Lightning.
Yeah, I think it's very much also an issue of how much information do we have available when it comes to allocating funds as well, right? So LSPs right now all operate on a bit of a secretive formula about what they want to do, and I think your initiative, Liquidity Ads, is an excellent solution for that problem as well. Liquidity Ads are essentially an extension of the Gossip protocol that allows you to declare, hey, I have some liquidity I want to sell, and others to take you up on that offer. And I think this kind of information sharing that isn't actually going about individual payments, but more on an aggregate level, hey, I intend to perform some payments in the future, I need to get liquidity now, is solved by such a system where we have an open market. And if there is one thing we know about open markets is that they are very efficient when it comes to allocation of liquidity. Ideal markets, of course. And so, yeah, I think we are slowly building up the infrastructure to exchange that information and to make it more transparent and to create a more efficient market as we go along. And I think the same is going to be the case also for sharing information ahead of time when it comes to finding liquidity in the existing channels as well. I'm remembering your friend of a friend proposal where we essentially just gossiped slightly around, hey, I have this channel, this is my approximate allocation. Again, there's a bit of a trade-off, right? How much information do we share? How much information do we not share? If I see 13 Satoshis being subtracted on one channel and then an adjacent channel also gets subtracted to 13 Satoshis, I might have an inkling that there's a payment going through there. But if we sort of bucketize the information that we share and make it abstract such that these fine-grained sort of inferences cannot be made, then this might be a way forward to also augment the success rate of payments going forward.
So I want to address this point that you said that the open markets usually are very good in figuring out problems. I was supervising a master thesis by Sebastian Altscher, and he basically was able to show that the way how we currently do the payment routing is selfish. And doing selfish routing means that there is a certain price attached to it because everybody is trying to go through the same juicy channels, and those channels might dry up more quickly. So the fact that everybody is trying to work this open system might actually produce more jam, more traffic, more congestion, and more failed payment attempts. Also, the fact that we need something like liquidity ads is actually kind of surprising because, you know, every channel is currently anchored to a funding transaction. And you can basically on-chain observe where the liquidity is going in the Lightning Network, who brings liquidity, who uses up liquidity. And I think as a community, there is still a lot of stuff we can figure out what to do with this kind of data and how to utilize this information. And I see there's a lot of opportunities to improve on this, where this is currently not utilized at max.
Oh, I see a couple of master theses coming up here.
And that being said, liquidity ads still are useful, obviously, then to actually really sell the liquidity, right? But I'm just saying there's other things we could already do within the given protocol.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I think of liquidity ads as like a coordination mechanism, right? Like in most markets, it's about coordination, right? Someone needs inbound liquidity, someone wants to sell Bitcoin that they have available, and so it's just helping those two parties like coordinate, right? So that's kind of one of the cool things with markets is helping, you know, helping people find signals about where liquidity is needed. That's the people that want to buy it, and then where people are willing to provide it, you know, and that's how it was through the advertisement. I think there's a couple other like marketplaces that have popped up that try and do similar things. As far as I know, the liquidity ads protocol is the most decentralized one, but there's also like Amboss that has Magma. I think Lightning Labs has like their pool project, which does a similar thing, but in a more centralized kind of like market arena place. Christian, I wanted to kind of ask you really quickly about like, you know, Greenlight. So Greenlight as a project, you know, how does liquidity work with Greenlight? So Greenlight's this project you guys announced this morning. My understanding of it as a project is that it's really about bringing node infrastructure and making, you know, enterprise-grade node infrastructure more available to anyone that wants to run Lightning nodes in, like, I'm going to call it a self-sovereign manner, because you're able to keep your keys on your own device, like so hosted at home, but all of the infrastructure for keeping the node online, making sure that you're responding to payment requests pretty quickly, doing all the backups and all the kind of like work to make sure that your node stays online is like abstracted away into the cloud. What have you guys done, though, to kind of deal with this problem of like each of these individual nodes, though, is going to need liquidity? Yeah, so First of all, I mean, none of this is Greenlight specific, but we sort of try to bundle it together to make it more accessible. What runs under the hood at Greenlight is just a normal core Lightning node, and we actually want this to be an onboarding effort rather than sort of capturing people into that. So we offer, for example, the opportunity for later on exporting your node and running it on your own infrastructure. And as such, all of the features have to be accessible for core Lightning open source as well. What we did do is we did bundle up a couple of sort of default options just to make it easier for users that are very new to this whole concept of running a node.
just to give them an option that they can pick by default and sort of have a good user experience. And that sort of materializes in our integration with the Breeze LSP. So Breeze has been running one of the biggest Lightning wallets, non-custodial Lightning wallets in the open, and they have recently migrated over to Greenlight. And part of what we're doing there is we're also using the Breeze LSP as a sort of a way to get incoming liquidity whenever you create, for example, an invoice. So what you do is you create an invoice that has a hint attached that they should go through Breeze's LSP, and Breeze's LSP knows that they should open a channel on demand when there is an incoming payment. Our attempt here is to abstract as much away from the user as possible, because this complexity is what might keep us as a niche product with respect to the rest of the world. And we really want to enable all of the users to onboard into Lightning. And the easiest way for us to do that at the moment, we're just liquidity service providers. And we're hoping to expand the list of liquidity service providers going forward as well, to provide more flexibility to users that might have started learning more about the intricacies of Bitcoin and Lightning.
I think the fact that this term liquidity service provider or Lightning service provider is being coined shows actually the complexity that is attached to running a Lightning node. If you compare it, for example, with ISPs, almost nobody is their own ISP, right? Technically, you just need a router and you need to put it in some data center, but it's actually really hard to do that. And I think in Lightning, a similar thing applies. When back in 2018, I discovered your blog article, I thought it's easy. I went to GitHub, I downloaded the source code, I compiled it, I installed it, and my Lightning node was running, right? But I'm a technically sophisticated person. For most people, it's much harder. And then, of course, you only have the software running. It doesn't mean it's running well and it's running properly. You need to manage your channels, you need to manage your liquidity, you need to make sure that your service level agreement is there, and then, God forbid, hopefully your hard disk doesn't crash.
Oh, yeah, yeah. No, database management and backups are sort of the most misunderstood ideas in Lightning. Restoring a backup isn't safe in Lightning, which makes this really, really tricky. But yeah, I think coming back to limitations, I mean, the technical difficulties and technical challenges that people have to overcome are probably the biggest hurdle to mass adoption, or even to adoption by a larger group, right? We happen to be, all three of us, we happen to be techies, and we actually like the complexity. So it's very hard for us to sort of see what everyday users might be encountering as issues. And hanging out in support chats, that becomes very apparent because I spend a lot of time on Telegram and on Slack and on Discord, essentially just trying to help people to navigate this complexity.
But it's also interesting to observe the subtle interactions between the Bitcoin protocol and the Lightning network. Right, so for example, when we recently had these spamming attacks on the Bitcoin network, some Lightning developers were saying, hey, this is actually great because it uncovered a lot of the subtle bugs and issues that we were having. Right, or for example, when we're talking about the open markets, there's a market for block space, which is the auction system for fees. Well, I mean, this has a tremendous impact on Lightning channels. If you do a forced close and you have your fee committed wrongly, I mean, yes, nowadays with Anchor outputs, this is getting a little bit better. But I mean, there are subtle things that we still need to figure out in order to get this running really securely and properly. But yes, I'm arguing, of course, from like high demand.
Absolutely. I mean, and since you mentioned the problem of full blocks we recently had with the whole ordinals and BRC20 token stuff, that is very much, I would say, appreciated. It showed up a lot of assumptions that might not hold all the time, and showed us where we needed to improve. So it was a very interesting dry run for our capability of adapting to changing Bitcoin weather, so to speak. And since you mentioned Lightning and Bitcoin interactions, let's just talk about pinning attacks. That's a very, very subtle interplay of the two protocols that we took years for us to realize that there are such attacks. And for me, of course, that is very exciting as well, because there's a new building site. I can sort of start building my my protocols again. But looking from the outside, it might look very scary as well.
Pinning attacks are such a niche thing, I think is a good way to say it. Like, in order to understand like what that is, this has to do with when you're trying to close a Lightning channel and the mempool may be full, or maybe there's someone who's trying to prevent your closed transaction from reaching the miners, etc. In order to understand that like problem and those like kind of technical issues around it, you have to really understand how the mempool works, and it turns out that a lot of people don't really understand how the mempool works. It's always kind of interesting to try and talk to people about that.
There's a complexity, and then there's an emergent complexity that comes from the interaction of people and protocols and stuff like that. And sort of the emergent properties are probably the more difficult ones to analyze. But there are challenges. Let's solve them.
I was really curious. We only have a few minutes left, Christian, but I was curious about like, so with Greenlight, you guys want to get like, what's your ambition there for getting like, are you guys looking to get like millions of people onto Lightning? And then how are you planning on managing, like if we get millions of people coming into Lightning, whether through Greenlight or through something like the Phoenix wallet or another project that rolls out to get a bunch of people onto Lightning, is there enough liquidity and like block space to go around to get all these people onboarded? Maybe this will be like our final comment. So like,
yes, so of course the scalability of a scaling solution is always an interesting topic. And there seems to be a common conception that that Lightning can get us to 8 billion users, and maybe machine-to-machine payments, call it tens of billions of users. And what might be a bit depressing for many people, but also exciting for me, is that that is by no means the case, right? With Lightning, we might get 2-3 orders of magnitude. So we might be talking millions of users. We might be talking tens of millions of users, but we're not talking billions, right?
How do you define user? User running their own node, or user also using Lightning over a custodial service, which is currently happening a lot?
So I'd like to take it as constrained as possible and talk about the self-custodial users that actually invested the time to upgrade their experience and to do the hard work to get onto the Lightning network. There are complementary technologies such as Fedimint or Chaumian eCash or all of the more experimental kind of things that can extend us way beyond those pure Lightning users. And those can be part of the solution as well, right? And we will sort of extend the Lightning protocol over time, and we will face those challenges and limitations, and we will get to overcome them. Whether we still call it Lightning or we call it some new project name, I don't know. But I'm very optimistic that we will make the best use of the limited block space we have, of the limited liquidity we have, and get us to serve all the people that want to be served.
I want to just drop one number. If you think about, let's say, 21 million users on the Lightning network, that would mean that every node could just bring 1 Bitcoin to the Lightning network. And this shows also how scarce the liquidity might be on the Lightning network eventually.
Just 1 Bitcoin. I haven't heard that for a long time.
Cool. We are out of time. Thank you very much, y'all, and thank you guys. Cool.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
We're here at the Bitcoin Amsterdam live desk, brought to you by Bitcoin Magazine. I am sitting with Desiree Dickerson, CEO of Thunder Games, and Julian Limiger, CEO of Relay. And we just heard a great technical talk about some of the current challenges with Lightning. Now, both of you run Bitcoin businesses. Can you tell us a little bit about how you use Lightning in your operations? Des, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so at Thunder, we do a couple of things. The first is we do mobile games with micro incentive rewards using Bitcoin. So that's, the first way that we use Lightning, where, there's no other way to send 1 Satoshi, 3 Satoshis every hour to our users. And it wasn't possible to do with Bitcoin at all until we started using it with the Lightning Network.
That's great. So, Julian, how about you? Are you guys using Lightning yet?
Well, currently we mainly use it as a meme. So people, our community, our users are asking us when Lightning for more than 3 years now. But actually in the next couple of weeks, we will come out with a very interesting announcement in that regard. And obviously it is our goal to really upgrade the experience of our users also to Lightning. So that, as Desiree said, like also these instant and basically for free, very small payments and also purchases will be possible.
That's great. Really exciting to hear. So, I personally, I know I have experienced challenges onboarding people to Bitcoin, mostly with the time it takes for them to download an app, get the wallet, set it up, and then receive Bitcoin. So I'm just curious, what are some of the difficulties you've had with onboarding people to Lightning, either personally or with your businesses?
For us, there's several, but I think the biggest one is really comes down to UX, and that's really the way you solve it is by having a very product and user-driven organization. I mean, we do games, so people are very finicky, so we do our best to make it a really seamless experience and also really mirror other experiences that they've had in other popular products.
Cool. I can only second that. It's really taking away all the complexity from the user. This is your job as a company, right? And the user should just have a very slick and easy, simple user experience.
Great. Thank you so much. Now we're going back to the Genesis stage to hear from Balaji about the Bitcoin network state.
Anyway, I've got the delight and the pleasure of looking after you for the next couple of hours because there's going to be a few videos. There's going to be this person called Edward Snowden, who you all should definitely know about. One of the reasons we're all here today. And yeah, so I'm just going to that photo on social media. I think that's used up 1 minute of time on the dot. Fantastic. So without further ado, Balaji should be appearing on one of these screens behind me.
Is maybe a little different, and it's called History is Running in Reverse. This is a mental model of mine that I have, and I think it helps explain the world and also potentially helps explain where Bitcoin is going and why it might be even more important than we all think. So without further ado, let me just kind of jump in. So history is running in reverse, and this title slide over here shows that the world economy, several hundred years ago was centered in Asia, from 1000 AD to 1820 AD. The last few hundred years, it's been basically over the North Atlantic from 1913 to about the year 2000. But since then, it's been rocketing back to Asia. And so in a sense, history is running in reverse. As I'll show, many dynamics are like this. They have this sort of U-shape or inverse U-shape where it's going back to how it used to be. And if you want to kind of read about this, I've got a free book online at thenetworkstate.com. You can go and check this out. but this is like one of the chapters, and it's an elaboration of some of the concepts in there. So first, what's happening? Then why is it happening? At least my thesis on why. What does it mean for Bitcoin, and what could happen next, right? So let's start with the first. What's happening? What do I mean by history is running in reverse? So the way I think about things is many events that were happening in the past are happening again today, except with often the opposite outcome or like a change in sign. So for example, back then, the Western frontier closed. Okay, turn in your arms, the government will take care of you. But in 1991, the internet frontier reopened, and now you could go and homestead on the internet, get a domain name, and start doing things. Back then, you had the Spanish flu, and today we had COVID-19. And while it's censored, COVID-19 had absolute saturation, news coverage. Back then, you had the captains of industry and, so-called robber barons and so on. Today, you had the tech founders, okay? And, you've kind of have a very similar sort of dynamic of an individual that's able to build a massive business and acquire a lot of wealth. Back then, the journalists actually defeated the tech founders. They attacked them. They slandered them. Ida Tarbell attacked Rockefeller over and over again. The whole trust-busting movement and so on. All of that was essentially the rise of the centralized state to essentially seize the great fortunes, push them into, control of the state. And now we're seeing that happen in reverse, where in the U.S., gradually and not without a fight, founders are actually defeating journalists. Elon is banning journalists for simply doing their job. Bit by bit, we're getting the opposite outcome of what happened about 100 years ago. This time, the entrepreneurs are winning and the journalists are losing. Back then, about 100 years ago, you had the New York Times allying with Stalinist Russia to choke out Ukraine. Okay, that was Stalin's apologist, Walter Duranty, worked for the New York Times, covered up the starvation of millions of Ukrainians. Today, you have the opposite, where you have the New York Times allying with Ukraine against Putinist Russia. Okay, so it's a flip. Back then, this is an amazing cartoon, and it's a stereotypical portrayal of the Chinese, but this is from more than 100 years ago. Uncle Sam is portrayed as being this giant good exporter, this exporter of manufactured rails and goods and so on, and China is the market. And now today that's totally in reverse. It's China that is the exporter of goods, and it's the U.S. that's the market. Back then, Russia was the senior partner to China. It was Stalin who was the senior partner, and Mao was the junior partner. But today it's in reverse. It's now Putin that's the junior partner, and Xi, of China, who's the senior partner. So China is now the senior partner to Russia. Back then, you had a British ancestry man running India, and today you have an Indian ancestry man running the UK. And these are very surprising reversals over a 60, 70, 80, 90, 100-year period. And we can actually see this quantitatively. I've given a bunch of qualitative examples, but quantitatively, back then, the West dominated GDP. If you go further back, Asia did. Now history is running in reverse, and now most of the GDP is going to Asia and more generally the BRICS. Back then, you had actually very low rates of taxation, in the early 1900s. And then all of these taxes rose, and then they've fallen again since then. So you have like an inverse U-shape, especially with the defeat of communism and so on. So taxation has risen and then fallen. Back then you had actually huge fortunes in individual hands, and then with the centralized century of the compacting of the entire base, so that you basically couldn't get rich, you couldn't found a business. All of the entrepreneurs basically had their fortunes seized or stolen or taxed away, and only old money existed. It was very hard to have new money. And now we're kind of returning back to that state where anybody could found something and build something. And that's normally portrayed as negative, but really what it is, it's a reversion to what it used to be before the centralized century. Back then, America was 10x China's steel production. This is only back in the 70s over here, where the U.S. was about 10x China's steel production. Now it's 10x the other way. China's 10x America's steel. Back then, America was ideologically unified, and these are Democrat and Republican congressmen that are voting together on the same bill. By 2011, you had very partisan votes where essentially Democrats voted party line, Republicans voted party line. And you see this, I'll return to this point, America's ideologically disintegrating when in mid-century was very, very unified. And so, you're seeing this pattern in lots of things. I've given some quantitative examples, some qualitative examples. Why is it happening? Well, I think there's at least two reasons. I can't say that I know all the reasons, but at least two reasons. The first is going into 1950, you had technological centralization. For hundreds of years, you had this gradual centralization with, mass media and mass production in the 20th century. But even before that, the telegraph, the railroad, all those things promoted centralized states. And then in 1950, the centralized state invented the transistor, and it sort of invented the thing that led to its decentralization, because you go from transistor, and then you have cable news and the personal computer and the internet and smartphones and cryptocurrency. And so you have this decentralization of technology that's happening maybe 10x faster than the centralization did. And so in this graphic over here, all of these devices are now in a smartphone, which is really the opposite of this over here, where all these people are making, one device, right? So you have this massive technological decentralization. And the other thing you have is essentially a political flip. And it would take me a while to kind of go into every aspect of this figure. But essentially in 1988, it was very obvious that the economic left was the Soviet Union and the economic right was Reagan's America. But now you have the US is on the cultural left, and you have Putin's Russia and Xi's China on the cultural right. And there's been like kind of a flipping of the world, even if this isn't as explicit as communism versus capitalism. On the cultural axis, I think there's been an inversion. And broadly speaking, the West is more to the left and BRICS is more to the right culturally. And so because of this, these are some of the dynamics, going from centralization to decentralization, a left to right inversion. These are some of the reasons for the flip. And the thing to understand is that centralization was all really one piece. It's, the same thing that led to the rise of the Fed is what led to the rise of the SEC. Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson and FDR and the gold seizures and the alphabet soup that led to the ultimate alphabet, characters of war. It's all one piece, basically centralized state control over the economy. And in fact, the guys who set up the SEC, like Rex Tugwell, the reason they did it was so that the allocation of capital in the economy could be placed under federal control. The first step would be to limit self-allocation. So the same principle behind the SEC is behind the Fed, that the government wanted to take away people's ability to allocate capital on their own for your own good, of course, right? The same FDR who did the gold seizure set up the SEC, so it's all of one root. And, Keynesianism, you can kind of think about it as communism light, because, communism, of course, you have the guards who will go and, shoot you or cart you off to a gulag and steal your farm and call that collectivization. They would steal all your property at once. But what the Keynesians do is they steal like 97% of it over time invisibly. Okay, so it's like communism light. It's like communism for wimps. They steal, but they do so for the state in a way that's less likely to arouse a reaction. It's the difference between a lion who you can see coming and you fight off and you get your adrenaline up, and a mosquito that just sucks your blood. I mean, camouflage has evolved many times in the animal kingdom. It's also evolved at the level of ideologies to take your money. And the thing about this is, centralization is one piece, and fiat funded these wars. There were no giant wars without conscription, taxation, inflation, centralization. World War II was actually the first time that a major war was fought before the money ran out, because they could seize all the money. Okay, so all of this centralization was of one piece, and Bitcoin is a pretty important part, because decentralization is reversing those pieces. So you don't just get the same world, but with Bitcoin. Bitcoin, if it wins, completely changes the world, because it changes the ability of centralized states to do what they've been doing. And, so these are some of the things that are relevant to Bitcoin. Basically, back in the day, you had private banking. Today, you have the rise of cryptocurrencies. Back in the day, there was a populist left movement against gold, which was William Jennings Bryan's Cross of Gold speech. He said, you can't, give us gold, because gold will mean that the government, is constrained in its spending and it needs to be able to spend. And now we have a populist libertarian or libertarian right movement for gold that's saying the government is spending too much, it's taking away our purchasing power, we need to stop it, right? So another very important inversion. Back in the 1930s, you had the brain trust entering DC, and now you have the federal brain drain, where people who are smart are leaving the federal government and joining tech or finance or starting companies. Back then, there was a huge set of court battles, and the feds generally won in court, and now they're starting to lose a lot of these court battles, okay? So all of that centralization, that arc up was one piece, and the decentralization is one piece. You could start to see them cohering because the financial component is a very important component. And so put all that together, what could happen next? Now, you know, what I've described is what has happened. This is, of course, speculative, but here is one possible model. The thing is that the banking crisis, you know, from earlier this year with the collapse of those U.S. banks, you know, a $200 billion bank doesn't go to zero overnight with no notice, just out of nowhere. What happened was all of these banks bought bonds. Those bonds are underwater in a massive way. And this is a graph from the FDIC itself showing the scale of unrealized losses across banks. And one bank alone, Bank of America, has a $100 billion paper loss. This is from the Financial Times. You know, they're basically like, you know, somebody who's saying it's not a loss till you sell, bro. Okay, this unrealized loss over here is $100 billion, and they're pretending they're solvent. But if somebody actually comes looking for the money, they've got a $100 billion loss in their books, and that's just one, quote, too big to fail bank. So major banks have major losses. And central banks have major losses too. The Bundesbank, Germany's central bank, may need recapitalization to cover bond buying losses. This is an insane headline. It's saying that a central bank of Germany is out of money because it bought bonds. But wait a second, I thought bonds were supposed to be safe. Are you telling me that bonds cause losses on such a scale that the fifth largest economy in the world, its central bank, needs recapitalization? This is like the Milton Friedman joke about how if communists ran, you know, the Sahara Desert, they'd run out of sand. Well, the Keynesians have a central bank that's run out of money, okay? And so these are insane headlines, which are kind of in financialese, so they don't get the attention that they should. But when the central bank of Germany is saying it's out of money, and it's kind of denying this, and then the auditors are saying it's actually true. But you start poking into these headlines, you're like, actually, the banks are out of money, and that's actually not going to be good. Eventually, you know, it could be, people have talked about how, you know, the whole SVB thing was a Bear Stearns, and there's going to be a Lehman moment. I think that's probably right, though exactly how it materializes, who knows, okay? But if you think about what might happen there, right, if history is running in reverse, well, it actually turns out that a lot of the stuff that FDR did came on the heels of a bunch of banking seizures. He declared bank holidays, pushed through all of this legislation, freeze accounts, seize accounts, this and that. And, you know, Fitch, for example, is warning it may be forced to downgrade dozens of banks, including JPMC, which is supposed to be, you know, the most, you know, elite American bank. And this would cause a catalyzing effect. Go and look at their things. They're signaling this. They just downgraded the USA itself, so downgrading JPMC is less of a step than doing that. So we could have a banking collapse similar to what happened in the 1930s. And if that happens, well, back then we had the Great Depression. Right now, arguably, we're in the middle of the Great Inflation. There's a lot of people on TikTok, on Twitter, et cetera, that are just posting analyses. They're saying, how are people even living now, especially in places like Canada or so on, like, you know, you do out the math and, you know, suddenly rent is 49% of your budget rather than 21% in just 4 years. So astronomical rise in housing prices and other things. And CPI doesn't fully capture this. And when people say, quote, inflation is down, that's like saying interest rates are down, but the compounding is still there. So the actual individual cost, it's more than just a few percent. You know, people are talking about double-digit impacts depending on where they are. So from the Great Depression, are we in the middle of the Great Inflation at the early stages? And if we are, you know, back in the day, we had gold vertical against fiat. We already see digital gold going vertical against fiat. It's risen several orders of magnitude over the last decade. Does it have another one or two to go? If so, if Bitcoin does hit 100,000 or 1 million, I don't think it's going to just be received as, okay, great, the price went up. I think that it may accompany some bad macroeconomic events. And if in the 1930s those economic events were accompanied by an attempted successful gold seizure, I think this set of economic events that's coming may be accompanied by a failed attempted gold seizure. For example, this is a real headline. Biden administration wants to make it easier to seize crypto without criminal charges. That's a real headline. They're laying the groundwork to try to do this. Not just in the U.S., but in other countries, of course. And so the thing is, of course, there'll be resistance to such seizure, and that resistance is at least part, not entirely, but in part on partisan lines. For example, within the U.S., Texas has the right to hold Bitcoin shall not be infringed. State senator attracting Bitcoin miners to Oklahoma. DeSantis in Florida says Bitcoin represents a threat to the current regime. The right to hold Bitcoin shall not be infringed is definitely something that's burgeoning there. And so the existing political divisions are pretty important in terms of thinking about if history repeats, if they try a gold seizure again after a bank collapse, then political divisions really matter because those groups that resist it will be important. And the thing about it is, within the U.S. and also within other Western countries, but especially in the U.S., the digital separation is actually already here between these two parties. At the leadership level, Democrats and Republicans don't vote together anymore. They vote straight party line. And at the level of the public, this is what it was in 2017, where, totally different data set. This is Twitter, blues over here, reds over here. They don't really follow or interact with each other. And now, as of 2023, everybody's in their own separate apps. It's Mastodon and Blue Sky and Threads and Gab and Parler and Truth Social. And so you're at to the point of totally separate apps. And so the people have already separated mentally. They're in a different society mentally. They just haven't printed it out offline. It's like you've done it online, you've written your Google Doc, you hit print, and then you materialize it offline. You're in separate societies online, only a matter of time before that happens offline. In fact, it's already happening. Red states are getting redder, blue ones bluer. You have people who are, the so-called big sort has been happening for more than 15 years, and people are fleeing blue states, red states. You're having this great migration, this great sorting, this great partitioning happening. And if you put all of this together, put all these pieces together, maybe this is how it all comes apart. Basically, if we take one more historical analogy, back in the day, there was the partition of India, right, in the 1940s. Many people don't know about this, but essentially India was one entity. But then when the British left, when the federal government basically just vanished, it was partitioned into India and Pakistan. And it wasn't a civil war. It was basically mob on mob kind of violence and people just kind of running across the board in this sort of chaotic way. And these kind of borders didn't make any sense in the sense that why would you put Pakistan on this side and on this side? It didn't make any sense except from history and culture as to where Hindus and Muslims had settled. And I can't help but look at the map of the U.S. and see an echo of that with the blue states in the west and the east, kind of like east and west, west and east Pakistan. And to think, American partition may be actually more likely a scenario than civil war in the sense of something more like BLM, but the right is shooting back. Some kind of disorganized mob-like scenario on both sides, some combination of BLM and JN6 in lots of different states where some states are attempting Bitcoin seizures and others are declaring Bitcoin sanctuary. So the right to hold Bitcoin shall not be infringed. The thing to understand about this, the reason I'm saying this is when you understand that full arc, that history is running in reverse and lots of things are happening this way. The gold seizure that FDR did wasn't some side event. This is a quote from an article there. The number of articles devoted to the gold seizure more closely resembles that of historic moments like the moon landing or 9/11 than even Roe versus Wade. Okay, so it wasn't a typical Supreme Court decision. The gold seizure was at the level of 9/11. This whole book is kind of about that American default. You can read about it. This was like a key moment in building the centralized states of the 20th century. And it was a huge, huge thing. It's being forgotten today. But if we replay that, and if we replay, just like, like the Spanish flu was forgotten, and then we kind of replayed it. If we replay the gold seizure except in reverse, and this time it's failed, is this a rock on which the union breaks? Do we see a realignment from right versus left to top versus bottom, basically dollar nationalists and Bitcoin maximalists? I think that's very possible. I think that is kind of how things are vectoring, and I think this is the kind of thing on which things could break up. Those states that allow you to hold Bitcoin, that hold Bitcoin, will remain financially solvent in the event of some serious 2008 level thing or worse, and those that don't will try to seize the money. So I don't know what comes next. We don't know what comes next. This is one thesis. I may be wrong. But if history is running in reverse, our future is a mirror of our past. So thank you. That's talk. And if you're interested in more, there's actually a conference in Amsterdam, October 30th at thenetworkstate.com. I'm going to give you a talk today that is maybe...
We are here at Bitcoin Amsterdam 2023, coming to you from the live desk presented by Bitcoin Magazine. I am with Desiree and Julian, and we just listened to a fascinating talk from Balaji about the geopolitical implications of Bitcoin, and where he discussed how fiat is used to finance war and why Bitcoin helps to change not only the narrative around money printing for war, but also how Bitcoin can actually prevent war. So one of the common sayings among Bitcoiners is Bitcoin fixes this. And we heard from Balaji about how he thinks Bitcoin fixes war, but I'm wondering, what are some of the things that you think Bitcoin fixes? Julian, we'll start with you.
Yeah, a similar saying is that, Bitcoin makes war unaffordable, right? And it's, I think, this centerpiece of why Bitcoin is so valuable, not only on a monetary level, but like for societies, that it cannot be just printed away, and that it cannot be censored, and it cannot be manipulated through any other third party. And this basically, since we had actual gold before the gold standard, gold plus fiat, but actual gold as money since then, which is hundreds of years back, we did not have this opportunity anymore to really hold money ourselves that cannot be manipulated and printed away, like the value of it cannot be printed away by others. And therefore, it also, for example, makes war unaffordable, because the US, for example, cannot just print billions of Bitcoin every day like they do now with dollar to finance such things that actually the society doesn't agree with.
Yeah, I totally agree. What about you, Des? What do you think Bitcoin fixes?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it fixes a lot of things. I just see kind of in the business side of things how Bitcoin really pushes these paradigm shifts in terms of like how businesses are built and how they're being run. For us, specifically at Thunder, it's been really interesting because the whole entire history of gaming has really been users coming and playing, and with the rise of mobile, those users are spending money, they're watching ads, making the company money, but they're not getting anything in return. But Bitcoin makes it possible for companies to actually share some of that revenue and really kind of change the transfer of value in these different relationships when it comes to consumers interacting with businesses.
Yeah, I agree. I think it really changes the incentive model in so many different ways. We're only a few hours into Bitcoin Amsterdam, but I'm wondering if you could tell me some of your highlights. I've been in awe of the stages and the atmosphere, but what are you thinking? What's been so exciting for you at this point?
I think it's really exciting to see that there are so many product announcements. So, for example, Thunder, you guys have announced new things. Trezor, there will be new startups like Spirit of Satoshi by Alex Svetsky, kind of announcing new things that are being built. And as we say, I mean, we're in deep bear market, let's be clear on that, but still bear markets are for building, and I think that's something that's really great to see, that there's so much power still building new things on this technology and bringing the whole space forward, the whole spirit here. And there's still quite some people that I actually wouldn't have thought that there would be so many people because it's so much of a bear market right now.
Right. Bear markets are for building. Des, I want to hear back from you after this, but we're now heading back to the Genesis stage where we will hear about the future of Bitcoin, European Bitcoin mining.
Hello, good afternoon. We've got a really exciting panel coming up. Hey guys, it's lovely to see some orange in the audience this afternoon. Can I see a show of hands here? Who is European? But yeah, the vast majority. Okay, who of you has mined Bitcoin, does mine Bitcoin, mines Bitcoin at home? Yeah, none of us. Okay, so I think we all need some lessons in mining. And what better way to explain mining to a bunch of Europeans than a bunch of Americans or North Americans to mine Europe-splain how to do mining. The moderator unfortunately couldn't make it, but we've had a great stand-in from a lovely gentleman called Phil. So on the next panel we have Sam, Ben, and Frank, which if you shorten it, it becomes SBF, so don't do that. But would you please put your hands together for the panel about mining this afternoon from three lovely North Americans and a lovely North American stand-in. Here they come. Here they come.
All right.
How's everybody doing today? So as the announcer, I just jumped in from the crowd to host this, so this should be a lot of fun. My name's Phil McPherson. I work for Riot Platforms, head up the capital markets for our mining operations in the U.S. and in Texas. And so we're going to talk about European Bitcoin mining, specifically with Ben, Frank, and Sam. So why don't we start with each of you guys kind of giving a little bit of your background, your position at your company, and kind of where your focus on mining is, and then we'll jump into some topics after that.
Sure. My name is Ben Gagnon. I'm the Chief Mining Officer at Bitfarms. We're a large publicly traded Bitcoin mining company, one of the oldest. We're founded back in 2017, and we've maintained between 1% and 2% of the Bitcoin market share ever since. At the company, I oversee mining operations and strategy, and I've been mining full-time since 2015. I've built mines now in 7 countries.
Wow, 7 countries. Which countries are you guys currently in?
We're currently in Canada, the United States, Paraguay, and Argentina.
Wow. And we have Frank Holmes here with Hive.
Hi. I'm the chairman, in addition to being a seed shareholder and co-founder of Hive Blockchain. I mentioned this morning I was trying to launch a Bitcoin ETF in 2017, and I realized at that point it was futile. $1,000 an hour legal bills is a waste of money and time. So I got into crypto mining, and so that was a big launch, and we were mining Ethereum and Bitcoin. And with that, as Ethereum is gone, we pivoted into AI with all those beautiful NVIDIA machines, and that business is starting to torque now. And we're about 1% of the Bitcoin network.
And what countries do you mine in?
Sweden, Iceland, and Canada.
Okay.
Those cold countries.
Good place to mine.
For green and clean.
Sam?
I'm Sam Tabar. I'm CEO of Bit Digital. We're a public listed company on NASDAQ. Ticker is BTBT. We mine in 3 different jurisdictions, the United States, Canada, and Iceland. There was a recent large Bloomberg feature about Bit Digital's entry in Iceland, which I can get into a little bit later today. We've produced about 5,700 Bitcoins, and I think that should be it for now.
So maybe we'll start, when you guys look at capital allocation and you talk about with your shareholders or where you're going to invest, what led you to want to mine in Europe? And maybe you can kind of go into that decision-making processes, how you look at Europe versus other places to mine, what the advantages are. Maybe start with Sam.
Well, jurisdictional diversification is very important for us. Originally, Bit Digital our entire fleet was in China. This is before the Bitcoin mining ban in China, and we thought that was a a jurisdictional risk not worth having. So we started migrating our entire fleet, which was quite an operational feat because this was done during COVID, and we moved 40,000 machines from China into the United States just to have, 2 different countries mine our Bitcoin. And in the middle of that migration, the Bitcoin mining ban was announced in China, which proved our thesis that jurisdictional diversification is very important, and having all your eggs in one basket. In other words, having your fleet in just one country could be an existential risk for your company. And so following that philosophy, we have diversified in the United States and upstate New York, where we draw power from the Niagara River, carbon-free, not carbon neutral. There's a big difference. We are in Canada as well, using hydro, and we're in Iceland using geothermal or volcanic energy.
Great. And Frank, you were kind of the OG miner in Europe.
Yeah, the Colonel Sanders. Yeah,
the Colonel Sanders. Maybe you can talk about what led you to Europe. Was it, cheap energy? Was it, they support mining? What really ignited that kind of fire, if you will?
I think there's several factors. One was green, and Iceland was the first facility, and it allowed the creation of Hive to immediately have revenue. We had 3 employees, and it ran out with $10 million of revenue per employee, like a gold royalty company. And with that was the idea of diversifying for risk and looking for inexpensive energy that was green. So that naturally led us over to Sweden, which we built up, and our partners over there is Barrage. And now what we found is the last halving provided 2 great buying opportunities. And just before the last halving, we bought La Chute in Montreal, once again, green energy, Quebec. And then we purchased, always confuse all these names for me, GPU-1 out of, and they were building a facility out of New Brunswick. So that has worked out because they brought a great team, and now we've boomed the business.
Great. And Ben, maybe you want to talk about what brought you guys, or what decisions that you made going into new countries?
Yeah, we're not in Europe, but we have developed sites in 4 different countries. For us, we really focus on low-cost energy and the economic sustainability of that energy. Hydropower is one of our preferred power sources as a result of that. There's no level of energy efficiency on the miner that's going to outweigh a low energy price. You can't out-efficient, a high expensive energy price. And so for us, we look for those markets where the energy price is cost effective, it's competitive, and there are very few pressures that's going to drive that price up. When we have looked at Europe in the past, it's mostly been at the northern parts of Norway, Finland, and Sweden, because they fulfill all those same criteria. There's large amounts of hydroelectric infrastructure, it's underutilized, there's limitations on the distribution and transmission, which create bottlenecks and create economic opportunities for miners and thematic baseload.
Gotcha. So let's shift gears here just a little bit. A smart investor once told me that ESG stands for everybody's so gullible. And what we've seen is, a shift of countries, politicians, asset managers started focusing on ESG, and now in the last year or 2, we're seeing less of a shift to that. So let's start with Ben, and we'll go the opposite way. What are you seeing in your operations? What are you hearing from your shareholders? What are they emphasizing to you and your board as far as ESG goes? And then how are you seeing that kind of relate to European operations? Is it something that is, is it the tail wagging the dog, or is it something that you're leading with?
I don't think that it is a primary concern for most of our investors. As a Bitcoin miner, you have to be a profit maximalist first and foremost. If you're in this for any other reason, you are not going to be competitive in the long run, and that's just as simple as it gets. For our side, we have mined over 21,000 Bitcoins purely with renewable energy. It has been a core part of our strategy since the beginning, but it's not something that we emphasize. And one of the things that I find is very true, not only in our industry, but across most industries, is the groups that talk about ESG the most and are the most promoting of their strategies actually have the weakest practices if you drill into it. And, from our perspective, the economic sustainability of hydropower is more important than the environmental sustainability of hydropower, because if we're not going to be able to cost effectively operate on that power for the long term, there's no point in developing in the first place.
Right. I mean, and your point about the ratings, right? I mean, Exxon has a higher ESG rating than Tesla, right? Which just shows you the system can get worked, if you will, and you have to lead by profits as opposed to just, you know, theory, right, Frank?
Well, I think as a fund manager, by the way, I've known Phil for a long time. He used to cover as an energy analyst at U.S. Global Investors in San Antonio. I think that ESG, the concepts used to have different narratives and acronyms, but the gold mining industry have been so far advanced in going into the Congo, into West Africa, into Latin America, and one of the big parts was to create something that's sustainable and recycling and helping with healthcare and education. So I think that they've learned how to be so successful in those jurisdictions. Hive, it has an ESG strategy, and it's important for us to give back to the community like we've done in Bowdoin. It's the Hive Arena, because it's not like Friday night football in Texas, it's hockey night. And it's recognized, and I think is important, but for other investors, there was a big push coming out of Europe in particular on the ESG, and I believe it was Norway, the sovereign fund was the biggest push for BlackRock to have to go down this path.
Yep.
And what they found from data and data analysis, it really wasn't good. It wasn't good investment decisions were being made. And so I think that now Vanguard is only 2% that they're making decisions against boards of directors over their ESG. But I think it's just a good discipline, a good citizenship as a corporation, that if you're making profits from an emerging area, that you do try to make the whole community stronger.
And then you guys are growing vegetables, right, at one of your sites also? Or?
Vegetables, cucumbers, and you know, it's just not too far from here. We were so impressed with the recycling of 2 megawatts of mining Bitcoin would heat this huge water tank, and that water tank would then send out and heat an area of 6 football fields.
Unbelievable.
A greenhouse of 6 football fields. Just 2 megawatts. So you can heat the whole hockey arena with 1 megawatt at the same time make money. So I think this idea of how you can use Bitcoin mining to not only to make money for the shareholders, you can improve the whole facility, is only going to grow. Last week in Prague, there was a wonderful video of showing in the Congo, where there was trapped electricity on a dam, and they put up some machines, and they're mining, and they're throwing off $100,000 a month in revenue, and they're basically stopping animals from getting killed. People have got a livelihood. I think things like this, which makes Bitcoin mining so important as we go forward.
It would elevate a lot of different people in a lot of different ways. Sam, you made a comment, there's a difference between carbon neutral and carbon free. Maybe you could start with that and talk a little bit about your Bit Digital's ESG strategy.
Sure. I mean, whenever I see the reference to carbon neutral, I always laugh a little bit to myself, because really what you're doing when you're carbon neutral is you're just creating damage in the environment and then buying certificates to offset the damage. That's like taking a giant shit in the room and using an air freshener to neutralize the smell. So we're carbon free. We don't cause the damage in the first place by drawing from clean sources of power. And I don't entirely agree with due respect with Dan's point about being a profit maximalist. If we wanted to do that, we would have used fossil fuels in a developing country where the jurisdiction is iffy, and you're going for the cheapest power possible, and environmental damage is being done. We could have done that path, but we didn't, because we think you have to think about the planet you live on, and I don't think it really tracks. I don't think it really aligns to use the industry or the power of the past, which is fossil fuels, made from dinosaur bones. That's what fossil fuel is. To power the industry of the future, which is Bitcoin mining, something doesn't align. Also, we received, I think some of you guys, I can't remember, but we received letters from senators like Elizabeth Warren, who was going after Bitcoin mining companies that were perhaps not being particularly aware about how they're using their, how they're powering their Bitcoin, producing their Bitcoin by using too much fossil fuel. So we think there is a political and existential risk if you're a profit maximalist and not thinking about the bigger picture of the political environment that we live in, particularly in Europe, where you'll be yanked out of business if you're just constantly thinking about being a profit maximalist and not thinking more about avoiding creating harm on the planet.
I'd just like to add to that. At Hive, we took, Ben's done a lot of work with the Bitcoin Mining Council and the stewardship and leadership of Michael Saylor of pulling this all together has been just exceptional. Yep. And I know Ben's been very active in it. And taking that data, and it's a 30-minute presentation that Michael goes through from all the slide deck. What we have done is taken them down to 3 minutes. And we've translated it into Swedish, into French, into Spanish, into English, because we have found in Europe that a lot of the politicians think the internet is free. And we try to educate them that you need to have a data center. If there's no data center, there's no internet. There's no Minecraft. There's no Spotify. And so when they hear about Bitcoin mining, then it's got to be bad for the data centers. It's just information flow. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to actually inform and try to, where people have the attention span of 3 minutes is a miracle now.
That's a good point. I think, coming from the oil and gas industry, I was surprised when I entered the Bitcoin industry how much of a target there was on the back, right? And so maybe next question would be, why do you think that Bitcoin mining and Bitcoin in general has had such a large target on their back? Is it, lack of understanding? What are your companies doing to help with that? And looking out 5, 10, 15 years, maybe give us a vision of where you see things kind of happening from a mining perspective and from a Bitcoin perspective. Maybe, Ben, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. I think as an industry, we faced a lot of attacks over the years. I think we're going to continue to face a lot of attacks. I think a lot of the attacks are misinformed. I think there are a lot of people just repeating things that they've read in headlines. When it comes to the energy side of things, there couldn't be anything further from the truth. The reality is that Bitcoin mining is an economic incentive to monetize low-cost energy. That is what it is. And if you are using expensive energy, that's a problem. We are not taking power out of Manhattan. We're not taking power out of downtown LA. We are going to the places where the energy infrastructure exists and is not being properly utilized, that we're not competing with other sources of industry and energy. And what happened in the United States and Canada is they drove out most of the industry, or a lot of the industry, off to places like China and the rest of the world, for regulatory policy. And nobody really wanted to invest in these industrial assets afterwards. And so we were able to pop in there, utilize the infrastructure that's already in place, hydro dams that have already been built, the capital expenses already been incurred. This is infrastructure that's been underutilized, and now we're able to monetize it profitably. And the reality is that, when you look at Bitcoin mining as an energy incentive or an economic incentive to monetize low-cost energy, and you look at, where those sources of energy are, you extrapolate that out further, Bitcoin mining is the only economic incentive on the planet to reduce your energy waste and reduce your emissions that's not funded by government subsidy. It's the only one. It's a free market incentive to reduce waste, and it's completely driven by profit. And this is what I mean by being a profit maximalist. Because if you are focused on that profit incentive and you're actually pursuing it, you can create a long-term sustainable business that is not just sustainable on the energy, but it's also sustainable on the economic side. And this is a key thing that people don't understand. If you are getting rid of the only economic incentive on the planet to reduce your energy waste and reduce your emissions, the only thing that you are going to do is you're going to raise the cost on taxpayers for the environmental waste, or you're going to increase the amount of energy waste and increase the relevant emissions because you've taken away that incentive for other people to reduce it naturally and by their own free will. And so this is where profit maximalism saves us all.
Very well said.
I don't know if I could go through that sermon, but it's outstanding. I think that you have to realize, like, why is it so polarized? And it's like American politics. It gets very polarized. On my right hand, I would say we have climate change Maximus, and over here we have Bitcoin Maximus. And they end up polarizing that we try to come in the middle and create something that's very sustainable, that's using innovation. Like what we do in Montreal is we heat a building with the energy from, originally from hydroelectricity, is 30 megawatts of electricity, heats a building 5 times its size where they're making whirlpools. In Sweden, over 3 years ago, we started balancing the grid. We're now the biggest in the country. And why is that good? Because there's all this wasted energy that's going nowhere, and now the community is getting paid for it, we're using it, and we can tool down with software from 30 megawatts to 3 megawatts in a minute, and vice versa, and then crank it back up. So we actually help the grid. They don't have to spend an extra hundreds of millions of dollars building another hydro dam, and we're there to help this sort of overall ecosystem. So I think that we have to, incumbent upon us, to do a better job educating of how we can come in and heat a building or build a greenhouse. These are really key components. And we're fighting against the climate change advocates that came out and said, and the mining group that's put the information. There's just so much FUD out there of how much electricity we consume, etc. But it's just education, education, education.
And Frank, you make an important point, the grid reliability. A lot of people don't understand how electrical grid works, that it's not just flipping a light switch on and off. And that stability of the grid is important for people's livelihoods. If the grid goes down, the hospital goes down, right? And unfortunately, the dark secret of renewables is the intermittency of renewables, right? And so as we transition as a world to renewables, that grid stability that Bitcoin miners provide is going to become a bigger part of the story. Sam?
Yeah, I agree with Ben and Frank for sure. The only thing I would add is I think the reason why it's polarizing is Bitcoin is in general a threat to legacy finance, and Bitcoin is also a counterculture movement in many ways to address the inequities of the rigged legacy financial system. And so legacy finance understands that every single counterculture movement at its heart is very pro-environment. And so they use this fake environmental argument to divide this counterculture movement. They've done so, I would say, successfully. And they've funded certain movements like Greenpeace, which is funded by people who have a very clear agenda to take Bitcoin down. And it has nothing to do with the environment. And other green organizations and politicians like Senator Warren, who is financed plenty by legacy finance and banks and so on. And so they just don't want Bitcoin to be they don't make money off Bitcoin. So they don't have an interest in people trading Bitcoin. They want the younger generation that's basically trading crypto these days and not really trading stock. They don't like that. They don't make money off that. So I think this environmental argument has been really an engineered one. It's fake in many ways, in every way actually, and it just divides us.
Yep, good point.
So true. And I think I'm going to add to that. You can look in a country and how developed it is their fintech. So what really surprised me recently in June in Toronto, going around and visiting all the banks, etc., there's no fintech. The bankers will tell you have to go to New York City. You go to the UK, there's more fintech. Why is that? Well, the banks have shut it down. Yeah. And guess what? Bitcoin mining is a fintech. It is part of the fintech. It's part of that digital world. And so you have to realize that the big lobbyists is the banking industry. And what Bitcoin has done is validated the flow of digital money and how this digital asset could take place. And they're going to try to do everything to try to copy it. But good luck, and I think there's a big push. If you remember in America in the 20s, they made alcohol prohibited any alcohol. So they brought in Al Capone and the mafia. Mm-hmm. And then in the 30s, they stopped gold. Everyone had to turn in their gold. And they took gold from $20 to $35, and not many people turned in their gold. So you see this prohibition taking place, but I really believe the network is so decentralized, and with all these nodes all over the world, they can suppress it. They can make it more difficult, but I believe it just comes back bigger and stronger because all those millennial kids and Generation X, Y, and Z, they don't play Monopoly. I played Monopoly. I played with paper money. Yep. They play with digital. And if you're really good at gaming, you're going to get digital money, and it's so easy for them to grasp the concept of digital. Yep. So I think it's just we have to weather through, educate, and continue with the innovation of recycling this electricity.
So real quick, we're almost out of time here. The next big moment for Bitcoin is when the ETF is approved. So real quick, 5 seconds. When do you think it's going to be approved, and what do you think it'll do for the price of Bitcoin? Sam?
I don't know when it'll be approved, but it's obviously very positive for the price of Bitcoin.
Frank?
You know, Caitlin Long is a Harvard lawyer and in 20 years in the capital markets, thinks it'll not happen until a year from now.
A year from now, all right.
But if it does happen, you've got to think of gold. The regulatory world used to be, and I know gold, I've written books on it, and in that space, they're very anti-gold until the GLD came along. And why? Because all of a sudden they can see where all the gold is. And it grows to $50 billion. It's not all decentralized through gold coin dealers and through mom and pop shops all over America. It's focused. The brokers, the bankers, it's all done in one big area. I think that's what they really want, and I think it will happen. But when it does take place, it's so political.
Real quick, Ben?
It'll take as long as it's politically affordable and politically expedient to do so. So they'll delay it as much as they possibly can for as much political gain as they possibly can, because when the spot ETF gets launched, it's going to be beneficial for Bitcoin, which is bad for them.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank our panelists, and I'd like to thank Amsterdam for hosting us.
We're back at the Bitcoin Amsterdam Live Desk, brought to you by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm joined by Desiree Dickerson of Thunder Games and my colleague, Chris Lamo. We just heard about how the future of European Bitcoin mining is still promising, even with energy production setbacks in Europe. There's been a ton of eclectic and interesting panels, demonstrations, and talks. Desiree, what's something you've been excited to see?
I've been really excited to see just so many people still building in the space. I know we say that it's a bear market, but for folks who are building on Bitcoin, I definitely think it's very bullish for what's being built. So I've loved the announcements, and I'm really excited for River, Sam at River. I believe he's giving a talk here, and he's going to provide some insights on something I love, which is the Lightning Network. So.
Right, and lucky for us, there's another day and a half of incredible programming ahead of us. What are you looking forward to, Chris?
I'm really looking forward to Edward Snowden is coming up right after this, so really looking forward to his talk, talking about privacy and how we can use Bitcoin privately and permissionlessly. So that's something that I'm really looking forward to.
Awesome. Me too. Yeah, I think Edward Snowden is somebody I'm most looking forward to. I mean, he's an American hero. He really stuck his neck out there to show the American people what's really truly going on behind the scenes, and I am hopeful that he can be pardoned and get the justice that he deserves.
Sure.
Yeah, so, one of the other speakers I'm looking forward to is Stella Assange. Another hero, Julian Assange, is fighting for his freedom right now, and I am also hoping that he gets a pardon. So, we have these two political figures, and are there any other speakers that you're excited to see?
I mean, those are the two big ones. Definitely want to go back and watch the Balaji video that we just saw to get a better view of his talk. I've always liked his talk, and he had a really good podcast with Marty Bent earlier this year that I think was probably one of the best podcasts of the year.
Awesome. So now, for one of the speakers that we are most excited to hear, American hero, Edward Snowden.
On January 3rd, 2009, amidst the financial world in turmoil, the first Bitcoin block was mined. This was no ordinary block. It bore a message. Not just a timestamp, but a battle cry for financial freedom. The Times, 3rd January 2009. Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks. Here we stand, 14 years later, in Amsterdam. We are still feeling the echoes of this moment. History does not repeat itself, but it rhymes. Again, we find ourselves on the brink of immense change. Europe has always endured and emerged stronger than before. Building things that stand the test of time. Like the grand cathedrals and stone buildings of our ancestors, the blockchain will endure for centuries and generations. We sit here today in the heart of a winter, when the distractions and the hype fade away. Only the builders and true believers remain. They risk it all to stand in the front lines and fight. The fight for financial freedom, for success. Every 4 years, a new chapter in Bitcoin history begins. A chance to innovate, where the real work and change gets made. This is the time to build. And our foundation is strong, built on a singular Bitcoin block, a project that will last forever. Amsterdam has long been the beating heart of innovation. We lead the change and are not afraid of projects with great ambition. We find ourselves here today at the genesis of a new era. Welcome to Bitcoin Amsterdam.
I am not Edward Snowden, just in case you're wondering. He is currently connecting to the live stream and will appear on the screens momentarily behind me. And I had a few minutes to write down a few words. Oh, he's already on the screen. Fantastic. In which case, please welcome him to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Edward Snowden.
Thank you very much. I'm hearing myself in my own ear here. Okay. Yeah, so first off, I want to say thank you for inviting me. I wasn't expecting to be here. It's nice to be with you and a part of the community. It's a very interesting time to be having these kind of conversations. One of the things that I like to reflect on, basically any forum, whether we're talking about government, excuse my cough, please. If we're talking about government, if we're talking about cryptocurrency, if we're talking about privacy, is hacking, where it comes from, what it is. Because I feel like that's really defined our time. People in this room don't really need it explained to them, but I think everybody explains it a little bit differently. The way that I think about it is that hacker is simply someone who understands the rules of the system better than those who created it. And hacks are the product of exploiting that gap in awareness, causing the system to produce a result that was presumed to be forbidden, that it was impossible, right? Because this idea we have that there are rules, aren't there? But what we've seen in the span of our lives, even for the youngest members of the audience, is that the rules aren't set. They're not fixed. They're not bound. They're not universal laws. Instead, we have this array of assumptions, this array of untested assumptions, or rather ones that are at varying levels of testing. And so then I reflect on the crypto community broadly and the Bitcoin community specifically, and I go, what are we doing here? When it's a land rush, when anything is possible, when the landscape is changing under our feet, how are we spending the time? And I can feel, a little bit of excitement returning to the space. And, there are a lot of people, I'm sure, who are here today talking about price. If you look at crypto Twitter, it feels like the only thing that people care about is price. And for me, there are two ways to judge that. One is to say that price is the only thing that people will ever care about. And while that's true for some, I don't think that a system ever attains the level of success that we've seen, and it doesn't attain the level of, doesn't attain the price level that is driving the interest that we see going on with all these people, heavy breathing over the amount of green papers per token that we have today. As a consequence of speculation alone. It has to come from somewhere. It has to mean something in order for people to be interested in the first place. So the other possibility, if it's not pure speculation, is that there's not much else going on, where that's the perception. And so the sort of new capabilities, the new possibilities, the things, sort of the tech, for the people who are in it for the tech, has been unable to successfully compete for attention. And that worries me. That worries me because the world is ending. And we're playing games. If you look at any headline, if you look outside of the computer, if you go outside and look at prices not denominated in Bitcoin, when you look at them in your local currency, everything is going crazy. If you think about the cultural zeitgeist, if you think about the discourse, if you think about the conversations that we're having, people are talking about failure. They are talking about isolation and atomization of people, where we're being pushed further and further apart. The inability to imagine solutions to our current political conflicts, whether we're talking about domestically or internationally, due to the inability to compromise. All resolutions to all problems are increasingly approaching our opponents concede, they are defeated or whatever, but somehow they go away so that the world as we envision it takes hold. And we can't escape that unless we have a better solution or unless we play that game better, right? The reality is we assumed the system would continue to operate under certain constraints and certain directions for sort of the way the world functions. And those functions have been hacked. And we're still here playing Find the Price. Now, what worries me about that is the idea that we're playing this game because the game is too good. I saw something in the last weeks, maybe 2 months. It was an interesting bit of historical trivia. It was that Lenin wrote only a few weeks before the revolution, which he said in a speech in Switzerland, that he didn't think he would live to see. He cited peasants in a letter that they had written to the Tsar in 1905 that said, "Sire, do not refuse aid to thy people. Demolish the wall that separates thee from thy people. Order and promise that our requests will be granted and that thou wilt make Russia happy," right? "If not, we are to die on this very spot. We have only two roads, freedom and happiness, or the grave. When the system considers your life to be one of its primary resources, a crucial move that is available to any collective is to hold one's own life for ransom. You need to push forth the question, are the concessions that are being asked more easily endured than the loss of life that withholding those concessions would provoke? Not only the loss of labor, right, but the cost of extinguishing the intransigent lives. This is effectively the root of all minority power, all labor bargaining, that it will be harder to remove me than to live with me. And it feels increasingly like people have forgotten that because they're all sort of staking these maximalist positions. A central political problem today is that there aren't a lot of people that are willing to say, you know, future and happiness or the grave. People are not willing to put that much on the table, that much skin in the game. And there are far fewer who, even if they were willing to do that, are able to push that argument credibly, right? Because people have to believe that you mean it. And sort of the onlookers, the audience, are so comfortable. They've become so native to the situation as it exists today that they find it hard to believe that others would be willing to do that. Even the peasant's life as they exist today has become so sufferable, as you know, according to declaration, accordingly all experience hath shown, that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable, that it becomes impossible to right themselves by abolishing the forms of government to which they are accustomed. Even if you have the foreknowledge of inevitable loss, even if you know that continuing to do what you are doing today will result in a degraded position tomorrow, for you, for your family, for your principles, for your beliefs, for everything around you, for your system, for Bitcoin, for whatever, the game feels too good to leave. Most people right now, if they have a soft bed, you know, hot meals, the endlessly scrolling dopamine drip, and for some in the room, you know, a 1-minute candlestick chart, they don't want to leave their house. There is nothing out there that calls to them more strongly than the comfort of the inside. But it doesn't have to be that way. And I think we need to remember, particularly in these moments of instability, that we are all part of a much bigger game. And Bitcoin is one of our strongest levers in that. The systems that we are influencing, that we are exerting leverage on, payments and finance, will shape what the world of tomorrow looks like. Now, we have to cross some hurdles to get there in a meaningful way. Right now, the reason everybody's getting excited about the price is they're thinking about, you know, ETFs or whatever. We don't really want that to be the thing that moves price, even if price is moving. Because that is a kind of subordination, that is a kind of subjugation, that is a process of taming that we see being played out. We need to look at more fundamental things we've been aware of for a while, but people simply haven't confronted, they haven't combated, they haven't engaged with in the strong and sort of meaningful way. That is hard, that is uncomfortable, that is risky, but it is necessary. Bitcoin has a privacy problem. Everybody knows it, and for as many years as I've been giving these talks now, it is still unfixed. The world has a privacy problem. Okay, so what do you do about it? You know, people in the room go, oh, you know, let me do coin join. I'm going to erase this by shuffling these around, and I'll do 200 levels of mix-ins or something like that. Cool, yes. You know, I am proud of you for knowing that it's possible, but no, stop. That's not what we're looking. Contorting yourself to be able to fit, to pass through the keyholes of the tyranny that is surrounding us. That's not the solution. The goal is not to, wake up in the morning and be blessed with the perfect suite of knowledge and skills that will allow you to dance through the Byzantine hell of a smartphone's, evil, invisible, perfidious network traffic that is diming you out to everybody they can without asking your permission, just in order to be able to interact with society in some approximation of safely, right? You go, oh, well, I've got VPNs and I've got these things that they're blocking this. I'm using ad blockers and I've got a hardened browser and whatever. That's not the goal. And it only benefits, the smallest minority fraction. When we talked about, the old case of Lenin and these people who are, sort of putting their axe on the ground, it comes from the collective. There has to be a mass. There has to be enough people. And the more exclusive your community becomes because of the burden of knowledge that it requires to participate in it, the smaller that collective will necessarily be. And we need to recognize that the status quo of the world it is, whether it's the way sort of on-chain privacy analysis is happening, and they're tracking cross-chain transfers, and you see people tweeting this stuff out, but oh look, this person moved this, and that person moved that. That's not normal. It's not acceptable, but it is here. It's inside the room. It's on your phone. It's in your pocket. It's on the Wi-Fi. It's the cameras that watched you walk into the venue that now have vehicle recognition and person recognition baked into the algorithm. It's on the chip. It doesn't even cost the manufacturer anything extra to add in. They've just got to enable it in the software. It is everywhere. And the thing that I want you to take away from all that is that acting in secret is not freedom, right? It's not the goal. It's not that we want to liberate ourselves as the individual. We want to liberate the collective individual. And accepting that it's normal for there to be processes out there where you have to submit, a notarized photo of your taint. Let's say, your on-chain taint maybe, to your rulers in Manhattan via an automated form in order to establish your identity or your proof of funds in order to be permitted to spend your own money. That's not freedom. The necessity of coin joins and so on, that is because you are unfree. That is proof of funds. That is proof of unfreedom. And we do have people who have worked on this. They've done amazing things. There's the tornado cash problem, where you have governments beginning to go after these developers and try to jail them for doing the right thing. And, you have on-chain analysts who are going, oh, some bad person used this tool, and so you got to go after the developers. Developers got to shut this down. That's not how it works. When you build roads, the person who laid the asphalt is not responsible for the people who drove down the road. And if we buy into that as a community, if we start enabling that as a community, we're making not just the world worse for ourselves, we're making it worse for everybody else. What we need to do is we need to recognize that the challenges that we're facing are great, excuse me. And that there is going to be risk in building solutions. If you are building tools that you think plausibly governments will want to, unperson you for, you need to think about that at the front of the process, not the back of the process. That's where all the OPSEC can come in handy, because you might not be able to teach everybody in the world how to protect their identity, how to sort of protect their communications, how to avoid being identified through their on-chain transactions or whatever. But you might be able to do that for yourself. And if there's enough of you, 2 or 3 of you, that's all it takes. And perhaps even one person, like Satoshi, maybe your identity will never be known, even if they are looking for you, even if all of them are looking for you. But it doesn't matter, because the thing that you're producing is not, for profit. It's not that you're trying to bring things out of this onto your bank account. It's recognizing that You can create systems now that are unowned and still function, that can be decentralized. They can be private by default. And that is powerful. And we need to stop asking for permission for this. All of the people who are tracking the price and looking at the headlines and, going, oh, the SEC, the SEC. Gary Gensler is not Daddy Bitcoin. I don't really care what he thinks. And I don't think you should either. I think when you look at the influence that these institutions are having on the ecosystem, there are positives, and I'm not saying there won't be, right? Like institutional money flows in, number goes up, everybody's happy, great, sure. But then you get a lot more of these Manhattan offices, you get a lot more of these processes, you get a lot more of this pressure to submit to these processes and these institutions that you do not control, that you cannot influence. And we should focus on what we can influence. And it's important to remember that there is a lot that can be influenced. When you think about why everybody's so excited about the SEC and it's like stable coins and everything like that, is because there's a real demand for stable coins because, they want to find a way to offset volatility. And okay, if you want to engage in that, in those sort of legacy systems, you can, but don't try to emulate the dollar. Liberate it, seize it, right? Make it unowned, make it decentralized, make it private. None of the stable coins that exist right now that I'm aware of are private by default. There are some that at least don't have blacklisting or whatever, as opposed to like a Tether or a USDC. But it's important to remember that that's not enough. Just like with Bitcoin, Bitcoin is enormously powerful, enormously useful. That's as it is. If we think about Bitcoin as how it was, there was a time when everybody thought Bitcoin payments were private, right? Just because there wasn't a name on the account. And people are still, journalists are still out there saying, oh, Bitcoin, the anonymous digital currency or whatever. We know it's not. That level of sophistication creeps up. The ledger is always out there. The ways it will be applied and exploited will only grow. What about tomorrow, right? In 2013, I used Bitcoin to pay for the servers that hosted the files that went to journalists for the archive of material that they use for the mass surveillance disclosures, right? I didn't do that with an extraordinary level of privacy because I knew inevitably it would lead back to me in time. It was just to buy time. And I knew they weren't super sophisticated at it yet. I knew they would have to find one thing and another thing and another thing to be able to track it back and connect it to my identity. And by that point, I would be off the X, right? But what about the future, right? If somebody did something like that today, I've got to imagine if there's somebody at the NSA who has like a Coinbase account or something like that, and they buy crypto and then they see, there's some new disclosure out, some new revelation that the NSA is giving you brain worms. And they go, which employees do we have who could have possibly funded this server? There's going to be a list. It'll just be beep, boop. Here's, the 25 people who could possibly have that, who bought this at this day, have this level of on-chain activity, like it's all there. And then they go, okay, of these 25 employees, how many had access to these documents? And then you're down to 3. And then they just take them in the room and they sweat them until you know which one it realistically is. Because people do act differently in those contexts, depending on whether they do or don't have knowledge, no matter how much they might not want that to be the case. So what I mean is our space is being cut off. The space for invention, the space for creation, the space for transaction has been narrowed and is continuing to be narrowed. And at what point do we respond? At what point do they see our response? At what point do they stop marching off our developers to prison? And at which point do we start taking their authorities away? Because that is what Bitcoin set out to do. If you remember the Genesis block and what was behind it, we see the risk of bank failures growing as the sort of rate of bond losses increases. We're about to have another moment of systemic unease. And I don't think the pitch that we are offering to the world is ready for it. But it could be, it should be, and it can be. New and exciting things are still being created. One of the things I've been really interested in recently is Noster. Notes and other stuff transmitted by relays. And for me, the reason it's so powerful is not just because we have so many problems with the censorship of speech, deplatforming, whether we're talking about Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever people are using right now. Mastodon, which is neat, but it's just a million little sensors instead of one big sensor. When you get there, the thing that's so important about Noster is that it is trying from the beginning to conceptualize the integration of free speech and free trade. Open, instant, immediate payment is a world-changing idea. And so we're here today gathered in this room with the world ending behind us. But if we're lucky, we have an idea right now, and you have ones that nobody's heard of that could be world starting. So let's get to it. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Yeah, please keep your hands together. Thank you so much, Edward. Another wonderful talk. He will be giving a... Hello. Could I have my mic on? Thank you. Edward will be giving a talk in the Deep in about 15 minutes' time. I'm not sure if he mentioned it towards the end there. So if you are a Whale Pass holder, please do ask him questions. Thank you so much, Edward. It's a fantastic talk, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together.
Stay free.
Phenomenal stuff. I hope you're all having a fantastic day. Why is my mic on? Hello? My mic is back on. Fantastic. Hope you're all having a lovely day so far. That was clearly one of the highlights. Do make the most of Bitcoin Amsterdam. Make the most of your ticket and explore all the various things that they have on offer here. We do have a teeny tiny break right now before the next panel starts. Please enjoy the refreshments and take in some fresh air. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Bitcoin Amsterdam Live Desk, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. We just listened to Edward Snowden giving a very inspirational talk, talking about all the problems that's going on with present day. Some of the great quotes that he had said were, if you watch the news today, it's all doom and gloom. There's only two options, freedom and happiness or the grave. So, Eric, what would your first insights on the talk that we just listened to by Edward?
I mean, wow, just what an inspirational hero to be able to have here, and to all the Americans, it's our responsibility to bring this hero home. And he really, I felt like he actually made a real call for us to ask a question to ourselves, that our space is being cut off and narrowed. And what are we going to finally do to respond to this? And I think it's a really important question that we all need to be considering with what seems to be that doom and gloom that he was speaking to.
Yeah, definitely. He was saying fitting yourself through a keyhole of hell as you're going through ISPs to hide what you actually do is not actually freedom-minded. It's only for the very minute minority. But he was asking us to fight for the majority, basically. So, Susie, what are your thoughts? What can we do as a Bitcoin community to help the communities embrace Bitcoin?
He was just encouraging us to build.
Yeah.
It was a call to action.
Definitely.
He was asking us to go out there and build solutions that are needed because our governments don't have our best interests at heart.
I completely agree. He also brought up Noster. So,
yes.
Eric, to you, real quick. He was talking about Noster and how it's notes and other stuff transmitted over relays. And he said that this is built from the ground up to be truly free and decentralized, just like Bitcoin. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Noster is an incredible technology that's really taking this ability to essentially run your own relay that's very similar to a Bitcoin node. And you can say whatever you want. If people don't like that, they don't have to respond to your relay. And it's a very, very powerful tool. In a lot of ways, this is what kind of my core thesis in crypto sovereignty is about, is that we can start using cryptography as a base level technique to start building new tools that we need. And it's very clear that we need a social media tool that is free and open source for everyone to use.
Yeah, Susie, going to you. The BIS, or the Bank of International Settlements, just had a tweet the other day, or it was a tweet taken out of context from one of their presentations. They're trying to build another chain surveillance tool or chain surveillance division to basically tracking all crypto transactions. Obviously, Bitcoin's lumped in with that. What are your thoughts? What are ways that we can try and fight this?
That's so tricky. I just don't think they've probably got the skill set to do it anyway. I think that's the only thing that actually gives me hope is the fact that they haven't got a clue. And the people that will be building this, the skill set that's required, they're not going to work on a project like this.
That's an excellent point, Susie. There are very few government projects that I can get behind and say the government has done this more efficiently and better. But like that actually entails like a pretty interesting problem. Like the governments are going to be widely deploying this to hundreds of millions of people, and if it's buggy and terrible code, like quite quickly, like that's gonna cause for some really big chaos.
It will fail. All government projects usually cost a lot of money and they fail, don't they? So, are we worried? No.
No. Yeah, Eric, one quick thing. 30 seconds to you. A great quote from Edward Snowden was basically saying, Gary Gensler is not Daddy Bitcoin. I know many people have been waiting for this Bitcoin ETF, but what do you say to that? Just, I guess, what are your thoughts on that?
To me, I'm not interested in Bitcoin as a monetary asset. I'm interested in it as a political freedom asset. And so when he pointed out Gary Gensler and the SEC, like we shouldn't be asking them for permission. We need to be taking away their authority, and that's exactly what Bitcoin does.
Thank you so much. We're heading back to the main stage now. Catch you later.
Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for coming here. Hope that was a great session with Edward Snowden. I missed it. I'm going to have to watch in replay. I was backstage. We're here to talk about exchange business models. I'm Nolan Bowerly, your host. I'm the host of The Breakup, a daily morning show on Bitcoin Magazine, 8 a.m., on Rumble, on my own personal YouTube. It's a real fun show. Watch it sometime. We do talk about exchange business models a little. We're interested in it. I used to work at Kraken. I was a strategist there, so that's how I have some context for what's going on here. I'm going to start by saying I saw a 60 Minutes broadcast. So for those of you who don't know what 60 Minutes is, it's an American fake news television program. And it comes on Sunday nights. And they had Michael Lewis on the day, who was a keynote at Bitcoin 2023 in Miami. And Michael Lewis, the writer of, I think it was Infinity Game or something about SBF, said that FTX had a good business model. That's what he said. He said SBF had a good business model. He should have made money. Luckily, we have people who can do a bit of verify and not trust Michael Lewis, right? We have to verify, not trust Michael Lewis at this point. And we got some folks who can tell us, is Michael Lewis correct? Did SBF have a good business model?
SBF had one good idea, which was actually extremely good. And as I was saying backstage, he built the best casino because they were the first exchange to allow multiple assets to be collateral for multiple assets, meaning you could deposit Bitcoin and trade any one of the products on their exchange. You could deposit Ethereum. Unfortunately, you could also deposit FTT, as it turns out, and other crap coins, which really shouldn't have been used as collateral. But that facilitated the growth of the exchange. And the model itself was profitable x all the expenses. I mean, it's unlikely, based on the data that we now know, that they were able to cover all the political donations and ridiculous marketing expenses, that was all part of a shell game. But the fact is the exchange itself worked well, and at CoinRoutes, and what we do is we provide algorithmic trading across multiple exchanges worldwide for people, as well as market makers and counterparties. Our clients were heavy users of FTX, and so we had a crazy number. 15 of them went bankrupt, and lots of others were dramatically impacted. So I'm fairly emotional on the issue, and him lauding Sam Bankman-Fried is not a good thing.
Now, you say that because when you talk about your platform trading participants, people who are on the platform, of course, when you're dealing with that sort of sophisticated user, a lot of vetting has to go into who these people are. You've got to have sort of a high completion rate of their trades. They got to do what they say they're going to do, right?
Yeah.
And when something like that comes in and basically pulls the rug on all of them, you're left having to try to make these trades and match these people up. You know, how does the reputation of what he did, how does it affect the reputation of the overall business? And is that reputation part holding us down for a year, for another year, for longer than that? Reputation here being an important factor.
Well, it's a disaster in terms of politically, but the industry itself is resilient, and the industry would recover, except for interest in the products are way down. I mean, volumes are down what, 70% or so, give or take, you know, over the last couple of years. It's pretty obvious that it caused problems. I mean, keep in mind when people were trading on FTX, we had very sophisticated clients, and they knew that Alameda had backdoors, at least so far as be able to front run or do other things. And yet they found it still a reasonable casino to trade in, and they just understood that part of their trading cost was letting Alameda kind of skim some off the top. And, you know, that should have been the first warning sign, but people didn't care because they saw their name on the side of stadiums or on umpires, you know, vests. So everyone who watched an American baseball game saw it. They knew they were the single biggest political donor. I mean, bigger than Microsoft, bigger than the banks, bigger than Big Pharma. FTX was the biggest donor in the last political cycle, which is just an insane number if you think about it.
Especially when you look at the numbers. Now, they ran what some people would describe as a platform for sophisticated users, all of this margin trading. But it turned out they didn't even do the basic thing that Bitcoin requires you to do, which is to segregate deposits and not commingle accounts, and especially focus on the back-end custody solutions and how these things are going to work. Now, Mark, with Bitvavo, you guys have taken sort of the opposite approach to what they're doing. It's about getting the basics right first. So just describe someone who, you know, first of all, describe that part of your platform, the attention you put into making sure customer deposits, if you want to call them that, are treated with the expectation that they had when they did it. And then that other part with the derivatives market versus, you know, what we can call spot and just for retail and very simple approach. We're going to talk more about spot in a second, but I want to get your thoughts on derivative and spot and FTX and the custody solutions.
Yeah, sure. So with Bitvavo, we are one of the biggest exchanges here in Western Europe. I think we invest a lot of time to build proper custody solutions. So when we initially started with our company, we had our internal custody solution. Over time, the market matured more and more. So we started to use custody solutions like Coinbase Custody, Fireblocks, and Copper to ensure that we store customer funds in an insured way and in the best way possible. I think that's a hygiene factor to ensure that you can do your business. And we only use funds in other ways if customers give approval for that to generate yield or other things. And I think what we saw after FTX, that we saw a huge inflow of customers coming to our platform because they went away from offshore exchanges. So I think we saw, as a regulated platform, a lot of inflow, which was good to see. And we also currently see a lot of focus on maturing the custody solution even further in the business in general. Secondly, we mainly do spot business. Why? Because we mainly offer our service to retail customers who see spot service as a more convenient service compared to derivatives business. And I think compared to FTX, I think you will see there more advanced traders who will also use more leverage and other kind of things, which I think is a different game. I think that's not our core focus at the moment. We, of course, see that there is more and more interest in the market for derivatives business. That's not our core focus for now.
Now, what I have seen, and you can tell me if I have it correct, right? The SBF thing, what I saw was FTX probably scalping and betting against their retail users. Alameda, who was accessing depositor funds on the FTX side, was having the same thing done to them by other sophisticated traders in OTC outfits. Just what I've heard anecdotally, so I'm not wedded to this. But I see one fish getting eaten by a bigger fish, getting eaten by a bigger fish. And I think of that as pretty in line with what we see in general. So I don't know if that's true, but I see it as in line with what we see in general with institutional Bitcoin folks having much more efficient price discovery than the retail side. Retail side definitely not getting the best deal out there. And even what we were talking about before off stage, retail Bitcoin buyers getting a worse deal than retail investors would get buying a blue chip stock like IBM or something else. So this idea of FTX, the interplay we saw between sophisticated traders, retail buyers, traders, investors, and that picture being replicated in the wider Bitcoin market with sophisticated traders and retail buyers. Is that a consistent view?
I mean, sort of. Half yes, half no. Look, the overarching important point for this audience is simple. Bitcoin, to achieve mass adoption, needs to have lower frictional costs, full stop. Yes, you can do peer-to-peer on the blockchain. We all get that. But the vast majority of human beings on this planet want to equate Bitcoin to a currency, whether that be dollars or sterling or euros or yen or whatever. And the cost to buy and hold Bitcoin right now is usurious compared to other investments. I mean, an American, a European, a Brit can buy stock in their favorite company and pay almost no commission and get spreads that are tighter than institutions get because their orders are smaller. In Bitcoin, institutions average, well, it depends on who you use, but institutions pay, I don't know, the average that I've seen is around 15 basis points of slippage when they're buying large orders in Bitcoin. Our clients, CoinRoute's clients, actually the average slippage is around 5. But, you know, we're a little bit more sophisticated than most. But, you know, if that matters to you, it matters. Retail pays over 1%. And so if we want to see Bitcoin get mass adoption, we need to get the cost of buying and selling down. Curiously, when the Bitcoin ETF goes live, they'll be paying a management fee on the back end, but the spreads to trade will be like equities. So they'll be paying 0 commissions, and they will be paying spreads that are tighter than institutions. That's one of the reasons the Bitcoin ETF will drive mass adoption, but it's kind of sad because the Bitcoin community could do that. And the biggest Bitcoin maxis who have platforms to buy Bitcoin have 1% spreads built in. And that's kind of a big deal. Now, FTX really wasn't like that. FTX US and FTX had lower commissions than other exchanges for retail, and they weren't really taken advantage of per se. It was the institutions that were getting taken advantage of by Alameda. We had lots of quant hedge funds. They said there was about a 20 millisecond head start Alameda had on orders, which turned out to be relatively expensive. It was still within a couple of basis points here or there, so it was small, relatively speaking. But that platform had issues. But their biggest issue by far was the fact that they allowed Alameda to lose, well, we all heard it in the trial, $65 billion. It never got that big, obviously, but they literally gave them unlimited losses and made everybody else socialize those losses within the platform. So it's sort of two different issues. But the fact is, Bitcoin adoption will be driven when frictional costs go down. And exchanges don't want to hear it, but they kind of know that's true. Most exchanges have what's called tier rates, and the low volume rates are very expensive. Now, that literally doesn't exist in the traditional financial world, and if you want mass adoption, it will ultimately, those rates will start coming down.
Now, in Europe, you've already experienced the ETF market disruption, let's say. Maybe not at the scale it will come that we're looking at in America coming up, but we've seen the exchange-traded note in Sweden. We've seen the recent ETF here in Amsterdam just a few weeks ago. From your point of view as a Bitcoin spot exchange, have you seen that effect already? Are you anticipating it? Do you feel any pressure on the fees, on the spreads? Is it happening?
So we already see ETNs and ETFs for a while here in Europe. And I think until now, the traction for those products is still, in our view, quite limited. We fully agree that ETNs and ETFs are a good thing. So it will help to drive adoption, which will make the ecosystem bigger than before. You are able to offer those products in a regulated environment, which gives even more security for retail customers. But until now, the annual fees you need to pay to use those products is still quite high. In our view, the spreads on those ETNs and ETFs are unfortunately still a little bit high. We truly think that it will become more efficient. But it also applies for the spot market. So when we launched our exchange, we started to charge maximum 25 bips. is going further and further down. So I think that both on the spot market, but also on the ETN, ETF market, there is just one trend. Pricing will go down, fees will go down, and markets need to become more efficient. And as an exchange, we are completely fine with that. If we would like to drive adoption, if we would like to ensure that this asset class is more used, we need to be one of the drivers to ensure that there is more efficient pricing. Otherwise, we don't grow our business. So personally, I don't see the ETNs and ETFs as a bad thing. I see it as a good thing for the ecosystem in general. I see it as a different kind of tool to just create more efficient pricing. And let's see what's more efficient. If ETNs and ETFs are more efficient, it's great. If spot volume is more efficient, it's also great. The goal is to get more efficient pricing for customers. And that's what we should drive with all of us.
Now, bringing it back to business models, you talked about fees. We've been talking about fees. Now, I know when I read the Coinbase S1, right, if you remember all those years ago now, Coinbase came out with that crazy S1 filing, and it led to one of the highest IPOs, or whatever they ended up calling it, in the history of the world. So we studied that S1 very closely. Now, it's been 2 years and a bit. We can kind of start doing a report card, and we can talk a bit about those fees, right? In the S1, which was written, I believe, by Balaji Srinivasan, who was just on stage here, and I believe he was behind it, what we saw was a dedication in that document towards more than just fees on trading. They said they were going to get money from launching a fundraising platform where you could do capitalization and financing for projects. We saw what looks like prime brokerage coming out of it, some capital introduction they were talking about. Yep. They were talking about things beyond trading. They were making it sound like there were a bunch of new products that would not be just fees on transactions and trading. What's the report card on that? What is their fee structure like today, years later? Nowhere near this S1 heady days of 2021. Totally different environments.
Well, actually, the fees are probably pretty close. But really, the macro point here is that Coinbase presents a vertically integrated business model that is problematic from a regulatory point of view. They recognize that and give them enormous credit for this. I mean, Brian Armstrong has been at the tip of the spear fighting back against bad regulation. But the issue that people worry about is conflicts of interest. Right? You know, you have a trading desk, you have a prime brokerage solution, you have, you know, an exchange. All these things are different. And the truth is there are conflicts. And so it's really all about managing that. The issue is, can they maintain and can they grow in the area that their S1 said? And my thought is probably yes. I think that vertically integrated solutions allow you to drive efficiencies, but competitors will, in fact, try to eat away at those margins and those fees as time goes on. I think that you've seen the rise of prime brokers like Hidden Road Partners and Falcon X and others that are eating away at Coinbase Prime's margins, and Coinbase Prime's products are, frankly, older.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's like they bought a company that competes with CoinRoutes called Tagomi 5 years ago, and, you know, they have their own kind of in-house closed system. It's sort of the exact antithesis to what the Bitcoin community believes in, which is open systems where you can have competition.
So it's like
in
a
all
black
areas.
box, dark pool OTC desk, or what are you talking about?
No, nothing like that nefarious, but it is a system that you have to use their key. You have to go in through their system and out through their system, and disclosures inside that system are not quite as clear as they are if you put it together. So if you used us, for example, and you could use others, with any of those prime brokers, you could trade on Bitvavo, you could trade on Coinbase, you could trade on Kraken, and algorithms could determine it, or you could determine it, and you know every step of the way. If you use Coinbase Prime, they don't tell you who they're trading with until afterwards, and even then it's not part of the model. So it's a bit less open. And that open architecture, everyone who believes in Bitcoin, and you all see the socks and the ring and whatever, I mean, I believe in decentralization. I think it's important. Open architectures drive better competition, ultimately better efficiency.
Now, you know, when I see that idea of them being competitive and who they're competing against, and it's business models competing against business models, you've talked about them competing against other sophisticated platforms, Coinbase Prime versus other quasi-prime brokerage or approaching prime brokerage service type outfits. We're not quite at the full prime brokerage level yet, I think. But adding that all up together, can we also say that we're in a completely new creative phase here, right? Everything in the old world is kind of falling apart at once, and we're at the same time building something totally new. And when I think of who Coinbase's competitors are, I don't necessarily keep it all in the Goldman Sachs or other prime brokers. There's a way to see Bitcoin exchanges as competitors against retail banks with a completely different business model that actually looks more similar to private investment banking in that there's more services available to the customer. It's not just getting you in on a mortgage, which is kind of like a subscription customer service type of thing, right? You have a monthly revenue coming from one major investment, real estate. We're talking about getting people rich, maintaining their wealth, introducing them to more capital, giving them the services that rich, wealthy people are used to having, but at the retail level.
Well, look, there's a lot to unpack there, but let's just be specific. So there's 3 different vectors where this is extremely competitive and problematic to the big banks, and it is why the political pushback, and we've heard 3 different panels talking about political pushback right before this one. I mean, it's sad. I got on a plane yesterday to come to America to avoid you having to talk about U.S. regulation, thinking Europeans wouldn't care, but here we are. Heard Elizabeth Warren mentioned multiple times. The fact is the big banks hate Bitcoin because they love fiat. They like a inflating currency. There's lots of reasons why they like it. All you really need to know is the biggest banks still pay less than 1% on average on deposits and can make 5% risk-free on treasuries. So, but we in the crypto world can't basically act holier than thou because Tether, the largest, crypto deposit, coin used for trading, pays 0 interest and makes 5% on treasuries. So, it's an architect of what's going on now. So that's the value side. The second is the competitive side. I think Larry Fink said it really well. I mean, I've been saying it for 5 years, but that the entire world will go digital. Every real world asset, every stock, bond, et cetera, will be tokenized. The efficiencies and economies of scale are huge. Here's a fun fact. Talking with Franklin Templeton, they have a new stablecoin that they're demoing. It's called Benji because Benjamin Franklin. Anyway, they said it's 50 times more efficient than the traditional way they manage money markets. 50 times. Now, when you consider the amount of savings that could create in the system, all these companies are looking to do them on their own. But where's the real power? In open blockchains, and that's exactly what they're fighting. So that's the third thing that they're fighting, an open financial system. We all lament that 2 billion people on this planet are unbanked. Well, with Bitcoin, nobody is unbanked, and the banks don't like that. They like having unbanked people. They won't say it that way, but it's reality. Because when they can constrain the service, they can charge more for it.
Well, I never even thought of the idea that unbanked has an upside, but there it is.
It's a terrible downside to humanity, but if you're a bank, I mean, when you could constrain entry to a service, people will be willing to pay more for it. Artificial scarcity is, it's as old as, it's one of the worst externalities of monopolistic capitalism.
We're going to hear next from Jimmy Song, who has a book called Fiat Ruins Everything, and it looks like fiat might have ruined banks. So there you go. Now, the next market, let's say, right? Everyone's getting excited. It looks like things are going to change. Maybe there's still some downwards momentum. We'll see. But as I said earlier, we're in a recreation phase. We're in a new creative phase. We're redefining all of this stuff. We've seen trends pick up and sort of define the last couple of cycles. A lot of people think Bitcoin can really be at the center of this cycle. Bitvavo, you're sitting here at the beginning of a new market. Looks like the end of another one. Larry Fink, just a quote on him, right, saying that Bitcoin was hope. He's going on about people lacking hope and that Bitcoin can offer hope. How are you handling this from a marketing point of view? How are you handling this from a preparation point of view? I know I was working with Kraken in 2020, leading up to that market. Everyone was getting ready. We were hiring customer service people. We were not going to have any downtime. Everyone was preparing. Is that the feeling inside right now? Is that what's going on inside of exchanges? Are you gearing up, tuning the machine for another big run?
Step by step. So I think that you're spot on that the crypto market goes in cycles. I think every cycle takes around 4 years, and a lot of people are expecting a new cycle in 2024, 2025. I think besides the crypto cycles, Also, the macroeconomic circumstances are quite important, given what interest rates are doing and how much cash is available in the market. I think as a company, we are heavily focused always on our tech and product to ensure that you're well able to scale if you would like to process even more volume, which is really the thing which is most important with our services. But secondly, you also need to ensure that you, on the right moment, accelerate with your growth by investing in your marketing departments, by investing in your support departments, and by ensuring that you're able for the next wave. In our view, that next wave might come up somewhere later in 2024. We especially see US firms already preparing for it, and we will do the same. We will do the same to ensure that we're ready for it, and we truly believe that the next wave will even be bigger than the last one.
Well, I'd say everything looks that way. 2024 looks like Bitcoin is going to be on the tip of everyone's tongue in America, in Europe. From that American perspective, right, we got all kinds of political candidates talking about Bitcoin. What about you guys? Are you preparing? Are you anticipating? Are you gearing up? 2024, is it going to be the big year for you guys?
Yeah. Hope is a terrible business strategy. So what we decided to do was when FTX blew up, we focused ourselves on more decentralization. So, for example, we've invented a proprietary smart contract to provide full algorithmic access to DeFi exchanges. Now, it's a Bitcoin conference, so I don't want to talk a lot about that. But we also have spent a lot of time working with prime brokers and working with enabling technologies such as Copper and others to allow people to get better execution prices. What we're most excited about is something that seems mind-bogglingly obvious, but isn't, which is right now almost all of our customers are proprietary traders, people who, if they trade at a lower price, make more money. What we don't do as well is with agency traders, because if you're trading for other people where the other person makes the money, you don't really get a benefit by trading better. Well, regulators don't like that very much. And so MICA and the FCA are both going to start pushing this concept of best execution, which is terrible marketing. It really means being able to buy more efficiently and removing that frictional barriers. So we're kind of excited as that goes on. Personally, my Bitcoin is not going to get touched, for the next year at least, and we'll see where it goes.
Hodling is a use case, no doubt about it. And we did definitely hear, I think, a pretty clear view on what's happening with exchanges in 2024. A lot is going to happen, so we'll wait and see. Please give Mark and Dave a big round of applause. Thank you for your patience. Great stuff, guys.
Welcome back to Bitcoin Amsterdam Live Desk, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm joined once again by Eric Kaysen, Bitcoin philosopher and author of Crypto Sovereignty, and Susie Ward, Bitcoin journalist. So we just listened to exchanges, Bitcoin exchange business models. Obviously, they could not stop but say SBF and FTX. We just heard the trials just began just a few days ago. It seems to be a lot of he said, she said between SBF and Caroline Ellison. So, Eric, I'd love to get your thoughts on everything that's going on with the collapse of FTX.
First of all, it's hilarious. It's really great to see all of this dirty laundry getting aired publicly. But I also think it's really interesting, you could just see from the demeanor talking about the exchanges that a lot of people were hurt a lot by what happened, and they're really hoping for justice, as sort of comical as this is. And hopefully we'll actually see that play out in a meaningful way.
Yeah, Susie, I don't know if you had a chance to read any of Michael Lewis's book. He just had a new book come out talking about everything that was talking about FTX. Obviously, many people thought he was going to be talking about the demise of FTX, very similar to The Big Short, but it seems he was taking the opposite way of saying, like...
He started writing it, didn't he? And then rather than continuing it with the story, he just carried on with this wonderful kind of... Yeah, no, it was weird.
It was definitely very weird. It seemed that he was on Team SBF. He said he was misguided, said that he was tricked, said that they had a true business model. I think many people, John Ray took over FTX while they declared bankruptcy. He was the famous CEO of Enron, saying that this is even worse than Enron, the fraud that was committed 20 years prior with the Enron of it all. But I guess time will only tell where this shapes up.
Well, the other thing that Michael Lewis did is it seemed like he fundamentally misunderstood the difference between an exchange model and a banking model. Mm-hmm. And I was pretty shocked with somebody that had such a background to make such an error and then be able to say oh, it's really a good business. So it's quite strange.
He's also not able to pivot either.
Definitely. Speaking of people that are not able to pivot, we're going to big banks. So one of the quotes that Dave had is, big banks hate Bitcoin because they love fiat. Susie, I'd love your thoughts on that quote there.
Why wouldn't you love something that you can inflate?
Definitely. Yeah. And even he was saying just their business model of basically, he described the Cantillon effect. Basically that they get money at 1% rates and then they can loan it out for 5%. So Eric, going over to you, Larry Fink had a quote said, the entire world will go digital. We hope that they immediately go to Bitcoin, but obviously we believe that they're going to shitcoin or stablecoin along the way. What are your thoughts to Larry Fink?
I mean, those things probably are going to happen, and that's kind of why there needs to be a general vigilance that we need to be teaching and educating each other about what the self-custody of Bitcoin means and how that's different from other models.
Definitely. Thank you so much. We're going to the Trust the Experts panel, so looking forward to that on the main stage. Catch you soon.
It's a little late in the afternoon. You're maybe feeling a little bit, sleepy or whatever. But I promise you, this is not. Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me? No. All right. Let's wait. Let's figure out what's going on. Sorry, technical difficulties. Apologize. Did something go wrong? Hello, testing.
No.
Oh, this is great. All right, there we go. Thank you. All right. All right, I know it's getting late. It's late afternoon. It's a little bit, tired. Maybe you're thinking about taking a nap during this one. I promise you this is not that one, because we have two of the most interesting guests that I've ever been on stage with. So Ava and Hugh are here to sort of talk about what it's like to go against authority, if you will. So first of all, thank you guys for being here, Ava and Hugh. Let's start with this question. What, if any, impressions do you have of Bitcoin, and what's your interest in it?
Well, thank you for having me, first and foremost. I'll say this, and I've not hidden this fact. I'm fairly new to the Bitcoin community. I've only recently been orange-pilled, I think it's called. And it was actually a really nice experience. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a political commentator. I've been very involved with the fight of the Dutch farmers here in the Netherlands. But in general, I would say just my political philosophy has been one of freedom and one against centralized authority, one against government overreach all around the world, and especially the tendency that, well, in fact, government overreach is growing everywhere, especially in the West. And I'm very active on Twitter, or now X, and I got a lot of messages suddenly about a year ago from Bitcoiners saying, Ava, you're a Bitcoiner, you just don't know it yet. We need to orange pill you. You're always talking about the dangers of central bank digital currencies, so do you know that there's an alternative to that? And there's actually a solution, and it's called Bitcoin. And I was like, yeah, you know what, guys? I've heard about it. I love the idea. I love the essence, the freedom-oriented sovereignty. But I just don't know that much about it. Like, I'm not very tech-savvy. My computer crashes every 2 days. I don't know how to reboot it. It's a bridge too far for me to get into how Bitcoin works. And then I got a lot of nice messages, and I actually got the Bitcoin Standard by Stephanie Moose sent to me by the author himself. And I was like, okay, it's about time that I find out what this is about. And now we're here.
We are. Great. Yeah, give her a round of applause. All right. Hugh, you I think have a slightly different take on Bitcoin. What's your interest in Bitcoin?
I mean, I have no idea.
I mean, I feel like that Talking Head song. How did I get here? So I am the asset capitalist. Asset capitalism is one has to get profoundly high to deal with just looking at how we fucked up the world. Not we, but the economic system, the malaise. Where we're in a depression where the young folk are giving up in terms of wealth, etc. And to quote Jim Morrison, what have we done to our fair maiden? We've ravaged and we've pillaged the system. We used to be industrial, now we are speculative. And the Bitcoin thing, my thing with Bitcoin really is I buy things going up and I sell things going down. And I look at a world where everything is profoundly overvalued and we're reaching one of those pivot moments in history where the last 40 years are just absurd. They were absurdly good. Nothing bad happened. And now all the bad things are now it's like, please stop. But it's not going to stop, okay? So I've got every asset class is overvalued. I have to be invested somewhere. I'm greedy. And Bitcoin is tiny. I don't wish to offend anyone, but it's like such a tiny little thing. Like at the present price level, the total value, if we assume the maximum mileage, is $500 billion. I'm forgetting all the shitty coins. The Bitcoin is $500 billion. Gold's 26 times more. Gold is $13 trillion. The US Treasury market is $25 trillion. If gold doubled, gold would be the size of the US Treasury market. Now, like I said, I take a lot of mushrooms. And even I cannot imagine that gold could be the size of the United States Treasury market. Whereas Bitcoin, if it doubled or it tripled, it would still be less than the market capitalization of shitty old Facebook. So Bitcoin can go up a lot, and again, I don't want to offend you, and it won't change the world. It's just the wrong price just now. So that's kind of why I'm here. And then finally, folks, I'm an existentialist. God is dead. There are no rules, and you're on your own, which is probably why you're here. But I promised myself I can't tell you the truth really about, Tether, but later.
All right, so Ava, you come from more of a political background. Hugh, you come from more of an investment background. But what you guys have in common is the fact that you have kind of gone against the system a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about what that was like in your particular spheres and what the pushback was like from the authorities?
All right, well, I found out the hard way, I suppose, and I think that everybody who is Dutch and in the audience here has probably seen the response even to me coming here, which is a testament, I guess, to how I'm viewed in my home country. And that has never been different, from the very moment that I started out in politics or giving my opinion and being somewhat right-wing, so going against what the establishment says. I was not a huge fan of open borders. I'm still not a huge fan of open borders. I was not a huge fan of, now, for example, the Dutch government trying to seize our farmers' land. I think private property is very important. Being sovereign over your own possessions is very important. And that very quickly lands you all sorts of labels, such as a racist, a fascist, a Nazi, whatever. And that's very much, I guess, how I'm viewed here. It's not something that I would identify with, to use a nice left-wing term. But it's been very much the case for me that has been the response to my political messaging over the past 5 years that I've been active. And it started with that type of social exclusion, I guess, for just having a different opinion. And then throughout the pandemic, and that was something that scared me much more, it didn't end with just social exclusion. It was, okay, well, if you don't do exactly as we tell you to, then, well, if you don't get vaccinated, well, never mind you going to a restaurant, or never mind you going to a bar or to a concert or whatnot, unless you do exactly what we say that you should do. And that was something that I also was, from a legal perspective, very much against. And I think that sort of opened my eyes to not just the social, but the legal consequences and the real-life consequences of being a quote-unquote dissident. And well, I think that especially when it comes to money, we've seen bank accounts frozen well, Nigel Farage, who was here last year. Quite recently, we've seen bank accounts frozen of the Canadian truckers, for example. And I think that that's a trend that is going to continue onwards. So people who dare to go against the grain will be faced not just with social exclusion and all sorts of labels, but will simply have their property and their finances taken away from them. And, well, then you're basically with your back against the wall, right? So that's one of the reasons why I'm so opposed to centralized digital currencies, because that will become really easy for the governments to do once that whole structure is in place.
Yeah, CBDCs indeed. Well, all right. Please stop. Yeah. So Hugh, you've had some experience with the authorities. Can you tell us a little bit more about what that's like in your sphere?
Sure. I mean, but for all the people clapping on the centralized kind of bogeyman, I mean, think of the people that lost all the money with Sam, you know. Think of all the people who are protecting their wealth holding stable coins, holding Tether. I mean, it's a fraud. Did I say that? Sorry. But, you know, like, so, you know, there is, centralization, but the community as yet has yet to purge the stables and clean the stables. I mean, let's get with it, people. But with me, I have disdain for experts. One of my I had prominence and notoriety because late 2006, I found myself in a science fiction movie where I was perhaps one of 50 people in the world that had caught a glimpse of the future. And I could see the bankruptcy of every large bank in the world. You know, today the largest bank is JP Morgan. Imagine we were all sitting here collectively, and only us in the world knew that JP Morgan would go to zero in 18 months' time. And that was a point, and again, it's a point which is returned to us, where the problems keep stacking on top of each other because they're not resolved. And that's kind of where you've come into it. When the problems become greater than the ability of the politicians to respond, when they become powerless, that's when they lash out, and they need enemies. You know, and this poor dear has become an enemy of the state. I know what that feels like. I was an enemy of the state because you get short selling is evil, really. Short selling is a very risky endeavor. It's not like you lose zero. You actually create liabilities. You really, really got to be careful if you're short selling. I would not advise it. But it's truth discovery. But when the truth is unpalatable to the political class, they say, shh, we don't want to hear the truth. And so I spent 18 months knowing the future, but if you will, being denied. They tried everything in their capacity to prevent me from exercising a profit from my intellect. So I know how it feels. And we're back at one of those situations again today. I mean, the world is predicated on the US dollar, which is predicated on the sanctuary of the US Treasury. And at these interest rates, the thing is shaking. The amount of debt we have in the system was not designed or conceived to deal with the interest rates which they are imposing upon us as an undeserving community, if you will. So disdain for the experts, disdain for the politicians, and yeah, we should be on red alert because the economic issue is 10x greater than the politicians' ability to effectively resolve it. They cannot make it go away. It's getting bigger, and it's reached a point, something's going to happen.
In a sense, I think what you guys are both saying is that there is sort of like a desire to blame somebody when things go wrong. And you know, we in the Bitcoin community are very familiar with that, where we're blamed for a lot of different things, that, you know, we're somehow lawbreakers, and we cause certain economic turmoil and things like that. How do you think this will play out with the authorities? Because I think it would behoove us to really think about you know, preparing for sort of the oppression to come from the powers that be, and you know, what would your advice be given the experiences that you've had?
Well, I think nobody should think that they're safe from it anymore. That awareness, so, you know, now obviously we're talking about the dissidents, we're talking about the people in the front lines, but once something like CBDC becomes, you know, once we cross that Rubicon, no one is safe. So what now is deemed politically incorrect, you know, might change, and maybe your opinion that you think is totally reasonable will become a dissident view. And so that trend that we're seeing, where, you know, guys, I'm a lawyer, right? And one of the most important principles in our legal system is the presumption of innocence. And that presumption of innocence is constantly being flipped around. So now we have a presumption of guilt, basically. And when we talk about our politicians, not only do I think that they are, in fact, you know, not that they don't have the ability to solve these crises. I think they are behind most of them in order to get control over the general population. And if you see, thank you, if you see everyone as a potential criminal, which I think Bitcoiners are very aware of that sentiment, right? It's like the same thing with cash money. It's like, oh, now our former Minister of Finance, Sigrid Kaag, you know, like if you listen to her and what she's proposed, saying we're going to monitor every single transaction of over 100 euros in order to combat money laundering. It's like, wait a second. Why do I have to prove as a private citizen to the state that I am not a money launderer? You know, why is that my obligation? Why am I considered guilty until proven innocent? And that is something that I think we should never agree with. You know, you shouldn't have to explain why you want to use Bitcoin. You shouldn't have to explain why you want to be able to use cash money when you go to the store. You know, that's not your obligation. And anybody who tells you otherwise, I think you should be very distrustful of.
Hugh, what do you see coming down the pike?
I mean, I just think we've lost that battle. I moved to a private billionaire island in the Caribbean in 2015. There's no crime, beautiful beaches. They'll get me eventually. But I mean, the CBDC is just a bogeyman. I mean, you had the pandemic. They locked you down. There's not much more they can do. Like, you all use your Apple phone. Everyone is busted anyway. If you want to make money, you ain't going to make money being Jesse James and being an outlaw out of the system. The most bullish thing that's happened, I think, to the community is the US government coming in this year and cleaning it up. And that will continue. And you might not like it, but the recompense is you'll make money. Whether you'll be able to keep it, I don't know, but, you know, I'm in St. Bars, it's tax-free, and, you know, there you go.
Well, I can see where your existentialist leanings are coming from. That is quite the sobering analysis of what's going on. So I think as Bitcoiners, there's certainly a lot of hope, and this is one of the maybe differences between what I view as sort of that pandemic-induced like depression that almost everyone was going through versus this community where I saw a significant amount of optimism. I would like to ask you guys, as people sort of outside the Bitcoin space, or at least not totally in yet, what sort of impression do the Bitcoiners sort of make in your world. And how is that perceived, and how do you think that perception may change in the coming years?
Well, I'll say this. I've seen two types of Bitcoiners, I guess, and one I've seen more prominently so in the international Bitcoin community, especially in America. People who are extremely freedom-oriented, freedom maximalists. It's all about sovereignty to them, and I guess those are the people that lured me in. That were like, hey, all of the things that you're saying completely aligns with our philosophy. Why don't you look into this technology? And then I've met people who are more so in it for the technology, who are more so in it for the investment options, just the money, I guess. And I don't really belong to that latter group. And I think that that's maybe also the group that wasn't so happy about me coming to speak here. Yeah, I mean, I think what I've learned now so far from Bitcoin, and the more I learn about even the technology, I'm surprised that there are people who belong solely to that latter group of who just find the technology interesting and who don't see the fundamental aspect of the sovereignty-based, freedom-based, philosophy of Bitcoin. I don't get it. I don't get it, because the more I learn about this, and again, please don't shoot me, because I'm not tech savvy, as I told you, but the more I learn about, for example, blockchain, I'm like, okay, this doesn't seem like it's extremely fast. It doesn't seem like it's extremely efficient. It seems like it's harder, than other ways of online transacting. So it must be extraordinarily pivotal to people that there are what the upside of it is. And if you don't see that the upside of this is, well, it's decentralized and you don't have that trusted third party, then why would you be here? Why aren't you at some Ethereum conference or something? Like, I don't see it. But so that first category of those hardcore, very optimistic, indeed resourceful people are like, wait a second, I'm not going to let the authorities just tell me what I can and cannot spend my money on, become some sort of serf within a new neo-feudalist system. I'm going to opt out, and nobody can control what I spend my money on. I love that. I mean, please continue to send me stuff, because I'm really eager to learn. I'm really eager to become a full-blown Bitcoiner, laser eyes, everything. Like, let's go.
So Hugh, I have a feeling you have a slightly different take. Is it that we're all sort of pursuing a futile existence? Should we all pursue a billionaire island with, safe beaches, something like that? What's your take on Bitcoiners? Are we being foolish, or are we doing something maybe worthwhile?
I mean, I would recommend more breathing. I mean, enlightenment is all about embracing and having more happiness in your day. Okay, and try breathing. Now, I think as a society,
breathing is all you'll be able to do when they control what you can spend your money on. There's no eating there. There's no traveling anymore. There are no beaches for me.
They pretty much, my point, I've given in. I'm hiding. I'm an outlaw, right? I'll be the last one they get. I had a great pandemic. Yeah, I'm the last person they get. I'm at the end of the road. Okay, but I think we spent too much on the system of risk and risk control in terms of the financial infrastructure. And that's significant because, again, like pandemic, and again, like this overarching control, we discovered during the pandemic that certain words became taboo. There were conversations that you couldn't have on social platforms. And it's the same within the world of economics and financial reporting in newspapers. There's a word which has been abolished, and that word is depression. Not recession, but depression. And there's a conceit of the modern age that we're so more advanced than our predecessors that those grainy black and white images of the 1930s, that'll never happen to us. Okay? We've had 4 depressions in 200 years. First one was 1830. and it created Les Miserables. Les Miserables is all about, the poor French folk, and you'd lost your job. You couldn't feed the kids. And you're like, what just happened? Because normally it was the stupid king invading another country and screwing you. But no, you check, it's like we haven't invaded anywhere. And it was a banking crisis, right? The second one was the 1870s. And the inspiration for that became The Wizard of Oz. We had 2 presidential elections in the 1890s, and the Populist Party stood saying, do not crucify the common man on the penury, on the crucifixion of gold, this hard money regime. Again, it was risk control. Yeah. Then we had the 1930s. We're in one today. It began in 2008. On average, your income growth across the country, across the world, the expansion in the last 15 years is way below the average income expansion during the 1930s. This is a depression. So depressions typically end with innovation and with technology. And this community could offer solution. And that solution would not be risk mitigation. That solution would be the enhancement of trust. Yeah, I was in my French bank office in the Caribbean the other day. I've got a 9 million loan. I had to sign. I was in for 3 hours, initializing and writing my name, and then in the most colorful, absurd French Shakespearean language, promising not to default. And if I made one error, I had to do it again and again and again. Why? Because there's no trust. And that's kind of where the technology of the blockchain and everything else makes all that misgiving about trust. We can trust each other, and if we trust each other, maybe life gets economically better. So kind of, there you go, I'm giving you something back.
All right, great. So we don't have that much time left, but I would like sort of like 1 minute thoughts, because we are in the EU, and it is this very weird administrative sort of unelected bureaucracy that exists. And they're largely responsible for a lot of the weird regulations that come into play, some of which you talked about, including CBDCs. Is there any hope of reform of those things from the inside rather than sort of rebelling against it on the outside?
I don't think so. I mean, you can try and redecorate a house, but if your foundation is rotten, then it's going to hell. So I think the core fundamentals of the European Union are corrupted, rotten, and you can better just take the whole thing down and start over. The monetary union that it started out as, we all know that doesn't work. Where are those millions of euros that we send over to Greece? Oh yeah. Exactly. So, even that doesn't work, and it has expanded way beyond that. So I know that they're coming together on the 16th now in a few days, again, about the digital euro that they commissioned Jeff Bezos' Amazon to develop, which is very interesting. So I don't think so. I think with the European Union still in place, most of our laws come from there. Those laws have legal supremacy over our own national laws. It's the complete and utter opposite of sovereignty. And if there's one thing that I know matters to you guys, it's sovereignty. So sovereignty, European Union, contradiction in terms, it doesn't go together.
All right. Hugh, 40 seconds.
40 seconds. I don't think it's the movement of labor across frontiers. I think the disaster has been the unfettered ability to transfer capital around the world. And that was a view very much shared by John Maynard Keynes. And we created a system 25 years ago which has seen China go from the size of Turkey to being greater than the size of Europe. And that system is going to blow the world up.
All right. Thank you very much. Give these guys a round of applause. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Amsterdam live desk presented by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm joined once again by my esteemed panelists, Eric Kaysen and Susie Ward. We just heard from, a panel of Jimmy, Hugh, and Ava talking about trusting the experts. And obviously, Hugh, our favorite acid capitalist friend over there, gave us a very nihilistic take on everything. He said basically, there's not more else that they can do to us, referring to the government and the restrictions that they can impose. He also said everyone can fend for themselves. Eric, I know you had some choice words for when he was saying these things. What are your thoughts?
One, I just don't think he understands Bitcoin at all. And two, with such a nihilistic viewpoint, I don't think he can understand Bitcoin because he clearly wants to have a wolf eat wolf world where he has abandoned his responsibility. And I was very surprised at how little he actually seemed to understand why it's important. And final point is that he really should think a little harder about how much worse things could get for him, particularly if he exacerbates the wrong authorities. So.
Definitely. Susie, what are your thoughts on what he was saying there?
Exactly the same. He's clearly not a Bitcoiner. He clearly doesn't understand Bitcoin, and it just wants to abandon ship when things get tough.
Yeah. All right. 20 seconds to you, Eric. I know Ava had a great quote. She said basically she's seen two communities in the Bitcoin camp. One is here for the investment. The other one here is for the freedom. I'd love to hear your thoughts on what are your thoughts on basically those two camps? Should they be one together, or I don't know.
No, I think there will be an outfalling at some point, and it's very important to understand. Bitcoin, in my opinion, is first and foremost a political tool that allows for the economic freedom in order for us to have number go up.
10 seconds to you, Susie. Freedom or investment? What do you think? Thoughts about Bitcoin?
Everyone, they stay for the revolution, don't they? They come for the money and stay for the revolution.
Come for the money and stay for the revolution. That is a great quote from Susie. Heading back to the main stage for our next panel.
Okay. How we doing, everybody? Awesome. So my name is Amanda Fabiano. I am the owner of Fabiano Consulting, a firm I just launched to help miners with their strategies after a decade-long of experience in financial institutions focused on mining. With us today, we have a few people to talk about what we're all thinking about and what's on our mind, which is the halving. Really big times in Bitcoin. So first up, we have Zach Bradford, who is the CEO of CleanSpark, a NASDAQ-listed public mining company in the US. They have a $572 million market cap. They started as an energy company, transitioned into a Bitcoin mining company, and they've continued to grow at a rapid pace, I would say, especially over the past year, making many strategic infrastructure investments and acquisitions. You have 9.6 exahash under management, and you have maybe 6.5 sites we've decided backstage. So Zach also will be tomorrow on the stage sharing some of the strategy that he has at CleanSpark on the orange stage, so if you want to check him out there too. Next up, we have Charlie Schumacher. Did I get it right?
You got it.
Amazing. Charlie is the VP of Corporate Communications at Marathon Digital Holdings, and Marathon is also a NASDAQ-listed public miner. They have a $1.48 billion market cap. They have 19.1 exahashes spanning across 7 sites globally.
Yes.
Yes, Charlie, looking forward to your insight today.
Thanks.
And last but certainly not least, we have Charlene Federico. Charlene is the CEO of Mangle Digital Strategies. It's a consulting firm helping companies integrate Bitcoin into their businesses. She is a former US regulator and banker, and is very active in the West African landscape related to Bitcoin mining.
Thank you.
You also have a podcast where we can learn more about the landscape in Africa called
The Bitcoin in Africa Show.
Yes, awesome. So I'm very excited to be here today with these 3 guests.
Great.
So we're approaching the time where we all lose sleep about the halving. We have to think critically at 3 a.m. about what our strategies are. I think the halving's less than 200 days away. Revenues are going to be slashed. Hash rate is continuing to rise. Does that sound right? Yeah? OK. And the macro trends around capital deployment is still quite challenging. So what are some of the changes that we've seen from the last halving cycle, and where are you focused on? Zach, we'll start with you.
Yeah, you know, I think this one is set up to be probably the most interesting. I'm one of those people that do believe in the cycle. I do think that, you know, supply and demand will always take effect. It will affect Bitcoin's price. So I think that we have, you know, a good future, but I think that we have bumps in between that. And hope is not a plan. All of us hope Bitcoin is going to go up, but we need to be prepared for the worst. And it's about which companies are set up to weather the storm. I think a unique impact that this halving has in something maybe we'll talk about later, but the ETFs. There's a lot of new capital that is likely to enter the market, and it's going to be new in a way that we don't know how it's going to affect Bitcoin. And again, I think it's going to be for the positive. But if you haven't prepared for the worst, I don't think a miner makes it through this next halving cycle. The best part about Bitcoin is that it pushes for efficiency. At all times, it's always driving to squeeze out efficiency. And so I think that that's going to have to be the focus, and it's something that can't be done overnight. So it's miners are either going to be prepared, and they're going to be ready to go, or they're not. So.
Charlie, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously agree with a lot of that. Everything's about efficiency. I do think that something that's interesting is this is kind of the first institutional halving that we've seen. So in the last cycle, there were no large publicly traded Bitcoin miners. Now there's several of them.
34% of the network now.
Yeah, so it's gone up a little bit. And I do think that the principles are the same. It's you have to be as efficient as possible. And we've seen that trend continuing. But I think we were the average. I think the average efficiency of the Bitcoin network was like 58 joules per terahash going into the last halving. It's closer to 30 now. And so, and the machines, although they are getting more efficient, they're doing so at a decreasing rate. And so I think the game is the same. It's the same about lower your costs, deploy the most efficient equipment you can, except it's becoming much more sophisticated and a lot more difficult to get there.
And Charlene, what are some of the trends that you're seeing that miners are taking in Africa?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we heard it earlier, a lot of miners are really focused on jurisdictional diversification. So if you think back to the last cycle, May 2020, roughly 65% of the hash rate was in mainland China. June 2021, the hash rate moves from China. It goes to the UK, the US, Canada, Russia, and Kazakhstan. When we hit 2020, we realized that these were very difficult economic times and energy costs were very, very high. And that has allowed both public and private miners to start really thinking of where can I get that low-cost energy. What we're seeing is that originally that was the push toward Latin America, but we're also seeing a push toward Africa. So East Africa, West Africa, and South Africa. And I think that will continue. When you combine this idea of low-cost energy with the opportunity for renewables, you really can create the best conditions for a profitable mining business.
So speaking of profitable mining businesses, we see hash price continuing to rise. We see new machines with crazy efficiency jumps. And how will miners survive with their revenues about to be cut in half? What strategies are your companies taking, or that you're seeing companies take?
Well, there's a line I'll steal from one of my colleagues, Adam Swick, which is that someone will always make money mining Bitcoin, because hash rate and then therefore difficulty rate is dynamic. So what matters most is actually, because mining is a perfectly zero-sum game, that you are in the low half on the cost curve, and ideally the bottom 25%. So again, it being all about efficiency to get there. I think if you're on the very low end of the cost curve, you're good. So at this point, what should you probably be doing? Well, probably shore up your balance sheet and look to grow as much as you can. And try to do that now, or put yourself in a position where, if you're interested in buying assets, that you have the balance sheet to do it, because stuff may go on sale for the people who can't survive the halving.
Maybe I'll add on top of that, because that was a strategy we took halfway through the cycle, was to buy the assets when they were cheap and not buy them when they were most expensive. but to make sure you were buying assets that were incredibly efficient. So, but efficiency is only half the equation, right? It is, we keep mentioning power over and over again. That's half the equation. Efficiency is the other half. I really do think you have to be at the bottom 25%. And then you need to plan for the next halving. So we were thinking about the halving coming up in 200 days 3 years ago. And we're already starting to talk about what we expect about the 2028 halving. We won't really make any moves towards that until probably a year into the next cycle. But I think that that's how far that, especially big companies, public companies like ourselves, we need to be thinking 3 years out before every single halving at a minimum. And I think that's the only way to continually improve. Something that's also going to be interesting with hash price and the efficiencies we mentioned is there now are these giant fleets that have developed amongst public companies. That means there's now a giant fleet that a few years from now will be less efficient. And a big part of capital management on this is going to be, what do you do with that? It doesn't make sense to just sell and buy new machines every 5 minutes. That's where we think that there's a strategy, now talking about different jurisdictions. There's going to be places where, in the US, a very efficient miner works great. Yep. 3 years into it, when it's less efficient, where am I going to go plug that in? Or am I going to sell it to somebody else? We would rather take it and either keep it plugged in to end of life where it started, or move it to a new jurisdiction. And that involves getting creative into kind of the microgrid side of things, so that there's opportunities, for example, in Africa developing. I think that there's going to have to be unique places where kind of the second-tier miner continues to live.
Is that what you're seeing in Africa?
It is. And just in terms of survival tactics, I think there are 4 C's. There's cost, capital, creativity, and clocking. So very similar to what you guys said. First thing is cost. You need to be mining at the most low-cost place possible. And even if you are in Africa or in an area with a low energy environment, you need to make sure you're locking in that power, doing power purchase agreements, or making sure that you have a renewable strategy. From a capital perspective, we're expecting this is the time that miners are building the war chest. They're cutting back on investments. They're not overextending themselves. They're trying to make sure they have enough extra reserves to last the long haul. From a creativity perspective, and we haven't really gotten into it, but miners are being super creative with revenue diversification. You see miners in ordinals. You see some miners opening repair shops. You see some miners doing derivative hash rate. Anything to bolster those revenue streams that are coming in. And of course, clocking, that's kind of a nod to efficiency. Do you have an efficient fleet? Can your fleet last for the long haul? So those are the things that every miner, public or private, needs to focus on to survive.
Yeah, speaking of incentive strategies going forward, right, and changes in strategies, there's definitely some vertical integration that we see happening more broadly across the mining industry, and certain groups have decided to, jump into different areas. When you think about vertical integration, how has that become a key differentiator, do you think, from one company to the next? When we think about entering into new verticals, there's risks that go along with that, right? So how do you, as companies or companies that you are watching, evaluate risks as a miner and think about, like, is this the right time to jump into this, or should we kind of hold back?
How I think it's important to look at is ultimately what underlies that diversification strategy or the integration strategy. And that's one of control and flexibility. That's what a miner needs to be able to do. They need to be able to control when they mine, when they don't mine. They need to be able to control their supply chains. They need to be able to have a control in all of those things. But on the flip side of that control is sometimes a lack of flexibility. If I own a facility that manufactures a transformer, let's say, and I now have the control of ensuring I have that transformer, well, I've now lost the flexibility around maybe my labor force that's associated with that, maybe my capital that's required to go there. So I think that what we're really going to see, and I think that this is the real important thing, whether you're big or small, and how you integrate all these pieces together, is which ones add control, which ones add flexibility, and how do you balance that? I think we're going to see a lot of flavors develop, but that's what we're paying attention to, and I think that's what's ultimately going to prove out that matters the most.
Yeah, everyone sort of has a little bit of a different strategy on that among miners. So like mining itself is commoditized, but the way that people approach mining the commodity is all a little different. But I agree that a lot of it is about controlling the variables that you can. So none of us control the price of Bitcoin, which means none of us actually control our revenue, right? Which is crazy as a business. How do you plan for that? Well, you can control actually quite a lot on the cost curve. Part of that is when you're looking at new sites, looking for the cheapest electricity you can find, and ideally renewable, right? Especially if you're a publicly traded company. But the other side of that is you can control your technology. So something Marathon's done is we were very asset light for a long time. That's kind of what we were known as. In a bull market, we basically just wanted to buy revenue generating assets so we could grow and get as much hash rate online as possible. As you transition into kind of where we've been the last couple of years and kind of prepping now for the next halving, we're looking to control as much of the cost on the technology side as possible. So that's, we run our own pool, for example. So if you can reduce latency, that gives you like a little bit of an extra edge. We've been developing our own firmware. So talking about being able to overclock or underclock your miners depending on market conditions. We have proprietary immersion technology, which has also been something that's really valuable for us. Also speaking about going into new markets, that opens the door for areas that previously you couldn't mine in because of air-cooled machines. So we really think that the technology component of mining is a really important place for people to be focusing their attention.
So is the hosting model dead?
I would say it is. And I think I'm going to go back to actually why I think it is, and that's because Bitcoin as the algorithm, it's seeking out efficiency. A hosting model is an inefficient model. You have two parties that need to split a revenue stream now to try and make it. And again, making it isn't good enough when you come into really hard times of halving. You have to be thriving up to those tough times so that you can make it to the next stage. That's why I don't think that mining lives a long life successfully. I think we're going to see it come in, come out, but I think that it becomes this very short cycle with a lot of failures involved. I think it's more likely you see things, if there are going to be two sides that work together, it's going to be in a joint venture where they properly share the revenue stream and they share the exact same incentives, and that is efficiently generating the greatest return as opposed to just selling power or just selling a hosting labor force along with it.
Well, if we dig into that for a second, right? When we saw the China ban happen, which was the change, right, in the last halving, really there wasn't a ton of opportunity other than hosting, right? Like there were people who had infrastructure already built out. If you wanted to become a miner, you didn't want to wait 18 months for a transformer. You wanted to host right away. So you were willing to give up some of that profit because you were going to make money on the other side. Now, that structure works for some people, right? And that has made a lot of groups a lot of money, but it adds this third-party risk dimension that becomes extremely important. And that's what we saw play out over the last 2 years, right? We had the perfect storm where energy prices were increasing. The hosting companies had all of the power at that point. You didn't say, like, show me your PPA. It was, this is the price, and if you don't want it, someone else will take it. And they might take it for higher than you, right? So I think that model has shifted. My personal take, and I know I'm the one asking the questions, but I do still have takes. My personal take is I don't think it's dead. I think that the risk will be adjusted, and that you'll have to have really good financials on the other side in order to make it work, right? So that you don't end up in a situation where your host becomes bankrupt.
Yeah. I was going to agree. I think hosting is not dead. Hosting has just evolved, right?
It needed to.
Exactly. There are opportunities to host in East Africa and West Africa, but the terms of those agreements are very different, and they're going to continue to evolve. And that's what we want. I think your point is well taken. Hosting was the best option because most folks did not want to take the time or spend the money to enter a new market. Now the entire industry is way more mature, so you actually have options as to how you want to enter a new market.
Yeah, the answer is both, right? The old model of hosting, I do think, is dead, where you have three parties involved. You have someone who brings miners to the table, you have someone who brings power to the table, and you have someone who builds infrastructure who sits in the center. The margins are getting too compressed for all three of those people to exist. Yeah. So that concept, I think, is going away, except maybe in places that have super, super cheap energy. What I do think, though, the way it's evolved is that kind of what Zach was alluding to, which is the principles that people who have different expertise will work together and bring different expertise to the table. That's still very true. So that's this sort of JV structure that Zach was mentioning. And if hosting does work, hosting and power should be the same person, right? The host should be the energy company.
Yeah, I think it's also just more people have gotten into mining and now understand that energy is really like the center of it all, and there's more people working in the space. So the structure has changed because everyone got smarter over the past 4 years.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've really struggled with this question at Marathon of like, who is our customer? And because technically we don't really have a product that we sell, which is like the weirdest thing in the world for a business. And for a long time, I've thought that maybe the Bitcoin network is our customer, because all miners provide a service to the Bitcoin network in form of security. But as you and I were talking about earlier, I'm starting to shift my perspective, and maybe it's that the customer is actually the energy sector, and that Bitcoin miners are technology solutions for energy providers. So if that's the case, the host power company, those should be the same person, and then miners provide technological solutions to help them make themselves more efficient or basically build new infrastructure out.
And you're seeing that, right, in different landscapes?
Yeah, we're absolutely seeing that. We're actually absolutely seeing that in Africa, and I'll just do a quick segue. So one of the models that I'm most excited about is Bitcoin mining as an anchor tenant. And we're seeing that Bitcoin mining used as an anchor tenant to subsidize the cost of power. So earlier actually 2 weeks ago, I was in Nairobi, Kenya, touring the Gritless. There's a company called Gritless Compute. They're Kenyan. They have pioneered the combination of hydropower and solar power to solve for energy poverty. So basically, roughly 500 million folks across the continent of Africa don't have access to sustainable electricity. But when you bring Bitcoin mining into a power equation, the economics of that deal just make sense. And I think we will continue to see really unique models that work that way, so that we can push toward global energy abundance and also solve for and help push companies or push countries toward renewable energy, but also lock in low-cost power.
You know, I would add to that, because I do think that that's the reason that we got out of the energy business. We sold a microgrid business because it was so hard to get funding, because the anchor tenant was generally in a business or set up as a community or campus that they were looking for savings. We're so uniquely positioned to generate revenue without the waste between the output and the input when it comes to energy, that funding of energy projects as an anchor tenant really is the way to create an abundant energy future. And that's what got us into Bitcoin in the first place. So I'm really excited to see that this is happening, because I do think that it's an answer for energy to actually be developed in places that wouldn't otherwise be.
Perfect. One question left, 5 minutes left. What other macro trends do you think will affect mining going forward? So we talked a little bit earlier about the ETF. If it's approved, how do you think mining stocks will trade? Do you think that operations and thinking about like a mining operation will be like the real clutch going forward to assess if someone is good to buy or bad to buy?
Yeah, you know, I think the ETFs are going to be a stamp of approval upon Bitcoin for traditional markets in a certain way. And, you know, one of the fears could be that capital moves out of mining stocks. But I don't think that's the case. I think there's so much latent capital that's going to be brand new to the space that goes into the ETFs. I think that instead we're going to get more capital to every sector that's connected to it, whether it's a power company that serves a Bitcoin miner or a Bitcoin miner that operates in the space. And that's ultimately the stamp that traditional finance needs. Is it's this really easy way for it to be introduced, generally accepted by financial advisors. So I think that that's going to be a really big catalyst that happens. Now, I think mining stocks, of course, will benefit, but I do think that the reason they're going to benefit is they'll now be seen differently in what they really are in a true light from an investment point of view. It's a leverage play. Bitcoin miners are really, mining Bitcoin is the only way to acquire Bitcoin cheaper than you can buy it in the market. I'm sure you can do the derivatives around it, but really, if I want a Bitcoin, and I want to get a block, and I mine it, and I can mine it for my all-in cost, let's say, is $15,000. That miner is the only person on the planet at that moment that can buy it at $15,000 right now. So that's the reason that Bitcoin miners will continue to have value, because of the leverage that they have.
Yeah, I mean, gold ETFs exist and gold mining stocks exist, right?
Yep.
So yes, both can exist in the same world. I think the question is, really is, assuming an ETF gets approved, is that pie going to stay the same size, in which case investment moves away from Bitcoin miners into the ETF, or is that pie going to grow? My personal take, and I think probably all of us agree on this, is that the pie is going to grow. Because it's going to because if you think about it today, your choices in getting exposure to Bitcoin are you can buy a mining stock, which is volatile and has a lot of beta. Traders love that. Some long-term holders don't like that. You can buy Bitcoin outright, or you can put it on an exchange. This is maybe like heretical to say at a Bitcoin conference, but I don't think most people want to hold their Bitcoin. People don't want to run the risk of vaporizing their net worth. Like, there's a reason that banks came to existence in the beginning, right? So if you have a new financial instrument that is super familiar to people, that allows them to get exposure to Bitcoin without running the risk of vaporizing their net worth, I think that does pull a lot of new people into the space.
I think, said in a different way, you have the option with Bitcoin to hold it for yourself or to have someone else hold it for you. And that is like the real, I think, value.
Yes, the option is what's important, right? Yeah, agreed.
Outside of the ETF, are there any other macro trends from a regulatory perspective that you think will affect miners going forward?
Indeed. I'm just looking at the regulatory landscape around the world. You know, if you look on the West, the US and Canada, you know, they've had some pretty tough and aggressive regulation with regards to mining. We've had moratoriums in New York. We had Bitcoin mining moratoriums in New York and also in Canada. Yeah, but if you look in the Middle East and Africa, you're seeing favorable jurisdictions and also supportive governments. Just this year in Nigeria, they passed a new Electricity Act, which means individuals can produce up to 1 megawatt of electricity without a license. So you see the entire Nigerian government being open to renewable energy. You're seeing, you know, there's projects in El Salvador where the government is partnering to provide Bitcoin mining sites. There's huge sites. There's a huge site in Oman where the Oman government has sponsored $1 billion budget for an 800 megawatt facility. So again, you're seeing government saying yes to Bitcoin mining, and you're also they're saying yes to private investors. And they're creating the regulatory structures to make sure that these ecosystems can flourish.
It's the beauty of Bitcoin, right? It's completely decentralized, and you could use it and mine it wherever you want.
And Bitcoin mining follows the path of least resistance. So we will see public and private miners move to those places that make the most sense for the business.
Yep. Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for your insights today.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Miami, for the last 3 years in this amazing city. The whole world shut down, but Miami welcomed us with open arms. We want to show Bitcoin to the whole world. We are taking the conference on the road to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. Nashville. Bitcoin 2024 is coming to Nashville in Tennessee, a city that is known as a music and freedom city. Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville from July 25th to 27th.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having us. We don't have a moderator, so why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, we have sort of an emergent order here on the stage. We have absolutely no organization whatsoever. I am Peter St. Ange. I'm an economist, and I make daily videos.
I'm Bruce Fenton. I've been in the Bitcoin space for 10 years now, and it's never been a dull moment. I'm mostly focused on securities and TradFi and the conversions with Bitcoin. And I'm one of the 3 Americans here to talk about Europe.
Yeah, and I'm Mark Moss. I make a lot of content in the Bitcoin space. I'm also an investor in the space with the Bitcoin Opportunity Fund, and love talking to these guys, so it's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, I guess I'm going to jump in and be moderator for the first third of the session here. Okay, Mark. So, Fourth Turning comes from a book.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell us what the shtick is there?
Yeah, the Fourth Turning is basically outlining like about an 80-year cycle. I say about, it's not exact, obviously. And within that 80-year cycle, there's 4 20-year periods within that. So there's 4 turnings in that cycle. I would like to throw out, when you're looking at cycles, there's typically, like if you look at technical analysis, there's like 3 triple bottoms or triple tops, which makes it strong. So 3 times 80 is a 250-year cycle, which is even bigger. But right now we're talking about the 80-year cycle. So on this 4th cycle, which we're in right now, arguably, it's sort of like this Lenin quote that said that there's decades where nothing seems to happen, and then there's days where decades seem to happen. So all the change happens at the end in this last turning. It's sort of this really taken from this generational theory. So that means that each generation passes out different traits to the next person. You guys have heard this meme kind of thrown out before of the hard times create strong men, so to speak. We'll talk about that more. But that's really what it is. These 4 20-year cycles that total an 80-year cycle, about the average lifespan of a person. Arguably, we're in that last one. So we'll talk about what that is, and maybe this history will tell us where the world goes next.
And more broadly speaking, so the concept fourth turning comes from the book.
Right, a book.
But the idea is very old, so it's maybe 2,500 years old at this point. The idea that the world runs in these cycles. So, you know, the meme that Mark was talking about, the good times make weak men make hard times. I think we're all familiar with that. And that's actually from Polybius in 150 BC. So the idea has been around a long time. And I think a lot of us, both in Europe and in the US, feel as if we are now in that decline stage. A lot of people are sort of waiting for something bad to happen at this point. I know certainly in terms of economics, we have a lot of trends that are very unsustainable. We have the government that is taking more and more power. Of course, taking many more freedoms. We had a dramatic acceleration of that over the past couple of years. And, you know, now we have multiple wars that are going on around the world. They seem to be starting quite quickly at this point. And the government seems to be feasting on these, converting these into power and resources seized from the people. And I think a lot of us, sort of to harken back to another historical analogy, a lot of us sort of feel as if the water is boiling, the frog is getting ready to jump, and we are not sure exactly what happens when that frog jumps. If it's going to be an improvement, if it's going to be something dramatic that we would rather not live through, but we're all going to be forced to. And Bruce, do you have thoughts along those lines?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, I've been interested in this theory for a while. When the first book came out by Strauss and Howe in 94, 96, something like that, there was a lot of economists who looked at it as a way to predict kind of a bull market, really going from, you know, there was a lot of people who said, hey, we're going to have a big bull market. And those same people, Strauss has passed away, but Howe wrote a book that, you know, says the fourth turning is here. They basically predicted exactly this period in their book 30 years ago. They said that, you know, right around between 2020, 2024, you're going to have this turmoil. They didn't know why, just like we didn't know that the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand was going to set off World War I. That incident, had that happened at a different point in history, it would have been just another assassination. But as we see now, you know, little things can become big things in these times of chaos. And it started most noticeably around, you know, March of 2020 or so with the global reaction. I'm always careful to say it wasn't the COVID, it was the reaction to the COVID. It's a very big difference. It was the government reaction, the tyrannical reaction. And that created just an unraveling of things. Things have felt shaky. You feel like you're on thin ice and things are breaking. And part of that is good because the generational theory that goes along with this, it has a lot to do with the generations of people as well and how old people are. You have big baby boom waves. There was a baby boom here in Europe. There was a baby boom in the United States. So you had a quadrupling in population. You know, 4 times as many people were born than before the baby boom. So that's a big deal. So when you have 70 million in the United States, 70 million school-age kids, they had to build a bunch of schools, just like they did here in Europe. And in the United States, the condo market was super hot when those people were in their, you know, mid-20s. But then when they were in their mid-30s, the condo market crashed and the suburban market picked up. And you see those same trends all over the world. You see it wherever they had a baby boom or wherever you have these generational changes. A generation of 70-year-olds is going to behave very differently than a generation of 25-year-olds. They're going to vote differently. They're going to have different policies. So part of the good thing about this is that you have this natural cycle. I've heard it also compared to seasons, the 4 seasons. You know, this is something that as we mentioned, has been around a long time. So you have these, kind of seasons and death and rebirth and spring. And there's something healthy about these old, antiquated, high-power institutions kind of reaching their peak. And that's what we're seeing now. A lot of these institutions that started their power in the beginning of the last fourth turning, the New York Times and the media and the World Economic Forum at Davos and this kind of stuff that's kind of part of this generation, they're all kind of dying now. CNN is being replaced by Joe Rogan, and nobody cares, or at least they shouldn't care as much about all these big centralized organizations as they used to. And we have new rise of power, and I think the best theme of that of all is Bitcoin. That's new money for a new time, and it's coming into the world at exactly the right time.
So one of the things that we talked about before coming on was, because we are in Europe, is how the turnings really matched up really all over the world as a result of World War II. You could argue World War I and World War II were sort of a single unit because they were so tied together. But that sort of put us all at the same starting line at the same time, not only in Europe and the US, but even in places like Japan. And so, Mark, do you want to make some comments on that?
Yeah, so obviously different nations have different cycles, but sort of as Pete led to, because of World War II and really kind of going earlier through the industrialization process, but after World War II, sort of everybody kind of reset on that cycle, and as Bruce said, because of the baby boom generations that happened after that. So really, if you look at it, it's been about 80 years since World War II has ended. After World War II, we entered an era of peace, as well as the entire global financial system changed under the Bretton Woods Agreement, which was about 78-ish years ago. And if you think about this sort of fourth turning model, again, the hard times create strong men. So after World War II, unfortunately, after lots of men died, most of Europe got bombed out. There was obviously the story of what happened with Germany having to rebuild, and the Weimar Republic and all of that. It created massive amounts. And just take Germany as an example. Like, it had created very, very, very hard times for Germany specifically. Even harder times in Germany than the rest of Europe. And because of that, those hard times created really strong men, which then created really good times. And Germany has become the economic engine of Europe. But today, 80 years later, that's all over. Germany is now deindustrializing. They decided to shut off their power. They decided to turn off their nuclear power. And now they're deindustrializing. Now a lot of their factories are moving to China, moving to the United States and other places. And so that's an 80-year cycle. That's like a perfect evidence of this. But it also matches up with the rest of Europe, also matches up with the United States as well. Obviously, coming out of World War II, we didn't get our nation bombed out like what happened in Europe, but still we had to recover from that. And here we are 80 years later, and I think we're starting to see similar declines happening. And a lot of it is because what happens is the people that are making the decisions today are so far removed from reality. So they are now eating from the food that they never planted. And so much wealth was created in the United States and in Europe. So much wealth was created that now we have future generations that are living off of that wealth but have never produced that wealth. They weren't the ones that created this industrialized world, created all of these new technologies, and built up these surpluses that today we're living off of. And so we're so far removed from reality, making decisions that make no sense, which is why that fourth turning, which is eventually the weak men making bad times. And so that's kind of where we're at.
So I want to sort of mention that when we talk about that narrative with Germany being prostrate post-war, and of course France, the Netherlands, I was told very clearly not to say Holland, to say the Netherlands. Most of Western Europe was prostrate, but in many ways, East Europe followed a very different trajectory, right? And today we're sort of seeing that. Like, they had kind of a double dip into disaster. So, Bruce, do you have any thoughts on what's happening there?
Yeah, I think it's more, probably the situation is more to do with communism and philosophy and socialism than it is to do with the generations. But they're related in that the way that generations think, they think differently. Millennials are different than baby boomers, and the greatest generation before the baby boomers was called that for a reason. They were a great generation here and all over the world. And as you mentioned, the generation kind of running things now doesn't even really remember those people. They don't know how to do things. They don't know how to make the money the way they did. They don't know how to be that economic engine, and that's a danger. And because then you have cluelessness, and we have this in the United States. You have clueless people who just don't know how the world works. They just don't understand. They're 2-3 generations removed from the people who had their act together, so they believe all kinds of insanity, and then they don't understand profits and profitability and how to work a company. And it's become a joke in the United States that companies are trying to hire foreign CEOs because in the United States we've been completely corrupted by this kind of woke mind virus that is very, against the common KPIs of what makes a business work. Instead of focusing on, building products and making things, they're focusing on all kinds of political, weird activism stuff. And that's not true everywhere in the world. It's not true in Singapore, for example. And it definitely wasn't true in Europe just a few decades ago. But now you have a different generation. Millennials are different, and Gen Z is different. I think, unfortunately, for millennials, they got kind of the worst of everything. They got the most debt and the least efficiency. And as a result, unfortunately, there's a lot of members of that generation who are kind of apathetic, and they don't see hope, for a good reason often. So, I'm putting some hope in Gen Z. And one of the things that I'd like to ask both of you also out of this is kind of, how do you, I don't know about take advantage from this. How do you not be harmed by this change, or maybe take advantage, maybe profit, maybe come out of this chaos? For me personally, I'm looking to Gen Z. I think there's a lot of hope in Gen Z. And if you're a millennial, you can just kind of go along with that wave. There's no rule book that says if you're born before 1982 or whatever, you're on one side or the other. Even with me as being a Generation X, I would rather align with if I was going to join a startup or something, I'd kind of look to Gen Xers, because I think that you want to be on the positive side of this rebuilding. The institutions, the people, the generation. It's going to be up to Gen Z to rebuild this mess. And unfortunately, the other thing is, historically, these times of chaos have gotten worse. So when I say this mess, I don't mean what's just happened over the last couple of years. Unfortunately, I think that we're going to see more chaos and more turmoil, and unfortunately, more bloodshed over the next, hopefully it'll be soon. Hopefully it'll be a year or less, but it could be 7 or 8 years, based on how history looks.
And one of the things we were also talking about is that if you go back through history and you look at these turnings, sometimes when you get to that strong men stage or strong people, it can actually lead to wider freedoms, right? So, for example, the American Revolution, it was a chaotic period. Strong men did take over. It was effectively a military junta who imposed their will forevermore on the country via the Constitution. But what came out of that was a revitalization of freedom. But that's rare, right? We were mentioning before the break that in the wake of Napoleon's destruction of Europe, you did not get a revitalization of freedom. You actually got stronger kings.
Yep. Yeah, I think what comes next, I think, is the answer that we all want to try to figure out, because we want to position ourselves, as Bruce said, right? Try to position ourselves on the right side, skating to where the puck is going to be, so to speak. And so what does come next? We can see that both the American Revolution and the French Revolution ended up in two different places. The American Revolution ended up in a decentralized world, so we set up a constitutional republic where each state was independent. And a lot of that was because they took parts of what was good and rebuilt from there, where the French Revolution completely destroyed everything and rebuilt from scratch. And so you can see even that ended up in different locations. I think if I'm going to guess where I think the future goes, if I'm going to look at my crystal ball, it's not super clear, but I think I'd have to go back a little bit further. So as I said, right, if you look back through 3 generations or 3 different fourth turnings, then you'll see that typically we go from like a pendulum swinging from centralization to decentralization. A lot of the reason why this generational theory works is because as humans, even though the future progresses exponentially because of technology, it's not linear, it's exponential, but because we're humans, we continue to have cycles that repeat. We take things too far, so then we correct, and then we overcorrect too far, and then we go back and we go too far. So we basically swing back and forth like a pendulum. And basically we kind of, if you look back through thousands of years of history, you see we kind of go towards centralization, and we really lump together, and technology plays a big piece of this. We have to talk about that. But about 250 years ago, we got a new technological revolution called the Industrial Revolution, which moved everybody into cities and factories. We created mass manufacturing, and everybody moved into these cities, and so we got this massive centralization. Governments became big in centralization, but now technology is allowing us to start to decentralize. Now many of us work on the internet, small businesses moving around the world, and so the shape of the governments will also have to change because of the technology. And so if I'm going to guess where this future goes, what happens after this fourth turning, looking back through history, looking at the technology that we have today, I think the future is decentralized and not centralized. I think we've all started to see the problems of having too much centralization. In the United States, having one regime controlling 330 million people, or today, the UN and the IMF and the BIS trying to control the whole world, 8 billion people, it's just never going to work. We also have the technology that's changing things. As I said, no longer do we have these giant corporations, this mass manufacturing, so mass government for that. Now we have the internet. Now we have Bitcoin, which is now a decentralizing technology. And so I think the future is decentralized.
All right, and Bruce. So Bruce, speaking of Bitcoin, so we have never gone through this kind of turning where we actually had that kind of decentralized control over the money. Of course, the money is half the world, maybe more than half the world. So comment on where you think it...
I agree with you. I think that the pendulum is going to swing the other way, and I don't think we realize just how tyrannical our lives are right now, just how much tyranny. You know, we're sort of free, and there's always things that are worse. But there's just an army of bureaucrats and busybodies who are stealing from your wallets every single day and then burdening you with rules. And they're everywhere. They're everywhere in Europe. You know, I was in a place, there's 2 different cash registers because one cash register is allowed to sell the aspirin and the other one isn't. I go to get my Uber to go over here and there's some warning that says, warning, the deal between the contractor at Uber is between you and the contractor, not between Uber. That's some lawyer. That's some busybody pinhead in government who has burdened Uber with this, oh, wait a minute, if you're going to operate in our jurisdiction, you're going to need this disclaimer that you don't need in another area. You don't need this stuff. These people don't add value. 400 years ago, you could walk right down the street and you could trade any stock that existed, and they created an entire new economy. They created the joint stock. The first stock was founded right down the street. And they created the first joint stock, the first common stock equity, and the first trading system. And it became this massive market, created the biggest company the world had ever seen. They didn't have any of these pinheads. The Dutch East India Company was worth $8 trillion in today's dollars. If that company was the size it was then, adjusted for inflation, it would be bigger than Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Tesla, Wells Fargo combined. And they did it without a single pinhead, without a single, AML, KYC, let's get up in your business and have you fill out all these forms. None of that is needed. We do not need that in the economy. The natural economy is what you saw 400 years ago right down the street. It's voluntary interaction between people. It's people saying, I have this orange coin and you have some euros and I want to trade it. And that's all you need. You don't need the others. And you've had this increasing bureaucracy, in some cases very tyrannical and invasive of abusive of human rights and freedom and these kind of things. And you don't need it all. So I'm hoping that we do have the swing the other side. And I hope it all comes crumbling down and those bureaucrats have to get real jobs, let the rest of us innovate and go and do trade.
Yeah. I think about... As an American coming to Europe, this is my 3rd time I've been here in the last several months, and I can tell you, even just using the internet here is so much different than using the internet even in America. I mean, you're constantly having to approve this, and I consent to it. Like, we don't have any of that. But I think back to what I said earlier, this fourth turning, where we have this generation now who are so far removed from the real world, and they're making all of these regulations that we have to abide by, but they don't understand what it is to run a business because they've never actually done that. And I think back to a quote from Ayn Rand in the book Atlas Shrugged, and she says, when you must get permission to produce from men who have never produced nothing, right? And so we have these people who have never produced anything. They never created a business. They never balanced a budget. They never produced income. They never dealt with customers, but yet they want to pass all these regulations to get in the way between you and your business. And so to kind of Bruce's point, most of this is just unnecessary. Every single transaction, there's a piece getting taken out of it. It slows it down. It takes away our profitability, takes down our growth. And so I think it's going to change.
And it can be very discouraging to people. Anybody who's run a business, I think certainly in Europe, you feel like you're hunted. You feel like just constantly you are pursued by these regulators who have nothing better to do, who literally parasitically consume your life force. And it can be very discouraging, and especially nowadays when we consider things like CBDCs, when we look at the different layers. If you're in Europe, of course, you have your national government, you have the European Union, you have these international treaties that various countries sign to. And so it's like if you were to miraculously capture your national government and free yourself, well, boom, you know, it's like you open the window and there's a brick wall, and you get through that and there's another brick wall. This can be very discouraging for people, but I think that's important to remember. You know, if we look at the experience of the fall of the Soviet Union, I'm sure that was extraordinarily discouraging to people. You could do absolutely nothing. It was a completely permissioned economy. In theory, you would be shot if you sold, you know, bootleg bread out of the back of your car. And yet there was some point where governments collapsed. They largely collapsed because of the money. At that point, when you get hyperinflation, the government has to make a choice. Will it pay the Praetorian Guard, or will it pay the bureaucrat busybodies? And lo and behold, the busybodies get cut pretty darn fast. That's what happened in the Soviet Union. The state begins to look after itself. So I think it's important. Day to day, yes, it can get very discouraging, but remember that the people are with us. You know, if you look, I know certainly in the US, when Joe Biden came into power, YouTube disabled their thumbs down.
Yeah.
Because every time Biden opened his mouth, there were so many thumbs downs. It was embarrassing to the regime. You see this persistently across the board, where the regime has its pet media, they have its pet narratives. Nobody is believing that garbage anymore. And so I think that we do eventually get to a point where the entire thing, it looks very impressive, but you look behind it, there's nothing there. It's a Potemkin village, and I think that it does collapse under its own weight.
Yeah, and going back to what Pete was saying, you know, if you look back to the fall of the USSR and what happened there, really, I like to look at the story of it was about their money, but it was because people no longer consented to use that. Mm-hmm. And so what you see through the USSR, particularly in Romania, where it really kind of kicked off in really high gear, is that people decided to just opt out. Right? The regime, as Pete calls it, I like to call it that as well, the regime gets their power from our compliance. So our silence and our compliance makes us complicit in that. And so in the USSR, because things had gotten so restrictive, you couldn't even get bread, so you'd have to go buy bread in the black market. Mm-hmm. And the next thing you know, they're getting the next thing, and then there's really the films, the movies that really kick things into high gear. And so many people had to go start dealing in a black market, whichever the government doesn't give you a permit for, is technically black market or gray market anymore. And so these parallel markets started moving. It's like if we're having this event and we start kicking all of you guys out, you go form your own event, we no longer have control over you anymore. And so many people exited the system, and they started doing all their trade, all their business outside of it, that the regime lost all the power. No longer could they control or control the monetary commands anymore, because people had moved on. No longer could they control commerce because people were doing commerce outside. And so really we have the opportunity today, and the reason why I think Bitcoin is so important is because, you know, we talk about different freedoms, the ability to go do things, freedom to transact. And the freedom to transact is really at the base of all the freedoms, because in the United States, for example, we have a constitution that guarantees us freedoms of assembly. But if I can't transact and put gas in my vehicle, how do I drive to the assembly? If I can't get a hotel room when I get there, if I can't get food when I get there, how do I go assemble? Freedom of speech. Well, if you can't get online, if you don't have money, you can't get online, you have no speech. And so really the freedom to transact sits at all of that, which is why, of course, the number one target is going to be the money. Control the money, control the world. And that's what CBDCs promise to do, for them to have control over us. And that's where Bitcoin really fits in. If there's nothing else that I take away, and you guys should take away from this, is giving us back that freedom to transact.
Yep. I think we're out of time. I think this is an optimistic vision. You know, it's a scary time. It's a time of chaos. People have been through these times before and worse, and usually the world works out better. And I'm optimistic that we're going to be headed into a new generation of decentralization and freedom. And there's no other option. We have to hope for that. Hopefully it'll be sooner rather than later, but even on the long end, if it's 8 years, 9 years, we will come out of this. We're going to come out stronger, more decentralized, and hopefully with sound money instead of phony fiat.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, and you know, I would agree with these gentlemen here. I think the absolute most important aspect is that it is under our control. We've had many turnings. Some of them have been very, very difficult. Some of them have been very light, a slight breeze. It is under our control what comes next, and I do think that Bitcoin gives us a huge advantage compared to previous generations. There we go. They got the picture. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to the Bitcoin Amsterdam Live Desk brought to you by Bitcoin Magazine. To my left, I'm joined by both my colleagues, Alex McShane and Chris Salemo. Fellas, we just listened to a great panel put on by Mark Moss, Bruce Fenton, and Peter St. Assange on the fourth turning coming to grips here in Europe. I know as we head into the latter half of the halving here coming in 2020-24, Mark opened up with a fantastic quote saying that there's decades where nothing seems to happen and days where decades seem to happen. And certainly in the last couple of weeks, we've really felt that. Just curious to hear your guys' thoughts on how this, some of the topics that they discussed on the panel, how this is shaping up for the end of 2023 and the beginning half of 2024. Alex, we'll start with you.
Yeah, for sure. So I think first off, they hit the nail on the head. I mean, we're facing, it's not just Europe, but the entire Western world's facing a lot of global deindustrialization, a lot of censorship, government overreach, platform overreach. And in the face of all that, Bitcoin is economic and technological hope for people. And I think people, by wielding tools, even nascent tools like Nostr, using Tor and Bitcoin in tandem, they claw back some of their self-sovereignty as people. And I think over time, this new generation of Bitcoiners and kind of technological savvy people are going to flourish and kind of, you know, come up from the ashes of this fourth turning globally.
Chris, do you think the people of Europe and I guess globally are starting to wake up to the fact that things are not good in the world and that they do need to leverage these technologies that Alex had just mentioned?
Yeah, if 2020 wasn't a wake-up call for many people in the world, I don't know what is. But, you know, a lot of times in the fourth turning, they talk about things need to get much, much worse before they get better. But I do think that there's a lot of hope. There's been a lot of building in the bear market. And I do think things will only get better from here. You know, maybe we saw the worst of it now and we're basically on an upward trajectory in the future.
Do you have a bullish sentiment, Alex? Do you carry the same kind of attitude as Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Bitcoin is hope. It's the most exciting thing we have. I think we're here a part of like one of the most hopeful, optimistic outlooks on the world. This event that is happening here today. I just don't think other technologies and sort of captured services in the state are providing that same optimism that we feel here today through Bitcoin.
Yeah, certainly. I know, you know, when we put on these events, you know, we especially in lieu of what's happened in Israel and you know, the issues with Hamas and such in the last week. You get into this mode where things aren't feeling good, and then you come here to this event, and you have all these fantastic people that are really preaching a word of hope. Just curious, you know, as we're coming close to the conclusion of the day, what are some of the highlights here from you guys?
Definitely listening to Edward Snowden was definitely a highlight for me. Really cool. I think he's an American hero, and you know, it was great to hear him talk.
Awesome. Well, we'll come back as we conclude it the rest of the day.
So, hi everyone. I'm thrilled to be back here this year again. I'm delighted and I'm very thankful to the organizers for inviting me again this year. Because the most important reason that I am here is because Julian cannot be here. But I do have something from him. This is a drawing that Julian made in Belmarsh, which he gave me permission to show you today. The serpent is inspired by a painting by William Blake. I know that once Julian is free, and I believe he will be free, he will be speaking to you and all people who value the basic freedom to speak and associate freely. It is not a cliche to say that it is up to us to free him. It really is. And the reasons to free him are abundantly clear. He is a target of a brutal, unprecedented injustice. But this year I want to talk to you about the broader implications of his freedom for this community and the role that this community plays in safeguarding freedom of speech. Now, you will have to forgive me for invoking the United Nations. I know many of you are probably skeptical for good reason. But the specific thing I want to invoke is the foundational document of the UN human rights system from 1948, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the way that the drafters chose to define freedom of speech. Article 19 of this foundational document states, "Everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression. This right includes freedom to hold opinions without interference and to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers." This is 1948, and I find this definition really insightful because it breaks down this freedom of speech into the act of seeking, receiving, and imparting information. When Julian established WikiLeaks in 2006, he found a way to put subjugated history into the public domain. As you know, WikiLeaks transformed access to information forever. Julian built WikiLeaks as a decentralized online library. The rebel library of Alexandria, he called it. The decentralized aspect allowed it to be censorship resistant. Cryptography provided a gateway for the whistleblowers and the sources to bring censored documents into the public domain and to do it anonymously. Prior to the internet, censorship had focused on preventing the act of speaking, of imparting information. But with the internet, censorship has become increasingly more sophisticated. And the question is no longer whether the truth can be spoken, but whether it can be heard and seen. The focus of censorship has shifted away from actively curbing the act of speaking to manipulating the ability to seek and receive information. This process has accelerated over the past 7 years or so. It is so comprehensive, so coordinated, that it is attempting to destroy the public domain itself. I don't think this is an exaggeration. The rise of the censorship industrial complex has transformed the information landscape. The censors are a network of actors and hybrids: government, the press, NGOs, think tanks, social media companies, academic institutions. They service the new economy that promotes the notion that information is dangerous and that the public's access to it involves risks that must be managed. Democratic processes are problematized, and even true and newsworthy information is cast as a potential threat because nefarious entities could exploit the information. The censorship industrial complex grew out of two significant shocks to the system in 2016. One was the British voters' decision to Brexit. The second was Donald Trump's victory in the presidential election. And one of the factors which the Clinton campaign blamed for its loss was WikiLeaks' publication of the DNC and Podesta emails, which revealed how the Clinton campaign had rigged the primaries against its rival in the primaries for the Democratic nomination, Bernie Sanders. And the Clinton campaign, it was revealed in these documents, in these emails, also had interfered in the Republican primaries by deploying what it called the Pied Piper strategy, which was to boost Donald Trump's visibility, exposure in the media through its network, in the mistaken belief that Donald Trump's exposure would lose votes to the Republicans. While the Clinton campaign and much of the Democratic establishment cast WikiLeaks' publication of the DNC emails in a negative light when the DNC tried to file a lawsuit against Julian and WikiLeaks for the publication of the DNC emails. The court viewed the publication very differently. The court threw out the lawsuit on First Amendment grounds. And in dismissing the case, the court described the publication of the DNC emails in the following way. It was a publication of matters of the highest public concern. The DNC's published internal communications allowed the American electorate to look behind the curtain of one of the two major political parties in the United States during a presidential election. This type of information is plainly of the type entitled to the strongest protection that the First Amendment offers. You probably didn't hear about that ruling. The dismissal of the lawsuit and the reasons behind it were barely reported on. With no apparent pushback or counter-narrative, the censorship industrial complex was allowed to flourish. By 2020, two of the central players of this censorship industrial complex, the Aspen Institute and Stanford University's Cyber Policy Center, had found a formula to prevent true information from informing the democratic process. The strategy was to convince reporters and social media companies that it was time to introduce a new set of norms and break with what they called the Pentagon Papers principle. The Pentagon Papers are often cited as a precursor to WikiLeaks' publication of the Afghan and Iraq war logs. It is also a sort of myth of origin of the press freedom in the United States. It is a moment in history when, despite legal attacks on the publishers, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and dirty tricks against the whistleblower, Daniel Ellsberg, the public interest prevailed and the foundation for future publishing was set. That foundation remained strong up until the Trump administration decided to indict Julian under the Espionage Act for the act of publishing and news gathering. But let's go back to the Pentagon Papers. The Pentagon Papers leak happened 50 years ago, and it was an internal Department of Defense report which was leaked by Daniel Ellsberg, and it was published by the Washington Post, New York Times, and revealed how the administration had been lying to the American public and also to Congress about how the war was going and the end game in Vietnam, or lack thereof. The Aspen Institute and Stanford Cyber Policy Center in 2020 didn't allege that the Pentagon Papers principle was illegal. They argue that there should be a change of norms, a change of institutional culture in the media houses and social media companies. The press and social media should adopt the role of the censor, that considerations of potential harm, vaguely defined, should weigh more heavily than the newsworthiness and authenticity of the information, that malicious actors could exploit the information and the public must be protected from its own reactive instincts. It basically invites all these different players to participate in a social construct that is projected onto the public and which obscures reality. The censorship industrial complex's big debut was a breathtakingly effective suppression of the Hunter Biden laptop story. To begin with, the media pre-bunked the story. The New York Post had hardly broken the story before it was declared to be a disinfo op. The pre-bunking was significantly bolstered by a public statement signed by 51 former intelligence officials affirming that the laptop belonging to Hunter Biden was disinformation, that it was bogus. Twitter famously suppressed links to the story on the New York Post website. Mark Zuckerberg told Joe Rogan that Facebook had suppressed the Hunter Biden story after a call from the FBI telling them to do so. The laptop was authentic, of course. It wasn't a disinformation, and the story was effectively buried in the lead-up to the 2020 election. It happened quickly, it happened effectively, including through a tabletop exercise at the Aspen Institute with all these players who later suppressed the story, which was essentially a dry run for breaking for the time when the Hunter Biden story broke in the New York Post. The truth eventually came out. Earlier this year, Mike Morrell, the former CIA deputy director, testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee. And he said that the current Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, who at the time was a senior advisor to the Biden administration, instigated the bogus public statement by the 51 former intelligence officials. The Twitter files, various Senate hearings, Missouri Biden case have all revealed a great deal about the censorship industrial complex and how it is undermining the public's First Amendment freedoms. There's plenty of material out there, but the importance and implications of these events have been downplayed by the players, like the press, who of course are not neutral bystanders. Meanwhile, legislation like the Online Safety Bill in the UK or the EU's Digital Services Act and similar statutes around the world are transferring the power to moderate content online from tech companies to governments. These types of forms of legislation impose a duty of care onto tech firms, and including incentives and pressure points to censor harmful but legal content. The case of the extraordinarily popular podcaster Russell Brand shows how public officials are now using their new powers to pressure platforms into demonetizing specific content creators. I'm sure you're all aware of the context. Allegations, some of them criminal, have been made against Brand in the media. YouTube immediately announced it was demonetizing Brand's channel, almost immediately, and the BBC and Channel 4 in the UK deleted their historic content containing Russell Brand. Whether he is eventually charged with a crime or convicted of it in the future, the fact is that the cancellation has been sudden and it has a final quality to it. The most disturbing aspect of all of this, apart from the apparent irrelevance of the legal presumption of innocence, is that the most aggressive push to demonetize Russell Brand came from the chair of the UK Parliament's Digital, Cultural, Media and Sport Committee, the lady over there whose name is Dame Caroline Dinenage, who wrote to TikTok and Rumble demanding that they disclose whether Brand was making a living from the content on his channel. And the real target, of course, isn't Brand. It's Rumble. It's the content platform. It is a form of eliciting compliance. And the powers to elicit that compliance have been adopted in multiple jurisdictions through these types of legislation. Dame Caroline Dinenage isn't just any Conservative MP, Member of Parliament. She introduced the Online Safety Bill, and her husband, over there, is Mark Lancaster, who until recently was the deputy commander of the 77th Brigade. Now, what is the 77th Brigade? According to the BBC, the 77th Brigade is made up of, quote, warriors who don't just carry weapons, but they are also skilled in using social media such as Twitter and Facebook and the dark arts of PSYOPs, psychological operations. So, while the censorship industrial complex continues to grow, the world's most famous freedom of speech champion remains imprisoned. Those who have put Julian in prison are the same ones who fear true information reaching the masses, because they fear what the public might do with information that can change the status quo. The criminal case against Julian criminalizes the act of publishing. The public interest of the documents that WikiLeaks published is not in question. He faces 175 years. The authenticity of the documents is also not in question. It documents the killing of tens of thousands of civilians, evidence of war crimes, political interference in judicial processes, complicity in torture of multiple countries, etc. It is the act of publishing and what Julian stands for, which is being punished. And it is being made an example of the punishment through his imprisonment. Julian is, after all, the greatest contributor to the historical record and its most ardent defender. He's imprisoned because of his role in bringing subjugated history onto the public record, of growing the historical record, and of protecting its integrity. He built WikiLeaks to encourage access to public interest information by providing a means through which sources could provide information anonymously. Julian also recognized the potential for Bitcoin and its role in contributing to the preservation of the historical record, and he recognized this early on. In 2014, he appeared as a hologram in Nantucket, Massachusetts, and he told the audience that the underlying architecture of Bitcoin provides public value beyond the obvious financial innovations. He explained how during the USSR, when Stalin died, Beria fell out of favor with the new power factions, and there was a decision to remove his entry from the official encyclopedia, and so an order was issued to remove the pages containing Beria's biography and to expand the entry about the Barents Sea. And so this was done, but this rudimentary form of censorship was obvious. You could see the glue where the pages have been replaced. Maybe you could notice the texture was different between the different pages and so on. But during altering history, hiding the censorship became very easy during when the internet appeared. There was no glue, no visible texture to indicate that there had been an alteration to history. Bitcoin technology, Julian told the Nantucket audience, could defeat internet censorship. It allows the proof that a particular thing was published at a particular time. It breaks Orwell's dictum: you do not control the future if you are unable to alter the past. 9 years ago, WikiLeaks used the blockchain technology to show proof of publication through publishing a hash. I was lucky that while I was preparing this speech, this project appeared. An anonymous group called has started Project Spartacus, which puts this idea into practice. It uses the Ordinals protocol to inscribe the WikiLeaks Afghan war logs to the Bitcoin blockchain, and you can look it up, projectspartacus.org. Last night there were 252 Afghan war logs that had been inscribed, and there's 76,000 to go. So do look into it and participate. The Afghan war diaries, if you're wondering what the content is, were published in 2010, and one of the publications for which Julian is facing 175 years for publishing. They cut through the fog of war, revealed some 20,000 deaths, including at least 195 previously unreported deaths of civilians committed by NATO troops. So Julian created WikiLeaks as the Internet's own rebel library of Alexandria. WikiLeaks would give asylum to the world's most persecuted documents. They would find a safe haven, and they would be secured and made accessible. The integrity of the historical record was assured. It was not just secured, but also imparted, sought, and received by the public. In 2012, Julian wrote a call to cryptographic arms. He sounded a warning, what he called a watchman's a watchman's shout into the night. This is a quote. Recall that states are the systems which determine where and how coercive force is consistently applied. The question of how much coercive force can seep into the platonic realm of the internet from the physical world is answered by cryptography and the cypherpunks' ideals. As states merge with the internet and the future of our civilization becomes the future of the internet, we must redefine force relations. If we do not, the universality of the internet will merge global humanity into one giant grid of mass surveillance and mass control. He published this in 2012. The censors are not just after Julian and WikiLeaks. The objective is not simply to suppress recent history. Julian's ongoing imprisonment has emboldened the censors. They have turned their sights to the present, seeking the total control over the public domain itself. Our voice and our ears are collective reality. A world in which Julian is free is a world that will continue to build initiatives that recognize what we are up against. Free Julian, free us all. Thank you.
What a first great day we had. Thank you so much. I've seen Bitcoiners from all over the world connecting in the podcast area. I've seen a packed stage 2 and 3 and great talks here in the Genesis stage. I want to thank our partner, Bitcoin Magazine, but I also want to thank all of the crew working here, from Horeca, people backstage, the show crew, more than 100 people. Thank you. They made the best day possible, and we see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Welcome back again to the Bitcoin Amsterdam Live Desk, brought to you by Bitcoin Magazine. We just concluded an awesome day one of content here in Amsterdam. Stella Assange returned for a sobering discussion again on her husband Julian and the human rights violations committed against him by various governments around the world. This talk had a lot of parallels to the fourth turning discussion that was just had by Mark and such. Stella brought up some great points with the Pentagon Papers, excuse me, with the Pentagon Papers being released 50 years ago, and you know, the media covering it and having no issues with addressing some of the issues brought on by the government. And then now, fast forward, previous election cycle, obviously, you know, we had the Biden laptop situation, and that was obviously a no-go. But just curious to hear your thoughts, Chris, on you know, what were some of the important discussion points that Stella brought up, and how as we as Bitcoiners, you know, marching forward towards free and open systems.
Yeah, definitely. So one of the main points that she brought up was the censorship industrial complex. I thought that was a good take on the military industrial complex that we're seeing in the world right now. Another point that she brought up is free Assange, free the world. I want to just also add free Snowden and free Ross. You know, I think it would be a highlight of one conference, hopefully in the near future, to have Julian Assange, Edward Snowden, and Ross Ulbricht all at a conference together, and basically, you know, with the power of Bitcoin and freedom technologies in order to counteract many of the things that the oppressive governments or even companies have been doing in the last decade or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Alex, to you.
Yeah, I think Stella nailed it. I mean, if you want freedom of speech, if you want freedom of publishing, and you want to be able to say something in this world without being censored and surveilled, you need to embrace these tools. I think all Bitcoiners, non-Bitcoiners sitting at home they need to embrace Nostr, they need to learn to use Tor, they need to try the latest software products and hardware products, because we need market feedback. We need to make our tools more robust to fight against the encroaching surveillance state.
Yeah, I think Jack Dorsey had a great tweet the other day basically talking about there's only 3 technologies that he sees at this current moment that are robust enough or decentralized enough, those being Tor, Bitcoin, and Nostr. There's some funny comments of people saying, not this, what about that? And he was like, nope, I didn't stutter. It's these 3 technologies. That
Right. Well, it's interesting that you bring those up, right? You know, growing up, we've been taught that, you know, capitalism is great because it drives innovation in markets. And for the longest time, it was this competition amongst companies. But what we're seeing with the products that you just brought up, it's no longer competition amongst various corporations, but it's this distinct battle between freedom and authoritarian oversight on everything that we're doing. You know, going into you know the happening and everything, certainly we're going to see a lot of attention on Nostr, on freedom money. We had the a year ago, the convoy with the truckers in Canada that had their banks accounts frozen. How much longer before everyone has just said, hey, we've had enough? Like, when does everyone finally opt out?
I think we've kind of seen things swing from more centralized to more decentralized. You know, the pendulum swings. It's not a straight line. So I definitely think the time is near. And I think a lot of people are waking up, whether it was 2020, 2021, 2022, that people are really seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. I know things are more difficult from an economic backdrop of the current years. But I do think with the halving, hopefully, and a lot of the ETF talk, hopefully we'll see a pump. And, you know, we'll get onto the next bull market.
Certainly, those are fantastic words. I do want to recap some of the rest of the day, that we had some great announcements put on today. I know some by Trezor, Blockstream. Chris, could you run me through just kind of what your favorite part of the day was?
Yeah, definitely having Edward Snowden. I know we brought him up before. Free Snowden, free Assange, free Ross. I think it was a very good talk, and talking about like not just freeing ourselves, but freeing the masses. I know that's a more difficult thing to do. He said instead of being a niche community where the products and services that we have only help us or the cypherpunks or basically the people that are looking for freedom, but helping make it easier for the masses to onboard. He had a great quote basically saying, you know, instead of slipping through the keyhole of sovereignty and safety to avoid the government or the repressive regime, it's definitely really great to use these tools or make them easier for the masses for sure.
Yeah, the beauty of these tools is you don't have to ask permission to go out and develop, you know, fork them, create your own versions and let the market decide what they need, or perhaps you just need a tool just for you. It's a beautiful thing. So I think between Stella and Snowden, just that urgency, that call to action, you don't need to ask permission, but we need to act now. I mean, we're on our back foot here. We've got about, 6 to 18 months after the halving before the spotlight becomes on Bitcoin again, and perhaps by proxy Nostr as well. And we need to be ready to onboard as much of the world as we can. So we need to make these tools easier to use. We need to make it easier to understand, increase our education initiatives, and kind of have more competitive options on the market for people to choose from.
Do you see any potential issues? You mentioned, the halving's upon us, and that there might be this rush of interest in using some of these clients like Nostr, whether it's through Damus or whatever. Do you see any? Are there any issues with a massive influx in user base, or do you think that's only a net gain?
No, it's a huge gain. We've seen it before. The other day, actually, I forgot to mention, Stella, Assange, and Gabriel Shipton, Julian's brother, both joined Nostr. And that these kind of people taking interest in our technology brings with it a huge wave of people from Twitter and other platforms just to see what they have to say. You get a little bit of social, cultural buy-in, and the network handles it fine. I mean, that's the beauty of the decentralization. We're not relying on one server, at Elon's house. We're all running our relays at home, so it's beautiful,
Do you think Elon and X are making some of the right steps in the right direction? Do you see a potential in the future where X and Nostr end up marrying each other?
No, not at all. It's not possible. I mean, Elon knows about Nostr. He pays attention to it. But he's taking the company in the other direction. I mean, it's not the path of most profitability, and the incentives aren't there for him, personally. So, but for us, the people, the little guys that are under the surveillance regime, if you're living in Saudi Arabia and you want to say anything, it's very useful to generate a private public key pair and send your statement to the world pseudonymously. That's a huge thing that we Westerners don't understand. I mean, that happens on Twitter. People try to do it. They get disappeared in other countries for critiquing their governments. So it's important tools.
Certainly something we take for granted. I mean, I think here in the West, more so what we see are high-profile individuals. I mean, obviously, Alex Jones, more recently Russell Brand, and that sorts. But, you know, we should feel blessed that we have the ability to use these tools. And going forward, I do encourage everybody, if you haven't already gotten on board at Nostr, please go download Damus or something like that. Get on boarded, follow McShane, follow Chris. They're on there.
Yeah, can I just point out, you don't have to sacrifice any personal information to use Nostr. That's the beautiful thing. So there's no data, on most of the major clients, there's no data collected on you at all. It's not the Twitter thing where you sign your life away, give them your home address.
No blue
Social security number,
as Snowden said, you know, some picture, you know, hostage picture with your ID. No, you don't have to do any of that.
It's incredible, incredible. Well, I do want to shift focus here for a second. I know we have some exciting talks upcoming tomorrow. Alex, walk us through what we can expect to hear on the main stage, and what are you most excited about?
I'm excited for the BIP 300 debate with Giacomo and Paul. I think it's going to get a little contentious. If you've ever joined Paul's, 3-hour spaces about BIP 300, they're pretty fun. He's a very entertaining guy. I'm super excited. I've got a panel about Nostr. You know, I can't shut up about it. So we're gonna get deep into it on the main stage. There's also not a debate called Not an Ordinals debate.
That's
with
the one I'm most
Giacomo and Pete Rizzo. Pete Rizzo going 0 for 1 here, coming into the inscription debate space. It's going to be interesting to see.
Certainly going to be interesting to see, especially with the developments of BitVM. How with the BIP 3 or with the discussion around BIP 300 and then the discussion around Not an Ordinals debate. How you guys see kind of BitVM kind of like, I guess, for lack of a better term, it just like audibled itself into the conversation, and these speakers don't have a lot of time to really pivot some of their talking points.
Well, it's been around, you know, some of these guys, it's been discussed. Robin's been around for a while working on this stuff, so I don't think it automatically obsoletes it, but I think when you look at something like ordinals or inscriptions, I mean, it's kind of, Casey's basically trolling the whole the crypto community at large with just how crude this instrument is. I think it'll get replaced, but I think the willingness for people to try to make Bitcoin into something that is a little bit more like programmable money, I don't think that goes away. You know, for better, for worse, whatever you think, people will still keep coming back with things like BitVM to engineer the protocol a little bit. I just hope we don't change the main layer to do it.
Yeah, well, certainly a lot to be excited about tomorrow. Chris, any closing thoughts here?
No, I mean, BitVM, I haven't even had a chance to really look at it. I know it's something that's been worked on for a while, but it's like things that, you know, go into hiding or in the bear market they're building and they're kind of behind the scenes. Definitely something that I want to look through the white paper. I know there's a lot of use cases, but then people are even saying, yeah, the white paper was written, but there's no code that can be used or reviewed yet. So definitely that's something that people are waiting to implement and look at. Like I said, McShane brought up, I'm really looking forward to the ordinals debate between Rizzo and Giacomo Zucco. Is going to probably be a really, really good one, at least spicy, I hope. I think it'll be funny, definitely. So yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to for tomorrow.
Well, folks, definitely make sure to tune in tomorrow. First panel goes off at 9 a.m. So looking forward to having everybody return and go buy some Bitcoin.
Free Julian.
Free Julian.
Free Assange.
You've probably heard of Bitcoin,
Cheers.
But have you heard of ordinals? They're changing everything we know about NFTs. What are they and why is everyone talking about them? Ordinals are a brand new way to look at the Bitcoin network that allows for all kinds of data, like text, audio, video, or JPEGs of your favorite piece of art, to live on the blockchain. Sounds a lot like NFTs on other chains, right? Ordinals actually totally changes digital collectibles, allowing information to be securely stored directly in Bitcoin blocks forever. When you purchase an NFT on another chain, all you are really getting is a URL that points to a JPEG stored on someone else's computer. The image can even be taken down, or the domain your NFT points to could get seized. It's not too fun owning a broken image link. Luckily, Bitcoin fixes all of that. Created by former Bitcoin core contributor Casey Roddenmore, the Ordinals protocol is a convention for numbering and transferring individual Satoshis on the Bitcoin network, effectively enabling Bitcoin native on-chain NFTs. So how does it work? What even is an ordinal? What's an inscription? Come back next episode as Bitcoin Magazine EDU and Magic Eden present Ordinals Explained, dedicated to illustrating and explaining the amazing world of Bitcoin ordinals.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Welcome to Bitcoin Amsterdam.
Welcome to the biggest Bitcoin conference to ever happen in Europe. How dope is that? Making history.
Bitcoin Conference van 2022 was in Amsterdam, in het Westerpark, waar je dus de Westergashouder hebt, Westerunie en Westerliefde.
De klant had 100 dagen de tijd om dit evenement uit de grond te stampen, maar we waren allemaal ook echt dedicated tot een goed resultaat te komen. De grootste uitdaging voor dit evenement was de technische puntjes op de i te zetten, omdat er gewoon meerdere locaties waren die ook best wel ver uit elkaar lagen. Dus dat had ik niet zonder Floris gekund.
Vanwege de schaal van het terrein hebben we moeten kiezen voor glasvezel. Dus alle videosignalen, audiosignalen, die zijn allemaal over glasvezellijnen gebundeld. Dus dat is wel gaaf. Dan maken we gebruik van techniek om al die soorten signalen eigenlijk te bundelen in één glasvezellijn. Intercom, dus we hadden een heel geïntegreerd intercomsysteem waar alle mensen in de zaal en de show op zaten, maar ook de verschillende stages. Dat was allemaal aan elkaar gekoppeld.
Leuk evenement, genoeg camera's, dus kunnen we wat moois maken.
10 minuten jullie, dan gaan we knallen.
Het was een enorme onderneming en om dat dan te zien staan aan het einde van de hele rit is wel heel erg bijzonder.
Thank you, Miami, for the last 3 years in this amazing city. The whole world shut down, but Miami welcomed us with open arms. We want to show Bitcoin to the whole world. We are taking the conference on the road to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. Nashville. Bitcoin 2024 is coming to Nashville in Tennessee, a city that is known as a music and freedom city. Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville from July 25th to 27th. Thank you, Miami, for the last 3 years in this amazing city. The whole world shut down, but Miami welcomed us with open arms. We want to show Bitcoin to the whole world. We are taking the conference on the road to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. Nashville. Bitcoin 2024 is coming to Nashville in Tennessee, a city that is known as a music and freedom city. Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville from July 25th to 27th.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and financial services. Today, we support all major coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 1,500 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
Welcome to Bitcoin Amsterdam.